In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.
Kano State occupies a unique position in Nigeria's history as one of the country's eldest centers of commerce, learning and civilization. Situated in the northwest geopolitical zone, the state remains a strategic economic hub whose influence extends beyond Nigeria into West and Central Africa. With one of the country's largest populations, Kano continues to shape national conversations on politics, trade, agriculture, education, and culture. Historically, Kano traces its origins to the ancient Hausa city-states, with documented history spanning more than 1,000 years. The famous Kano Chronicles recount the reigns of successive rulers who transformed the city into a thriving commercial and administrative center. Today, the ancient city walls, the emir's palace, and the centuries-old Komi market remain enduring symbols of Kano's rich heritage and resilience. Politically, Kano has consistently played a defining role in Nigeria's democratic evolution. Since the return to sovereign rule in 1999, the state has remained one of the country's most politically influential voting blocs. Its large voting population often makes Kano a decisive factor during presidential elections, while its political leaders have continued to shape national discourse across party lines. The state's leadership structure reflects a balance between constitutional governance and traditional authority. The executive governor oversees civil administration, while the emirate institution continues to serve as a respected custodian of culture, tradition, and conflict resolution. This dual system has enabled traditional institutions to complement government effort in community mobilization, social stability, and grassroots development. Religion occupies a central place in the social life of Kano. Islam is the predominant faith and influences education, commerce, family life, and public administration. At the same time, Kano is home to Christian communities and adherents of other faiths who contribute to the state's economic and social development. Religious leaders across denominations have continued to advocate peaceful coexistence, tolerance, and dialogue as essential ingredients for national unity. Economically, Kano remains one of Nigeria's strongest commercial centers. For centuries, it has served as a major gateway linking Nigeria with neighboring Niger Republic, Chad, Cameroon, and other parts of the Sahel. Its extensive markets attract traders dealing in textiles, grains, leather products, livestock, household goods, and manufactured items, making the state a critical driver of regional commerce. Agriculture remains the backbone of Kano's economy. Farmers cultivate crops such as rice, maize, millet, sorghum, groundnuts, tomatoes, onions, and vegetables, while livestock production contributes significantly to food security and rural livelihoods. The state also supports irrigation farming, allowing year-round agricultural activities in many communities. Industrialization has equally defined Kano's economic landscape. The Chalawa and Sharada industrial estates have historically
across Nigeria's dynamic economy. Enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
From the trading floors of Lagos to the commodity hubs of Enugu, we say thank you for joining us and welcome to Aneke TV business segment. Coming to you live from Enugu. As global markets adjust to shifting geopolitical tides and Wall Street eyes new records, Nigeria stands at a defining financial crossroads, with domestic headline inflation easing slightly to 15.91%, the Naira consolidating its ground, and the Nigerian exchange entering critical territory. Today isn't just about tracking the numbers, it is about positioning for the breakout. From the trading floors of Lagos to the global energy market, we have the data, the trends, and institutional insights you need to stay ahead of the curve. And this is the business desk, where data meets destiny, and your words finds its voice. I am Uche Osai. Let's make your money move with the world. Starting with the Nigerian equities market, where the stock market delivered a mixed but resilient performance, yesterday being Wednesday, July the 15th, while the benchmark All-Share Index ASI pulled back slightly due to selective profit taking. Investor wealth actually expanded, driven by heavy cap gains. Notably, this market activity coincided with the National Bureau of Statistics reporting a marginal drop in headline inflation to 15.91% for June 2026. The All-Share Index ASI declined by 0.21, that's about 503.69 points, to close at 242,366.75. Market capitalization rose by 390 billion naira to settle at 156.24 trillion naira. Market breadth closed positive with 33 gainers against 18 losers. Investors traded 453.17 million shares valued at 27.16 billion naira across 39,942 deals. And quickly, here are the three top gainers for yesterday's trading section before the opening bell started ringing this morning. They are led by First Holding Company. Yes, you know First Bank. Yes, 79 naira 35 kobo is the closing price for yesterday, making a bullish adjustment of 9.98%. And then Thomas Wyatt, Nigeria, yesterday closed at 2 naira 94 kobo, equally in the bullish realm of 9.29%. Legend Internet yesterday closed in the positive bearish realm of 8.99 positive adjustment to close the trading book at 4 naira 85 kobo. And quickly, for the Lagos, we'll give you the three top losers for yesterday, starting with Transnationwide Express, closing at 3 naira 2 kobo, making a bearish adjustment of 9.85%, followed by International Breweries. Yes, Interbrew closing at 6.12 naira negative bearish adjustment to close the trading book at 13 naira 5 kobo. Hadin McCall, traded as H call, yesterday closed the trading book at 3 naira 32 kobo, making a bearish dip of a negative 5.95%. Activity yesterday was heavily dominated by the banking sector and major holding companies. First Holding Company led the transaction volume, accounting for 16.55% of the day's total traded volume. It was closely followed by Sterling Nigeria, which made around 11.93% of the tradings, and then Zenith Bank making 6.32%. And then First Holding Company also dominated liquidity, driving 21.03% of the total value traded on the exchange. And quickly, here is our market projection. We project the market to be likely bullish to mixed. Following yesterday's marginal inflation dip to 15.91%, marking a slight cooling in price pressures. Investor sentiment is expected to remain cautiously optimistic. While localized profit taking might persist on some mid-cap stocks, heavy interest in the banking sector, boosted by recapitalization momentum and positive market breadth, point to a strong underlying appetite. Expect key banking and holding equities to dictate the market's direction today. And quickly moving to the Naira forex market, where the Naira on Wednesday, recorded mixed results, marking its first official appreciation of the week and a significant drop in market turnover. At the official market, the Naira closed stronger at 1,382 Naira 18 kobo against the US dollar, recovering slightly from Tuesday's close of 1,383 Naira 8 kobo against the US dollar. And then taking a look at the intraday volatility, trading was relatively stable, with the rate peaking at a high of 1,384 Naira 50 kobo against the US dollar, reaching a low of 1,379 Naira 50 kobo against the US dollar. Taking a look at the market liquidity, total turnover plummeted by nearly 50% to 121.73 million US dollars, down from the previous section's highs of 243.10 million US dollars. This drop indicates tight market conditions and reduced volume of transactions. And quickly moving on to the parallel market, or the stray market, or the black market, preferably the one you choose, the official market mirrored the stability of the official window, consolidating around the narrow band of 1,375 Naira to 1,380 Naira against the US dollar. The spread between both markets remained historically tight, highlighting decreased speculative activity. And quickly, here is our market outlook. We take a look at Liquidity Watch. We understand that following yesterday's sharp contraction in transaction volumes, all eyes will be on whether corporate demand pushes rates back up, or if the Central Bank of Nigeria intervenes to interject dollar liquidity and defend the current range. Expect the Naira to continue trading within the 1,370 Naira to 1,390 Naira against the US dollar threshold, in the near term. Reduced retail speculation means major swings, would happen today and are unlikely unless there is an unexpected systemic demand surge. And quickly moving to the energy market, where Brent crude experienced highly volatile section being yesterday, Wednesday, July the 15th. Early geopolitical rallies were ultimately erased by damping U.S. inventory reports, leading to a down, day for the benchmark. And then at the close of the market, the Brent crude for September contract stood at 0.79%, that's at $84.06 per barrel, after peaking intraday at $85.30. WTI crude settled down at 0.79% at $78.71 per barrel. And quickly, here are the market drivers. Looking at the geopolitical premium, that's the morning surge. Early in the day, price climbed past $85 US, Tensions fled following renewed threat chatter in the Middle East. Specifically, market worries heightened over potential disruption to energy infrastructure in the Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz, which historically chokes about 1/5 of global oil supply. Another factor here is the EIA inventory reality check. That's the afternoon pullback. The upward momentum was completely erased when the U.S. Energy Information Administration released its weekly oil report. One is the crude draw slowdown. U.S. crude stocks fell by 1.7 million barrels to 409.7 million, while this case inventory is roughly 6% below the 5-year average. It was a much smaller drawdown than the 2.6 million barrel reduction analysts expected, signaling that draw momentum is slowing. Another factor here, the EIA raises is this led surge. This led stockpiles, speaking to diesel and heating oil, surged expectedly by 4.6 million barrels, versus the expectation of a flat 84,000 barrel build-up. This heavy, build points to weaker industry fuel demand and triggered immediate profit taking from bulls. And quickly moving on to take a look at the market projection for today. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll continue with the update.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Market Outlook here from Aneke TV. And we are talking about the market outlook to the international market, where we expect a tug of war today. The massive build in U.S. distillate and cooling domestic demand will likely act as a near-term ceiling. However, the floor remains extremely firm due to severe geopolitical risk premium in the Gulf. Unless we see immediate de-escalation, Brent is highly likely to hold its $83.50 support level, with trading dominated by headline-driven swings. And quickly moving on to the Nigerian commodities market, where the Nigerian commodities market reflected a complex landscape, where headline inflation marginally cooled to 15.91%, yet staple food prices continue to edge upward due to high logistic, transport, and energy costs. On the organized exchange, speaking to the affairs, grain prices remain highly elevated. Maize saw made downward adjustment on the spot market, closing down 0.96% at $339 per metric ton, while paddy rice dipped 2.54% to $353 per metric ton. At the retail level, when we take a look, you see a sharp regional price divergence, which is visibly across Nigeria's key urban hubs, largely driven by transport distances from farming belts. And then quickly moving on to take a look at Lagos, Abuja, and Enugu, where local rice, speaking to 50 kg of local rice in Lagos stood between 55,000 and 60,000 naira, and in Abuja it went for between 42,000 to 50,000 naira, and in Enugu it sold between 48,000 to 63,000 naira, indicating a steady to slightly rising trend. The imported variance of the 50 kg bag of rice in Lagos stood between 60,000 to 55,000 naira, and in Abuja it went for between 58,000 to 62,000 naira. Whereas in Enugu it sold between 62,000 and 82,000 naira, equally, indicating a stable, restricted supply chain down the hubs. And the white gari in Lagos, yes, the pent mood of it is at 1,000 naira, whereas in Abuja it went for 1,200 naira, and Enugu paid a premium between 1,100 to 1,300 naira, indicating rising and high processing costs. And speaking to staples, tomatoes, the large basket of tomatoes in Lagos sold between 28,000 to 35,000 naira, and in Abuja it sold between 13,000 to 15,000 naira, and in Enugu paid a premium on it at 30,000 to 40,000 naira, indicating a highly volatile, seasonal swings. And then quickly before we go, let's quickly run and give you our market advice for today. Yes, we'll bring you our market advice exactly before you get into the market. As soon the bells, have started ringing, yes, the market bells are already ringing. Yes, and then we'll need to give you a informed, update on how to move and navigate the market. Yes, and then speaking to our strategic market advice, with the Nigerian all-share index currently hovering at a critical resistance zone, of 242,366.75 points, and regional market factors shifting. Here is our focused, actionable plans. And then one, we are telling you to target the banking sector recovery. The banking index, surged 2.20%. Yes, they're showing very strong volume and liquidity momentum. While some traders are taking quick profit at intraday resistance levels, the medium-term outlook is highly attractive. Our advice is to keep buying into tier 1 banks with solid fundamentals like GT, Zenith, and Fidelity, and on minor intraday pullbacks, the systemic recapitalization drive remains their long-term fuel. And then secondly, we urge you to ride the consumer goods breakout. Given the consumer goods index broke past its primary resistance line yesterday, gaining 1.66%. This marks the beginning of a fresh recovery phase for the sector. Our advice is that you should position in blue chip consumer staples like the Nigerian breweries and major food producers. These companies stand to benefit directly from any marginal easing of inflation. And then we urge you to accumulate high yield fixed income. With headline inflation starting to show cooling signs at 15.91% and the naira stabilizing between 1,375 naira and 1,385 naira against the US dollar across markets, reuse on local debt instruments are becoming highly attractive. Our advice, lock in high yield treasury bills and corporate bonds now before the central bank considers halting its aggressive rate hikes in response to cooling inflation. And finally, we are urging you to avoid late-stage speculative chasing. Given yesterday's top gainers, including high volatility players like Thomas White and Legend Internet, many people would want to chase that move. So our advice is for you to resist the urge, to get into fear of missing out, what we call FOMO, into these penny stocks after consecutive daily limits, up moves. The market breadth is positive, 3 gainers to 18 gainers, meaning there are plenty of fundamentally sound undervalued options to choose from today. So the golden rule today is don't chase the daily green candles on speculative outliers. Reallocate capital to banking and consumer goods where institutional cash is actively flowing. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely. And that's your wraps on this edition.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries. Commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Sad how the feelings go away. We were in love, but now it's over. So once in a while I dream.
every second, the world changes.
Good morning and welcome to Aneke TV Sports. Today, I am your one and only Good Hope Chukwumada Sports Oracle, bringing you what's happening around the world of sports. And today promises to be interesting as usual, while we are taking a look at the match yesterday that took Argentina into the finals of the FIFA World Cup 2026, while England had to go home. And of course, they are not just home yet. They are not still home yet. They are still trying to warm up and do all the best they know how to do. I'm telling you, really, for a fact, it was not the moment most people expected for Argentina to have a comeback. Meanwhile, I would say that it is not just solely on Argentina to have a comeback. It is actually the determination, and for the man they play, that's the Lionel Messi, effect which they have in the team. Of course, Lionel Messi had to, make an assist, which had to register it and make it 2-1 yesterday's game. And this and more we're bringing your way as we delve right in the world of sports this morning.
Yeah, good morning, my sport-loving family. How you guys doing? It's a beautiful Thursday morning, and I can tell you that it's a beautiful Thursday morning for the Argentina, the Argentines that, enjoyed football yesterday. It was very emotional for them. And, for the England fans, we are going to say, congratulations also.
Well, congratulations.
It was not easy.
It was not easy to play in the semi-finals of the World Cup.
For you even getting to the semi-final, of course, the odds were against England yesterday, to go ahead to go to the final against an Argentina squad that we are aware of what they possess, the threats they possess. And we saw it yesterday, though many people have started coming out to say the blame is on Tuchel, after making some changes. But, in football, changes are permitted. You are allowed to make substitution at some point in the game. And Tuchel also have come out to defend himself that if the, match ended up in the favor of the English team, nobody will have been saying his substitutions were wrong yesterday. But now, because it's ended up that they got to, lose the 1-0 victory they were having courtesy of Anthony Gordon, everyone is coming out to say he is at fault. He is the one that made the wrong changes.
First of all,
I'm not going to blame him.
First of all, I would like us to maybe talk about the match a little before we go right into other sports.
No, of course, we'll go into other places.
Bringing Anthony Joshua's game on 25th, like this boxing match, first boxing match in 7 months after he had that incident.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that while I was doing my research yesterday night, I noticed that Anthony Joshua's fight against Jake Paul, Jake Paul, yes, that was the fight he finished, and then he had that accident. He had that accident that took 2 of his associates' life. That's on 28th December 2025. After he finished that fight, and I wouldn't say there's anything spiritual there. We would just say that life happens, and things could just come up, and you are not so ready for it.
The African mentality might be talking about spirituality, but we don't talk about spirituality.
Well, maybe we'll not go there because we may not X-ray everything around that, or we don't have the real-time facts.
No, things happen. Accidents happen.
Yeah,
it's not everything that we just blame on spirituality and the evil spirit. Accidents happen.
Accidents happen.
When you overspeed, you tend to get accidents. When you drink and drive, there are circumstances, but we are not saying the driver did all the
we're not saying.
Sometimes happens. So that was his last fight, and of course we are going to see him very soon. It's, of course, this month we'll see him in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, Saudi Arabia.
Also talking about tennis, we are having the men's single Grand Slam. I just want to read out the champions. Talking about people that have won the Australian Open, people that have won the Roland Garros, people that have won the US Open, and of course the just concluded Wimbledon. We have some usual names that we know already, and I'm going to read out the way it has gone in the past 1 or 2 years. We are having Jannik Sinner, who won the Australian Open, and we are having what we call Roland Garros. Talking about Carlos Alcaraz, he won the Roland Garros. Then of course Jannik Sinner also won the just concluded Wimbledon. He is currently the champion. Then talking about the US Open, which was won by Carlos Alcaraz also. Then moving on to the Australian Open, which was won by Carlos Alcaraz, the same person. Then talking about Zverev, that's Alexander Zverev. He won the Roland Garros. Then also Jannik Sinner has won the Australian US Open. You know, these are names, familiar names. You can see that we are having Jannik Sinner almost winning the Roland Garros, the Australian Open, and the Wimbledon. There also Alcaraz having to win this competition. Then talking about Zverev, who also has won the Roland Garros. These names are like becoming constant in the world of tennis. And also looking at Djokovic record, I just want to read that Djokovic record. This man, since his name was not mentioned here, I also want to let you know that he has been consistent, talking about moving to the semi-finals, and over the past decade, let's say from 2017 to 2026, we have seen him in the last 10 years coming close to the championship or going to the semi-finals and also winning some championship. And in 2017 he was in the quarterfinals. In 2018 he was the champion. In 2019, I'm talking about the Wimbledon record, he was also the champion. Then in the 2020, of course, the tournament was cancelled. That was the COVID era. Then in 2021 he was the champion. In 2022 he also emerged the champion. Then in 2023 he was the runner-up. 2024 runner-up. 2025 he got to the semi-final, and in 2026 he also got to the semi-final. So this is a name that has dominated the world of long tennis, talking about Novak Djokovic. So we cannot skip the world of long tennis without talking about this man. When we have talked about Roger Federer, the great names that have graced this occasion, we are having to see this man over the past 10 years always a constant. When we say K is a constant in mathematics, this guy is a constant, having to show up in the Wimbledon and almost winning it back to back, then coming up second runner up, or sometimes getting, apart from the place where the tournament was cancelled, we have seen that he has gotten to the semi-final at least for almost 5 to 6 times, winning it up to 4 times from what we have here. So what do you have, Mr. Goodop? What do you have about this man called Novak Djokovic?
Novak Djokovic, a sensation in the world of tennis, has really, made it obvious that winners don't quit. People who quit are losers. I'm seeing his track record right from time. I would say that he has, imprinted and impressed his name in the world of tennis. You can't mention tennis and not mention Djokovic. So we're going to see him also. We've seen him just lately coming back to, compete for the highest positions in tennis. We've seen him trying to, get into the Grand Slam, so take over the Wimbledon in 2026. We've seen him, just like Jannik Sinner has been, winning now. We're expecting their names to get into the world of Roger Federer, names of Rafael Nadal of Spain, names that are Serena Williams and the rest of them. These guys who have shown what it means, the quality in tennis. So I expect him. He's not retired yet. No, he's still after the game, he's still pushing himself to get better. I want to see him in the top flight in years to come. I would really love to see him, even though he's older than everyone around him right now. He's the oldest. He's the oldest around him. I mean, among those who are around him, yet he's still pushing. Just like in Formula One, we have the oldest, that's talking about Lewis Hamilton, while he's still pushing to show himself that he is still young and he still has that mentality. And I must tell you something about Djokovic. It's all about his mentality for me. It's all about the way he sees the opportunity to be in the position where he should be. I must tell you, this is class. This is the real class that we are all seeking. And I would say that 2 years, 3 years from now, he will be mentioned. He will be in the class of Roger Federer, especially Rafael Nadal. He will be in that class, and we expect him to even go way above it. That's really what I expect.
The man Novak Djokovic, he has been a household name in the world of tennis, and of course the US Open is still coming up here. He will still feature and hoping to get the championship when he features in that tournament. Now moving forward straight to the world of boxing, just like we have said already.
Anthony Joshua's game is coming.
Joshua is coming.
And
it's coming real quick. That's already 25th. That's about 9 days.
9 days to go. I mean, we should really give a countdown to Anthony Joshua coming back to the ring. I will always tell you that Anthony Joshua is not just going to play or going to fight the normal fight. He's going to fight. It's going to be a fight of the spirit. Because I always imagine him in the ring with two of his associates' spirits.
One by the right,
one by the right, one by the left. Giving voices in his head, trying to encourage him, motivate him. While I believe he's prepared for this game, I believe he's prepared for this fight, and we'll still bring the update how it's going to be, where you should watch it. It's going to be on 25th of July, and it's at Jeddah, Saudi Arabia.
Yes.
I use the word Arabia now because I want to really feel that Arabian vibe, the pronunciation of Arabia. So Saudi Arabia, but it's in Saudi Arabia. So it's going to be there, and they are getting ready for that game.
Of course, that's on the platform is also part of this.
Yeah,
they will be there to stream.
They will be there. Just my problem with DAZN is that DAZN doesn't have Nigeria's. Nigerians can access DAZN.
Maybe you use
you can't use the DAZN doesn't have a Naira account like where you can pay in Naira. DAZN only runs in dollars, and maybe we'll pitch it to them to
just before that
fight, because this is gonna be what a fight. This is gonna be what a moment to see our very own Anthony Joshua, even though he's also of the UK descent, while we're still seeing him as our Nigerian bro, as a Nigerian Anthony Joshua. Anthony, I feel like his middle name is Anthony Olusegun. Olusegun.
That's why you're already attaching.
Yeah, Anthony Olusegun Joshua.
Okay.
He now sounds well. It sounds together,
Nigerian side.
From the Nigerian side,
of course, he has that trait already. And of course, another breaking announcement in the world of boxing, talking about the fight between Ryan Garcia versus Conor Ben. This has just been announced. These two people, of course, DAZN is going to exclusively stream this match.
And Garcia, I've been expecting this match from the rings, and DAZN is really going to feature and bring this game to us. Ryan Garcia has also seen himself as one of the people who would last in this world of boxing.
Yeah.
And looking at his opponent, you would see that both of them, whenever they meet, he used to be deadly, very deadly for them. And the other boxing game that we had to bring to our fans, people who are watching, where Conor McGregor and his opponents, they had to win. One of them lost in the game.
Yeah, there has to be a loser.
And then there has to be a loser, of course. But you are a loser, but you are paid.
You are well paid. In fact,
you are well paid.
Paid very much.
$30 million, $3 million, for $800,000, $450,000. This was the range of amount that was paid, really. So I will tell you for someone who has monitored this, that it's just going to be it's going to be interesting that you win, so that you can announce or have that kind of money. So because that whether you lose or not, people have actually bet that you lose.
Yes.
Do you see how it works?
People likely bet on in fact, the loser almost have more people betting on him. I don't know why it's always like that in boxing.
Loser always has more. For instance, now in this Anthony Joshua's boxing game, you would see that many people have bet Prenga.
Even on Prenga to win,
Yeah. And then much people have bet on Prenga to lose. But you see what happened? Because Anthony Joshua, this is his first time, the game is going to be very skeptical. You don't know who's going to win, because he has not won. He has not won a game for the last. He has not won a boxing match for the last 7 months. You see what's going on here. So for him to show up in the ring, he's going to be skeptical.
The odds will be for even Prenga to win. Why the attention is on Anthony Joshua coming back to the ring, after about 7 months, but Prenga has been there fighting, so the odds will favor him better to get a win. So, these bookmakers have a way where they, try to entice people. You might now likely say, okay, the attention now is focused on Anthony Joshua coming back, and, the popularity against Prenga. People, why the bookmakers will now place more lower odd on him, while Prenga having to get maybe a higher odd. At the end of the day, people will start sipping, Prenga to get a win. So these are what, the boxing analysis look like. But we take a short break from here. Where we come back, we'll give you the transfer updates, and of course talk about extensively on the match yesterday, talking about Argentina versus England, how it played out. But first of all, let's go on a short break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back from that brief short break. It's still your one and only program, Aneke Sports, where we give you all the detailed analysis concerning the world of sports. We have talked about long tennis, we've talked about boxing, where we told you that Anthony Joshua, of course, is coming back. It's just 9 days from today. We're talking about July 25th. We are going to get to see this great man coming back against Prenga, and now we want to move into the world of football, where we are having some transfers, coming up, just before we talk about the match yesterday. Of course, I know you guys are waiting for that match analysis, but we'll get to that stage. Let's just give you a little bit of the transfers that we have, talking about Bournemouth. Bournemouth are closing in on Antonio Silva deal. It's almost a done deal, but according to what we have here, it's not a done deal yet. But when they agree on personal terms, the centre-back will be very close to joining the club. Of course, Antonio Silva plays for Benfica, but we're likely going to see him this season coming in to sign for Bournemouth. And of course, another man that is on the news after the exit, talking about Michael Olise. This has been a name that has been ringing, whether his future with Bayern Munich is still up or is going to join Real Madrid. But as of today, we are having rumors talking about Michael Olise, who is rumored to be joining Real Madrid, at a club record fee. Of course, the fee has not been disclosed yet, but of course, we are having to get the information that he is going to be above 200 million euros, and this is going to be a record signing. Mr. Good Hope, we have talked about this. It has been a rumor that, is likely going to or is not going to. We have been hearing front and back, but now the rumor is almost coming to limelight, where we have had the, influence from his fellow compatriot, talking about Mbappe and talking about Chu, and many also, they play for Real Madrid, but now we are having to see, after their exits from, the ongoing FIFA World Cup, these guys are really influencing and pushing Olise, to come and join them in Real Madrid, where they all play. So this might likely be a good buy for Real Madrid, talking about their right winger, where they do not have currently that, master class. When we talk about a befitting right winger for them, Rodrigo is already out injured and probably will not even start the season with Real Madrid. We have Vinicius Junior, who, of course, there are speculations that he might not, be in Real Madrid this season. He's yet to renew his contract, and there are speculations of 1 or 2 clubs coming for him. So we do not know if Vinicius will still be in Real Madrid this coming season. But Real Madrid talking about Olise, to replace. We are having Gula. Gula plays from that right side. We are having Rodrigo, who is also injured. So likely this will be a good buy. What are your reasons, or what do you see concerning this buy? Will it be benefiting to Real Madrid, or will it be benefiting for Olise, who also is also a vital person, talking about key personalities in Bayern Munich? Will it be better for him to stay in Bayern Munich or move to Real Madrid?
The thing is, when you look at what the team needs, talking about Real Madrid, both are great teams, both are, European giants.
Yeah.
I would say that both need the service of Olise. And I would say that Real Madrid seems to need his services more because of the vacancy that, is in the right wing.
Yeah.
But I will tell you for a fact that if it's for influence, he would make a lot of influence in that team of Real Madrid. And Real Madrid's attack will be very deadly, having Michael Olise just by the flank on the right. Also, when you look at Bayern Munich, what options do they have left? I mean, is it like they should, move on with the money, or they should just, tag him that he's not for sale? I think this is a business side of sports where they had to, consider what their options, what they needed, and what they need. Michael Olise's choice also could be to play for Real Madrid one day. And this could be the right time for him to go to Real Madrid. But I must say that no one knows his mind except people who has, had some interactions with him. But I would say him going to Real Madrid will be a boost in his career. A player of such profile and in a club of such profile, it will be amazing having him to play for Real Madrid. But in the other aspect, I would say Bayern Munich is still big, and they would still want to retain him. But at the end of the day, we'll see what happens, because both of them they have this tendency of getting bigger players. But Arsenal had, why did I call Arsenal?
Sorry, Bayern Munich. Real Madrid.
Bayern Munich and Real Madrid, they have always had this tendency of getting big players. Players who are influential, players who has influenced leagues, who has influenced the world of football. Seeing where he came from, Crystal Palace, and the assist he was even doing in Crystal Palace. That was what brought him to Bayern Munich. And now he is being targeted by Real Madrid. Of course, if everything goes well, he would definitely sign. So the teams, both of them, they need him. And it is, at the end of the day, it's up to him to make his choice.
I think Bayern Munich will not let him go at this stage. Of course, they just got him, to play for Bayern Munich about 2 seasons ago, and I don't think this is the right time. Vincent Kompany will want to let go of such an amazing talent. Talking about Olise, we saw, he's currently one of the leading assist, players in the. Although maybe we would say he has, gone out of the competition, but of course there's still a third place match to play. That will be France versus England. He's already on 5 assists, and Lionel Messi, of course, is already on 4 assists with that 2 assists he had yesterday. So Vincent Kompany will not be letting this guy go, except it will be way above him, where the club, maybe like Bayern Munich, will want to say that they need the money. They need the money where we can get 2 or 3 players, to replace him. Because I can't tell you that one person in the world of football right now is going to replace Olise in the Bayern Munich squad, except you are having to say, okay, you are going to bring Lamine Yamal, who plays similar kind of football. So I think Bayern Munich right now might not be letting go, except Real Madrid is going to put a very tempting offer. To even be way above 200 million euros, it might be way above. We are going to have to see a record signing if they are going to have to bring in Olise to the Real Madrid squad. So it's really going to be a tough one. I'm really having to see this transfer might not really go in the direction of Real Madrid, but at the end of the day, money speaks louder. So if Real Madrid plays a big and tempting offer to Bayern Munich, they might be willing to let him go, considering the amount that they got him from Crystal Palace. Now over a spell of about 2 years is making that much profit, so it might be beneficial to them in terms of the business aspect. But losing that kind of player right now, they might have to suffer, or have to take a long time to get that replacement. They already have Diaz by the left, and Harry Kane still in the middle. Nicolas Jackson, of course, is going back to Chelsea, so having to replace that great man might be difficult. They're still talking about transfers. We still have a recent update talking about Zavashkaga, who is going to Nottingham Forest. This is already a done deal. This deal took place and it was completed yesterday night, talking about the midfielder who was wanted by Olivier Glasner, of course, the new Nottingham Forest coach. This deal is going to last till 2029, and his medicals are already done, so agreement is just almost in place. We are going to have this guy coming to the world of Nottingham Forest. That's the man that is going to be coaching. They're talking about Olivier Glasner. Then there is someone that we are still going to talk about, Paul Lopez, that's going to Andorra, talking about the keeper. Paul Lopez is the keeper for Real Betis. The second choice is leaving Real Betis to join Andorra, and the contract will last till 2028. That's talking about a 2-year contract. Paul Lopez is moving to Real Madrid. Then another name that we are having is Pierre Aubameyang, the great, I don't know if you still remember Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang. This guy has played for Arsenal. Of course, he came from France, played for Arsenal, went back to Olympique Marseille, Now he is, in fact, it's almost a done deal. So I can tell you, it's almost a done deal. It's going to Deportivo La Corona, and it's for a 1.5 million euros transfer. Is Abu calling Great Alba will be leaving. You know, this he has also played for Barcelona. Funny enough, Abu Meyang was, when he was in his prime, he played for Arsenal. Played
So
for
how much
Barcelona.
is the transfer fee?
Well, anyway, the transfer fee is so low that, you know, of course, age is, this person has already played football, and, you know, maybe sometimes his current form now will not be in favor of this transfer fee. But I can tell you that it's just for 1.5 million euros. I don't know why it's looking so, for me, it's looking so small for a player of this caliber, a player that has featured in England, has conquered England with Arsenal, though, you know, 1 or 2 trophies when they were looking for the Premier League seriously, when they had to sign Abu Mayan, sign Lacazette, sign Nicolas Pepe. You know, these guys were there to play for Arsenal. Still, they could not bring in the major trophy they were looking for. Then, of course, he moved to Barcelona, but of course, he did not have, you know, that long spell in Barcelona. But he played, you know, had 1 or 2 goals with Barcelona, moved back to France, where he came to join Arsenal, entering Olympique Marseille. Now, all of a sudden, we are seeing him with Deportivo La Corona. That's still talking about the Spanish league. He's going back to the Spanish league because these people, they play for, you know, in the Spanish league. So we are going to see Per Aubameyang, you know, play football once again in a league that we are used to. So I don't know if this fee, you know, when you ask me about the fee, is it that the fee is too low for this player, or
It's not significant to compare his track record.
Yeah.
Since you mentioned age, I had to, you know, retreat.
Yeah, no, of
because
course he's already
because footballers, even when they, you know, come out of playing,
yeah,
we expect them to start up something else, trying to fix and forward their lives, even if they could be assisting a coach or become a coach of a small team. But I'm sure that at the end of the day, there's no amount a coach will be paid that would amount to the fee a player will be signed. I don't know if you understand what I said. So no matter what they do, the Gabonese would not really, you know, have his career just in the lows. He will still be making headline, because seeing that he has played for Arsenal, Barcelona, you know, Olympique Marseille,
yeah,
he has touched Europe, he has traveled across these great teams and has played in these great cities. You will see that he will still be a name. However, the fee is concerned, and it's worrying me.
Yeah,
I mean, I wanted to add some, even if it's 2 for him.
You wanted to add some fees for him.
Yeah, some fees.
Well, anyway, that is what Deportivo La Corona are offering, and that is what Olympique Marseille have agreed to. Now, let's move into the world of the World Cup. But before we get to the analysis of this match, I just want to bring to your way the power ranking for the Ballon d'Or right now, because when I saw this power ranking, I was
Messi
like,
is topping.
I can tell you that Messi is topping, but will this, just according to polling markets, we are having the power ranking where Lamine Yamal is currently having 30.9%, you know, of winning the Ballon d'Or. Lionel Messi has 31.7% for winning the Ballon d'Or. Then Harry Kane has 13.5% chances for winning the
Messi will win Ballon d'Or.
Then Ousmane Dembele, now, you know, the candidate that we know, you know, before this World Cup, having 3.1%. I just don't want to believe this ranking. I just want to believe that it's just a power ranking that, you know, they are going to come up with, because what statistic are you going to give me now that Messi is going to, in fact, it's on 31%, and Ousmane Dembele should be having 3.1%. Looking at the league they play, Messi plays for the US, you know, a league that we will not call one of the top 5 leagues, you know, considering what we call, you know, chances for you to win the Ballon d'Or. So, of course, he did well in his league, but that is not a major league. Now, that is one of the criteria. If you look at Ousmane Dembele's league, talking about the French league, it's one of the major leagues. Now, Messi did not feature in the Champions League at all. This guy featured in the Champions League, won the Champions League, won the league title, won the other cups attached to the French league, and of course, they still have the Super Cup to play for, where probably he has a great, in fact, would I say, an upper hand to win. You know, having to be the player or the player of the season, talking about the French league, with so many goals. Coming into the World Cup, it's not that he did not perform. They are going to play for 3rd place, you know, finishing probably 3rd, having about 4 goals to his name with some assists. And you are coming to tell me he has a 3.1% chances to win the World Cup. Now, Lamine Yamal to win the Ballon d'Or. Lamine Yamal is ahead of him Which statistic are you putting Lamine Yamal ahead of him? Is it that currently now in this World Cup, apart from the fact that Yamal has proceeded to the final, Yamal does not have goals up to Ousmane Dembele. He does not have assists up to Ousmane Dembele. Now let's go to the championship, talking about the UEFA that they played together, the UEFA Champions League. He did not even get to the final. They had to be beaten by Atletico Madrid. They exited before the semi-finals. Now, Ousmane Dembele won the Champions League. Now he has 4 goals in the current World Cup, and you are putting Lamine Yamal 30.9% just because he has proceeded to the final, maybe probably going to win the final. Then you talk about Harry Kane also being ahead of him with 13.5% chances. I don't know how they come up with this, their percentage chances. That what I'm just looking at is that they are focused on the World Cup, leaving every other thing you have done aside just because of this World Cup. And even if you are going to focus on this World Cup, is it that Ousmane Dembele has not played well in this World Cup? That's my question. So when I look at this Ballon d'Or power ranking, I don't concur with it. I can tell you. Now you say Lionel Messi has, in fact, is the number 1 from this, having 31.7%. He has, of course, 8 goals in this tournament. He has played well. He has played fantastically. I'm not taking anything away from him. But is it that this World Cup is now going to be the criteria? You are going to give a Ballon d'Or over, will I say, 8 matches or 9 matches that you are probably going to play in this World Cup? Then for somebody that have played more than 50 matches this season that was concluded, you are going to now take away those statistics, those good works that the young man has done for a competition that he also did well, just that he did not get to the final.
Can I tell you something?
Yeah.
I like how you're analyzing this.
Okay.
Being so factual, detailed.
Yeah.
Messi will win Ballon d'Or.
But will it be?
That's the thing.
I will not agree that.
No.
Because when the award is given.
Because I will tell you, I believe so much in the fan zone of Messi.
Yeah.
But this fact you are spitting is the real facts, but they are blind. They will not see it.
I don't know how, because now the argument, many football fans have come out.
Messi fans have come out to say he's the one that's worthy of it. Messi fans will always agree that even if Messi was the goalkeeper, he will still win, even if he was on the bench. Because I think Ballon d'Or should cover top 5.
That's what it covers, your league.
Bringing in Lionel Messi
including the World Cup
into that place, looking at Ousmane Dembele, who won Champions League. How many trophies? He had 3 trophies.
All the trophies, when you talk about France League,
good.
He won everything.
He won everything. And then you're using the World Cup.
Even if you are using the World Cup, this guy he has also done well in this current World Cup. He is going to play for the 3rd place.
Yes, you are using the World Cup.
Just to judge.
The thing is that they are still blind. They will not agree. They are like one fan. They are the fan zone of one celebrity in Nigeria. They don't used to open their eyes. They don't have the facts. When you are talking now, they will say Messi has two World Cup or 2 World Cup finals or 3 World. Where is Ronaldo? We're not talking about Ronaldo.
Not talking about Ronaldo.
Ronaldo is older than Messi. What do you expect from him?
Yesterday when me and one Messi fan was talking, when we were talking about this power ranking, I was now like asking him, give me the facts that Messi should be the number 1. And he now reminded me that even 2010 World Cup, no, I was the one that reminded him. He said Messi has gotten 8 goals this current World Cup, and he played well in his league, and he was the best player in his league, and he was the highest goal scorer. And I said, okay, which league is that? Are you going to use the US
never argue with Messi fans.
The Champions League that was played? Is it that, okay, let's leave Champions League aside. I don't even want to use Champions League. Are you going to use the US league to compare the French league? Is it that it's a better league? Now you are saying the person did well. Did this other person not did well? Now it was not say, okay, it's the World Cup that we are going to use. That Messi has 8 goals and he currently has 4 assists, because it was after the final semi-final yesterday that we are talking. I said, okay, if he has 4 assists and 8 goals, fine, that's good. What of Ousmane Dembele? He does not have anything in the World Cup, or he did not play well, or he did not get as far as to the semi-final. He said no, that's the criteria. And I said, okay, I had to remind him of 2010, where Messi was given the Ballon d'Or. I said, did Messi even get to the final of the World Cup? He said no. Did he get to the semi-finals? He said no. Did he win the Champions League in that 2010 that he was given? Now he did not win the Champions League. He did not win the World Cup. He was eliminated. Germany eliminated them at the quarterfinals. and you did not win the Champions League. It was won by Inter Milan. Now Spain won the World Cup. We had the players like Iniesta, Xavi that did well. In the Champions League, we had the likes of the great players in Inter Milan. In Netherlands, we had Snyder that also did well. Can I tell you something? But even all these guys were not given.
Even in this World Cup, many people have said many things. If Messi, Ronaldo, this one. Messi played African teams. Even England seems to be like an African
England,
team.
I don't know that mentality they had yesterday.
That mentality was, that's where you find that development where football started may not be where football will finish. Because if you are losing 1-0 against a team that they have good wings, they are good at the wing side, they're also good in the midfield. They're not even good at the midfield like you are.
Yes, England had better midfield.
They had better midfield. Why are you going back to play defense?
I don't know. Before at least at the first half, that match we could say that it was balanced. Despite the rough challenges from both sides, it was balanced. England were playing good football. Argentina were playing good football. You came into the second half, you got a goal. Now you decided you got a goal at 60 minutes. It was that from 60 minutes to 90 minutes. That was 20 minutes to play.
You were playing defense.
You had to go back to just that's what we call small team mentality. You cannot be playing. Look at Spain versus France yesterday. You got 1-0 lead inside the first half. Spain did not back down. They were not playing like you should come out.
Do you know that yesterday?
They even got 2-0.
Do you know
they are playing?
Eventually, if Argentina gets to face Spain, as they have already be scheduled to face Spain, they will not score Spain.
No, let's assume they will even score.
Let's assume they score. Spain now seems to be ahead in football.
Yeah.
Spain has the midfield. They can play you low block and win you.
In fact, the Spain played dominant football. So when they score you, let's assume Spain
if Rodri eventually talking,
they will not come and sit back for you to be attacking them. That's in football. They say attack is the best form of defense. Well, the fact that you are leading, keep on what you are playing, keep attacking. The opponent will not have time to beat one in possession of the ball, trying to get
all of them went back.
So now everybody you even remove the people that were holding the ball for you. Had to remove Declan Rice, have to remove Gordon, now remove Reece James, who was even playing more of a midfielder, now brought in the defense. Almost everybody you brought in were basically defenders. What are you? What's your plan?
The plan is, I think yesterday Tuchel was not class. Don't bring in defenders. Bring in attackers. Let attackers defend.
Even when the attackers come in, Argentina will be scared to even push all their players front, because now they had to, both the defense we are coming for. If you had those attackers, those wingers, maybe you bring in Marcus Rashford, bring in Madueke did not even play that football. Saka was there. Nobody. If you bring in those guys, they will be scared to come as even where they are trying to get maybe the equalizer. They will also be cautious of that defense, because you have those guys that are ready to run past, but you have given them that free opportunity when you have brought out the guys that attacked. Declan Rice was brought out, Gordon was brought out. Who is now going to penetrate that? So now they know that they are not bothered of even having to defend against anybody. They just want to attack you and score. You are busy.
You're
sitting
busy.
back.
Sitting back. Even Harry Kane.
The mentality was really poor.
If Argentina played against Everton, they will not score. Even with Everton one man down, Argentina will not score
you first, according to what they did to Manchester United. If they should score,
score you first, like most of their games last season were just 1-1, 0-0. They play a very low block.
They're not interested in.
They don't want to score you. They don't have business with you. Just don't score me. Because if they eventually score you first,
you have to play. In fact, you have to play everything in this world to get a goal. Having to when I watched Everton versus Manchester United, Everton got the first goal, then got red card. I said, okay, this is probably how Manchester United will have to penetrate, and get the equalizer and probably win the match. For God so loved the world that the match had the match had to end where it started. The 1-0 that it started within the first 20 minutes had to be the ending of the match. That was all. You play anything you like. They have the tall guys. They have anyone you want, cross the ball.
Okay. Now, can we talk about this? can we just talk about this now? Because it's looking weird. Would you have thought Harry Maguire being at that defense would have helped Argentina, would have helped England too?
Yes. Yes.
Than Maguire.
No, he will not play ahead of Maguire.
No. Okay. Let's.
No, it's 5
than
and 6.
John Stones. Yes.
So John Stones. Okay, let's look at the season in the Premier League where they both play. John Stones and Harry Maguire. Who was better this just concluded season? John Stones did not even feature in most matches.
Maguire was
Harry
better.
Maguire. So when you say Gueye and Maguire would have been, a better pairing for me all day because Maguire deserved, to play in this World Cup. See him not coming to the World Cup is the coach's decision, so he has his own reasons for that. So when you talk about Gueye, who is also a well-played or well-positioned defender, and Maguire, who is also that, very strong in that defense. John Stones, who had to come back from injury, you just, picked him over Maguire. That reason, I don't know why till today. Then you will have seen a better defense for me. You are now bringing in who the people who call Spence, the Jan Spence.
Who is Spence?
The experience. Which experience does these guys pose in this World Cup? Where they are coming from? Which experience do they have to now be featuring? Where you have someone like Maguire who could have featured in it. So anyway, they are out. They have learnt their mistake. When you see people coming out, the coach have come out to say his substitution will have not been talked about if they won. But now you did not win. Now they cannot tell you.
We cannot tell you.
Yes, now you will not see. Even you go back to the drawing board and see that you made some mistakes. Let's even leave the defense. You made some mistake in your substitution. It was too early. You were dominant in this game until you scored a goal. Then you decided to relax. Why is it a crime to go for 2-0? It's not a crime. If you have been 2-0 up, you are only having to cushion yourself. Take some precautionary measures just to defend. Who understand with you, okay? But now you are just 1-0 up, and you had to start taking everybody out.
I expected England yesterday to come out, try and score again. Go if they score 3 or 2,
even 2, it will be very
let them
difficult.
go back.
English side will still say the defend, unlike the Egyptian side, that could not hold that 2-goal advantage. English side would have been better holding a 2-goal advantage, but from 68th minute, you have started playing defense against a side that possesses that real threat. They are not going to let you rest. Lionel Messi is not going to let you rest. Lautaro Martinez, even the defense has to be coming up. Of course, Messi had to create 2 wonderful opportunities, and they got the goal. And what else is there? You are now bringing in the attackers that you have brought in. You have to bring in Tony at the 90+6 minutes. You have to bring in Marcus Rashford. What is now the mindset? What are these guys coming to do when you just have about barely 3 or 4 minutes to play? That is now where it's now occurring to you that you need the attackers just because now you are 2 goal and 1 goal down. You now want to play what you should have played before. So for me, it was just a mistake on his own part. So of course they have been eliminated, and we will have to see Spain versus Argentina final. This would have been the finalissima that we are expecting to see, but which was cancelled, where we were expecting to see Argentina versus Spain. And of course, Lamine Yamal was, interested in this final so much, where he was talking about he wanted to play Messi, he wants to play Messi. Now he has the opportunity to play Lionel Messi. So we are now going to see Lionel Messi versus Lamine Yamal. So, this has been a match that even me, I've been waiting to see. These 2 guys have not.
But at the end of the day,
before.
Still Spain would if it was Spain that was winning you 1-0, go home.
Spain will not play you 1-0 and start defending. No.
That's the point. They will not play you 1-0 and start defending. It's just how the game could be. It's just how the match would be. And I must tell you that no one saw that coming. But it has happened, is that?
It has happened. So they have to bear the loss, They have to bear the loss. And of course, we'll have this final on Sunday. But before this final, let's not forget that we are going to have a 3rd place match, France versus England. What are your predictions for this match before we move into the final match? France versus
It's going to be like more just a game they will play. No winner, no loser.
No, the 3rd place is still, funny enough, it's still a good position.
It's still a good position, but
very good position.
They will not play with their heart. Well, this one they had approach. They play with their heart. I tip England.
You're tipping England to win.
England to win.
Okay,
at least.
for me, I'm still tipping my French side to win. Then talking about the final, Spain versus England. Spain versus Argentina.
Spain.
Spain
will
I'm
not.
seeing that you're not liking Argentina. Yesterday you said England will win. Now Argentina came out.
Even if Argentina wins, and it's just that we will not rest.
We will not rest, but
it's just
from what I have seen from the people I've asked, everybody have tipped. Okay, maybe I don't know if I've been interacting with the Messi fans, so they have been tipping Argentina too. In fact, they have been giving me a correct score that this is what is going to happen. This is how it's going to.
Well, we're going to see what happens at the end of the day,
and we'll see that.
Make sense. Yeah.
But for me, France will win. Yeah, they will win for the third place, and for the final, I think from what I've seen, Argentina have done a lot that they might come out victorious in that match in one way or the other. But of course, Spanish side are currently the football giants, and it will take a lot to get a win from Spain. This is where we are going to draw the curtain on this segment of Aneke Sports, and I want you to leave your predictions on the comment sections for the match between France versus England and also Spain versus Argentina. Until we come your way next time tomorrow, I remember my humble self worldwide saying, have a lovely Thursday. Bye-bye. And I'm Good Up Chukuma, thanking you for watching the Sports Oracle. We'll see you again. Bye.
The eagle stands as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Good morning and welcome to news around the globe on Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Glad to have you join us. On the headlines this morning, federal government launches nationwide survey to determine the number of out-of-school children across Nigeria. Senate condemns killing in Benue South, calls for urgent action to apprehend perpetrators. On the foreign scene, tensions rise in the Middle East following United States airstrikes on Iranian targets. On business, Nigeria Customs Service intercepts large-scale petrol smuggling operation along border communities. The news in details. The federal government has launched a nationwide household survey to determine the actual number of out-of-school children across Nigeria, as part of efforts to strengthen education planning and improve access to basic education. The Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, announced the initiative in Abuja. Dr. Alausa said the survey, being conducted in partnership with the National Bureau of Statistics, will provide credible, evidence-based data to replace long-standing estimates and guide government interventions. He noted that current figures of between 15 and 20 million out-of-school children require verification through comprehensive nationwide data collection. According to the minister, more than 1 million children have returned to classrooms over the past 2 years through ongoing government interventions. He explained that reliable data is essential to addressing barriers to education, including inadequate school infrastructure, poverty, insecurity, and unequal access to junior secondary education. Governor Omo Eno of Akwa Ibom State has approved the release of 1.968 billion naira to cover examination fees for students in public primary and secondary schools across the state. The intervention is aimed at ensuring that no eligible student is denied access to examinations because of financial constraints. The State Commissioner for Information, Mr. Enyako Omana, said 1.368 billion naira has been earmarked for the West African Senior School Certificate Examination. The allocation also covers national identification number registration, biometric capturing, science practicals, and continuous assessment requirements. The state government has also approved 50 million naira for National Business and Technical Examinations Board examinations, while 550 million naira will fund state placement and promotion examinations for pupils and students in public schools. The Chief of Defense Staff, General Olufemi Oluyede, says military operations alone cannot resolve Nigeria's security challenges, stressing the need for stronger collaboration among government institutions, traditional rulers, religious leaders, civil society organizations, and local communities. Represented by Rear Admiral Abolade Ogunyele at a security summit in Abuja, General Oluyede said building public trust and strengthening intelligence sharing are essential to defeating terrorism, banditry, and other violent crimes. He urged leaders at all levels to promote dialogue and inclusive community engagement. The defense chief maintained that sustainable peace requires a whole-of-society approach that combines security operations with community participation and effective governance. He noted that timely intelligence from residents remains critical to the success of security agencies. Also speaking at the summit, retired Major General Oluwaseun Oshunowo called for greater national unity, saying political divisions have prolonged Nigeria's security challenges. He urged stakeholders to work together in developing long-term strategies that both address the causes and consequences of insecurity. The Senate has condemned the recent killings in Otukpo local government area of Benue State, calling on the Inspector General of Police, Mr. Olatunji Disu, and other security agencies to identify and prosecute those responsible for the attacks. The resolution followed the motion sponsored by Senate Minority Leader, Senator Abba Moro, who described the attacks as a grave threat to lives, livelihoods, and national security. The violence reportedly claimed 18 lives and displaced several residents. Senator Moro warned that continued attacks on farming communities could worsen food insecurity and humanitarian conditions in the affected areas. He urged the federal government to strengthen security deployment and restore confidence among residents. The Senate also directed the National Emergency Management Agency and other relevant humanitarian agencies to provide immediate relief materials, including food, shelter, and medical assistance to displaced persons. Lawmakers further mandated relevant committees to assess existing security operations in Benue State and recommend measures to improve protection for affected communities. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has reaffirmed its partnership with the National Identity Management Commission, NEMC, to strengthen the integrity of Nigeria's voter register ahead of the 2027 general elections. The renewed collaboration focuses on eliminating duplicate registrations and improving the verification of voter identities through the National Identification Number. INEC Chairman, Professor Joash Amupito, stated this during a meeting with the Director General of NIMC at the Commission's headquarters in Abuja. He said the partnership follows the enactment of the National Identity Management Commission Act 2026, which provides a stronger legal framework for identity management and interagency collaboration. Professor Mupito explained that INEC's online continuous voter registration portal now requires applicants to provide their national identification number for instant identity verification. According to him, the integration is expected to simplify voter registration, enhance data accuracy, and prevent multiple registrations. The INEC chairman said the commission remains committed to deploying technology to improve electoral transparency and public confidence. He added that closer collaboration with NIMC will strengthen the credibility of the National Voter Register and support preparations for future elections. The Commissioner of Police in Delta State, Mr. Olufemi Abaniwanda, has directed divisional police officers and other security operatives to intensify intelligence-driven operations against criminal elements hiding in forests, waterways, and other remote locations across the state. The police commissioner ordered increased collaboration among the police, local vigilance groups, and community security outfits to improve intelligence gathering and strengthen crime prevention efforts. He said security patrols have also been intensified along major highways, rail corridors, and waterways. Mr. Abaniwanda, however, warned vigilant groups against unlawful detention, torture, and other forms of human rights abuses, stressing that all arrested suspects must be handed over to the police for proper investigation and prosecution. The Lagos State government has stepped up efforts to strengthen juvenile justice through the establishment of diversion and rehabilitation centers for children in conflict with the law. The initiative is being implemented by the Lagos State Bureau of the Public Defender in partnership with UNICEF. Officials took the campaign to Ajeromi Ifelodu local council development area, where stakeholders were encouraged to support alternatives to formal prosecution for minors. The program seeks to provide counseling, rehabilitation, and community reintegration instead of exposing young offenders to the conventional criminal justice system. The Bureau said the initiative is designed to protect children's rights while reducing juvenile offending through restorative justice measures. It noted that community participation remains essential to the success of the program. The campaign has already been introduced in Alimosho and Lagos mainland local government areas, with plans to extend the initiative to other parts of the state as part of broader child protection reforms. A federal high court in Abuja has ordered the final forfeiture of 48 properties linked to former Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, to the federal government. Delivering justice, Justice Joy Abdul Malik held that the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission established sufficient ground to show that the assets were proceeds of unlawful activities. The court ruled that the respondents failed to disprove the Commission's allegations regarding the source of funds used to acquire the properties. Justice Abdul Malik also dismissed several applications and motions filed by Mr. Malami, members of his family, and companies linked to the properties, describing them as lacking merit. She stated that the central issue before the court was not ownership of the properties, but the legitimacy of the funds used in acquiring them. The judge granted the EFCC's application for final forfeiture under Section 17 of the Advanced Fee, Fraud and Other Fraud-Related Offences Act, while discharging the interim forfeiture order on some of the properties. The anti-graft agency had earlier sought the permanent forfeiture of 57 properties, valued at about 212.8 billion naira, alleging that they were acquired with proceeds of unlawful activities. You're watching news around the globe, coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here is a recap of some of the major stories making headlines. Federal government launches nationwide survey to establish accurate data on Nigerians out of school children. Senate condemns renewed killings in Benue South, demands decisive security action. And coming up shortly on the foreign scene, Iran summons British envoy as tensions escalate following United States airstrikes. United States intensifies military operation against Iranian strategic targets. And on business, Nigeria Customs Service dismantles petrol smuggling syndicate, intercepts over 20,000 liters of fuel. In sports, Argentina defeats England to reach the FIFA World Cup final against Spain. Stay with us.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. Iran has summoned the British ambassador to Tehran in protest over the United Kingdom's decision to designate the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps under its new Countering State Threats Act. Iranian authorities described the move as provocative and warned that it would attract an appropriate response. The British government announced the designation earlier this week as part of broader measures aimed at countering foreign state-backed threats, including surveillance, sabotage, and proxy operations on British soil. Under the new law, support for the IRGC in the UK will attract severe criminal penalties. The diplomatic dispute escalated after the UK's Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office summoned Iran's charge d'affaires, Mr. Ali Nassimfar, accusing the IRGC's squad force of directing proxy attacks across Europe. British officials said the action was taken to safeguard national security and protect British interests. Iran has rejected the allegations, insisting it remains committed to diplomatic engagement while condemning Britain's latest measures. The United States has intensified military operations against Iranian strategic positions, targeting air defense systems, radar installations and drone facilities, as fighting between the two countries continues to escalate. U.S. officials say the operations are intended to protect international shipping and maintain freedom of navigation through the Strait of Hormuz. American military authorities said the strikes are focused on degrading Iran's military capabilities and reducing its ability to threaten commercial vessels operating in the Gulf. The latest attacks followed renewed hostilities after the collapse of earlier diplomatic efforts to de-escalate the conflict. Despite the sustained bombardment, Iran has continued to launch missiles and drones against regional targets and has maintained pressure on maritime routes in the Gulf. The continued exchange of attacks has heightened concerns over the security of one of the world's busiest oil shipping corridors. Authorities in Venezuela say the death toll from the twin earthquakes that struck the country on June 24th has risen to 4,829 as emergency response efforts continue across the affected regions. President of the National Assembly, Jorge Rodriguez, announced that more than 16,700 people have been injured, while nearly 18,000 residents have been displaced by the disaster. Emergency workers remain engaged in search, rescue and relief operations, providing temporary shelter, food, medical care and other essential services to thousands of affected families. The Venezuelan government says recovery and reconstruction efforts are continuing, while humanitarian agencies are working with local authorities to support victims and restore essential infrastructure. And on to business news. The Nigeria Customs Service has intercepted a major petrol smuggling operation under its Operation Whirlwind initiative, seizing more than 20,000 litres of premium motor spirit and 5 vehicles along border corridors in Seme, Badagry and Idiroko. The operation led to the recovery of 820 jerry cans containing petroleum products, with the combined value of the seized fuel and vehicles estimated at about 38 million naira. National Coordinator of Operation Whirlwind, Assistant Comptroller General Lucky Aliyu, said fuel smuggling undermines Nigeria's economy, creates artificial scarcity and threatens national security. He reaffirmed the service's commitment to intelligence-driven border enforcement. The Nigeria Customs Service said the recovered fuel has been unctioned in line with approved procedures to ensure its availability in the domestic market, while efforts continue to dismantle smuggling networks operating along Nigeria's borders. The Lagos State government has commenced a nationwide documentation exercise for occupants of roadsides, setbacks, and other public spaces as part of efforts to improve urban planning and regulate the use of public land. The exercise follows the identification of more than 1,700 informal trading locations across the state. Existing occupants have been directed to present evidence of occupancy for verification by the relevant authorities. State officials said verified occupants will receive priority consideration under the government-regulated occupancy framework, while new applicants can apply through the dedicated digital platform for temporary permits. The Lagos State government said the initiative is designed to promote orderly urban development, protect land reserved for infrastructure projects, and improve environmental management across the state. Nigeria's 3 tiers of government have shared a total of 2,550 billion naira as Federation accounts revenue for June 2026. The Director of Press and Public Relations in the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation, Mr. Bawa Mokwa, announced this in a statement after the July 2026 Federation Account Allocation Committee meeting held in Abuja. According to the communique, the distributable revenue comprised 1,809 billion naira from statutory revenue and 740 billion 724 million naira from value-added tax. Total cross revenue for the month stood at 4,500 billion naira, while 160,744 million naira was deducted as cost of collection. Transfers, interventions and refunds amounted to 1,789 billion naira. The federal government received 923,438 million naira, while the 36 states received 838,208 million naira. Local government councils shared 591,390 million naira, while 197,610 million naira, representing the 13% derivation allocation, was distributed to eligible oil-producing states. The committee also reported an increase in revenue from companies' income tax, capital gains tax, stamp duties, petroleum royalties, gas flaring penalties, import duties, common external tariff levies, and value-added tax. However, receipts from petroleum profit tax, hydrocarbon tax, mineral royalties, and other fees declined during the period, while revenue from excise duties recorded only a marginal increase. And on to sports news. Defending champions Argentina have qualified for the 2026 FIFA World Cup final after defeating England 2-1 in a dramatic semi-final encounter. England took the lead through Anthony Gordon in the 55th minute before Enzo Fernandez equalized for Argentina 5 minutes from full time. Deep into stoppage time, Lautaro Martinez headed home from a cross by Lionel Messi to seal victory for coach Lionel Scaloni's side and book a place in the final against Spain. England, coached by Thomas Tuchel, will now face France in the third-place playoff after missing the opportunity to reach their first World Cup final in 6 decades. On entertainment news, the organizers of Big Brother Naija have announced that the 2026 edition of the reality TV show will premiere on Sunday, July 26th. The announcement was made during a media briefing on Wednesday, where organizers confirmed that the winner of season 11 will receive a 160 million naira grand prize, the highest in the history of the program. The organizers also disclosed that physical auditions for the new season was held in Lagos, Enugu, and Abuja between May 22nd and May 24th, with participation open to Nigerians aged 21 years and above who possessed valid means of identification. The annual reality show remains one of Africa's biggest television entertainment programs and is expected to feature contestants drawn from different parts of the country. And now to end the news, the main points again. The federal government, in partnership with the National Bureau of Statistics, has commenced a nationwide household survey to establish an accurate number of out-of-school children across Nigeria. The Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, says the exercise will provide credible data to guide policies aimed at improving access to education and addressing the factors responsible for children being out of school. The Senate has condemned the recent killings in Benue South Senatorial District, particularly in Otukpo local government area, and has called for swift action by security agencies. Lawmakers urged the Inspector General of Police, Mr. Olatunji Disu, and other security chiefs to ensure those responsible are apprehended and prosecuted, while providing immediate humanitarian support for affected communities. On the foreign scene, tensions in the Middle East have intensified following United States military strikes on strategic targets in Iran. The development comes amid growing diplomatic friction between Iran and the United Kingdom, after Tehran summoned the British ambassador over London's recent actions against the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, raising concerns about further instability in the region. And on the business scene, the Nigeria Customs Service, through Operation Whirlwind, has intercepted a large consignment of petrol allegedly being smuggled through border corridors in Lagos State. National Coordinator of Operation Whirlwind, Assistant Comptroller General Lucky Aliyu, says the operation is part of ongoing efforts to curb fuel smuggling, safeguard Nigeria's energy security, and protect government revenue. That concludes news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochomma. Have a good morning.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria's worsening security situation has continued to intensify calls for the creation of state police, as kidnapping, banditry, terrorism, and violent crimes stretch the capacity of federal security agencies across several regions. In recent years, Nigeria has witnessed repeated mass abductions of school children and civilians, including incidents in Kaduna, Niger, Zamfara, and Katsina states, where armed groups have targeted schools, highways, and rural communities. The Chibok schoolgirls' abduction in Borno State, the Kankara school attack in Katsina, and the recent wave of kidnappings along the Abuja-Kaduna Expressway remain defining examples of the scale of insecurity confronting the country. Beyond school attacks, rural banditry in the northwest has led to mass displacement of communities, destruction of livelihoods, and repeated negotiations for hostage releases. In the southeast, violent attacks on security formations and civilian targets have also been recorded in parts of Anambra, Imo, and Enugu states. In the northeast, insurgency linked to Boko Haram and ISWAP continues to destabilize rural and border communities despite years of military oppression. Security analysts argue that these overlapping crises expose a major structural gap: Nigeria's centralized policing system. With the Nigeria Police Force controlled federally, operational directives, logistics, and deployment approvals often require central clearance, even when emergencies are localized. A key challenge often raised is the limited operational authority of state governors over commissioners of police. While governors are officially described as chief security officers of their states, in practice, commissioners of police in each state report directly to the Inspector General of Police in Abuja. This means governors cannot independently order arrests, deployments, or tactical operations without federal approval. There have been several public instances where governors requested urgent deployment or redeployment of police personnel during crisis, only for delays or bureaucratic procedures to slow response time. In fast-moving security emergencies such as kidnappings or communal clashes, these delays can prove critical. Supporters of state police argue that decentralization would allow states to respond faster, using officers recruited, trained, and deployed within local environments. They say local policing would improve intelligence gathering because officers understand local languages, terrain, and community networks, which are essential in tracking criminal groups operating in rural and forested areas. They also point to countries with decentralized policing systems. In the United States, state and local police forces operate independently but coordinate through federal agencies when necessary. In Germany, policing is primarily managed at state level, Länder, while maintaining federal oversight for national security. India also maintains state-controlled police forces under a federal constitutional framework. However, Nigeria's security experts caution that without strong oversight, state police could be vulnerable to political interference. There are concerns that governors could misuse security structures against political opponents, journalists, or dissenting voices, especially in states with weak institutional checks. Human rights advocates also warn that disparity in funding and training between states could create unequal policing standards across the country. Wealthier states may develop stronger forces, while poorer regions could struggle to maintain professional capacity, potentially widening security inequality. Despite these concerns, many analysts argue that the current centralized system is overstretched. With Nigeria's population exceeding 200 million and vast ungoverned rural spaces, federal police presence is often thin on the ground, creating operational vacuums exploited by armed groups. In several kidnapping cases along highways and remote communities, response times have been delayed due to distance, logistics, and command structure approvals. This has strengthened argument that localized policing would reduce response time and improve preventive intelligence rather than reactive operations. Proponents now suggest a hybrid model where state police operate under national standards with unified training, strict federal oversight, and shared intelligence systems. This, they argue, would balance local efficiency with national control and reduce the risk of abuse. Others propose phased implementation, beginning with strengthened community policing units upgraded into full state structures over time, allowing gradual reform without destabilizing existing security frameworks. Ultimately, the debate reflects a central national question: whether Nigeria's current security architecture can continue to carry the burden of rising insecurity, or whether decentralized policing is now a necessary step toward more effective protection of lives and property. What remains clear is that any reform must be guided by strong accountability, professional standards, constitutional safeguards, and political neutrality to ensure that security institutions serve citizens and not power structures.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Good morning. It's another Thursday here in the South. It's a warm, bright morning. And as you can see, I'm all covered up because today the cold's got nothing on me, right? Welcome to Sunrise, your breakfast show here on Aneke TV, where we bring to you conversations, highlights, and oftentimes humor. I am Princess Kiana Choma.
And I'm Uche Osai saying good morning to you and to our global audience. Thank you for joining us here on the Sunrise.
So this is a perfect, attire today. There is the blue and there is, oftentimes I say these things as if we have a conversation where we decide on what to wear, but then we come on air, Mr. Uche is twinning with me. So I don't know if we need to have like a timetable where it's okay, on this day, let us.
Don't worry, I see how happy you are that you share, not just sharing the stage, but having to wear the same,
no.
Listen with you. So it's good to see the excitement.
It's good to see your excitement. That you're already owing me.
No, it's good to see your excitement, and it's good that we're exuding and giving confidence. So it's good to see you brimming with smiles.
But yes. Really, how are you?
Tell them to take some pictures so you have something to tell your children. My children, they'll be proud when they come. Yeah, that's so. Keep a memorabilia for them. That's at one time you say, I knew Mr. Uche. That was we shared the studio together. But regardless, there'll be enough evidence. Enough evidence. There is a lot to prove that. I see why you're excited. You're making history together, and it's good to be on, making history together side by side with you. Truly. Yes, and seeing these smiles good this morning. They are wonderful smiles. Thank you. Yeah. But before we get into all of that, how do you feel this morning? Well, it's another great morning, to be excited and to be hopeful and proud to be a Nigerian. Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm very, very excited, and then to enjoy this weather, that is purely Nigerian, where we'll have to experience where some people in Europe have never seen this kind of unique weather that we enjoy. People pray and they work to save up to one day be able to experience what we're having on a platter. So I'm excited. I mean, Nigeria having the best weather is one of the most greatest highlights of the country that we cannot take away. One day it's cold, the next day is extremely hot. Yes, when people say that Nigeria is the greatest country in the world, I quite agree with them, because there are a lot of things that make this nation so wonderfully great. You're talking about weather. We have one of the best in the world. Mm-hmm. Ours is not even the harshest when it comes to, and then you traverse the length and breadth of the country. Do we talk about the people? Mm-hmm. Do we talk about the vegetation? You get to the savannah, get through the Mambilas. This nation is richly endowed. We're not talking about those, the milk and honeys that, it flows with. No,
Yes.
we are even talking about the wonderful, sights that this nation offers.
Scenery,
And
truly.
that's why I admire some of them who are in the photography. You have a lot of things, the creative arts and all that. There are lots.
Truly. All right, we welcome you once again to the breakfast show here on Aneke TV. And starting off with our quote for the day. Our quote this morning is from MLK Jr., Martin Luther King Jr. And he says, he's reminding us this morning that if he cannot do great things, he will do small things in a great way. And I quote, if I cannot do great things, I will do small things in a great way. If I cannot have that chunk of it at once, I could gather them little by little. And as they say, little by little makes, that's how they often say, little by little makes the grass, the pond to grow. I mean, there's a way that phrase is coined. But then again, it's not in the amount of big things that you do. That too counts, but also in the amount of great things you do in the littlest forms. It's little by little, little petals, little petals, little stones that make up a whole rock. So it's not, if you're deciding or waiting for when the task is going to be so huge, that it will make so much noise. How about you start little? How about you do the little things that make up the bigger things? And eventually, those little things that you do in great ways will count.
Yeah, very well said. This quote is quite self-explanatory, especially coming from the great Martin Luther King Jr. himself. When you see things like this, it spurs you to pause and then take a moment about what really matters. And you highlighted it quite well. It's not about doing big things. It's about doing small things, even in a great way. This little you could do, make it count. And when I look at this, I feel that Martin Luther King Jr. had Nigerians, both the leaders and the followership, in mind. And if we should just imbibe this little philosophy, a lot of things that we cry out about, a lot of things we clamor for, will not be there. I'm telling you, the leaders, when they take a cue from this, you could see that there are things you can do. The little you can do it in extraordinary way. Little things, but make it count. You talk about making roads. Make roads that would last. I remember quite well when I heard about the likes of individuals who built Eastern Nigeria, who built Northern Nigeria, who built Southwest Nigeria, and the name M.I. Okpara comes to mind. You look at the legacies that this man has built that continue to endure till this day. I remember a certain name I've never had to see or witness, but I was told that he built certain roads decades before they married my mother, and I was privileged to walk on that third road, maintaining the same asphalted, so strong, no potholes. What a legacy. This is just a road. And then generation years unborn could speak to the ingenuity of this very man. You go through the notes, you talk about the exploits, of men that you didn't, there's no way you're going to meet them. Talk about the Aminu Kanus of this world. You think about this individual, the little they offered, they contributed to this great nation because they did little. When you go to Southwest, see how Paolo is revered. Simply because he created opportunity. Just little thing, free education. Today, Southwesterners are grateful. You have, when you travel, I don't know if you've been to Ekiti State, and you see the number of the learned professors, those in the academia from that very state alone. And then you go around, because one individual made it possible. And this is what Martin Luther King is talking about. Those little things, make it count. Make it, beautiful, and do it in a great way. He says, if I cannot do great things, I do small things in a great way. And these are the things that matter. We won't have the issue about, the healthcare system. If somebody cares to even do one that works, another person will do from his end, and you see things working. And I speak to us, even we the followers, there are little things that we could do in a great way. And one of them is going to get our PVC. Yes, if we could do as little as getting our PVC and then keeping it handy and step out on the day of election and make it count, cast our vote, stay there, make and watch our vote count. You must, in no small measures, have contributed greatly, in no small measures to making this nation great. And this is what Martin Luther King talks about.
All right, that's a quote for the morning. We'll take a short break, and when we get back, we'll be bringing our weather updates for the day. Don't go anywhere.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
You're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather across major cities in the southeast today.
I'm sure you heard that, you've read that, and you've understood. Now you know what the weather looks like across the southeastern states today. Now we're going straight into our newspaper headlines and analysis, and we're starting this morning from the major story on the Daily Sun. The major headline on the Daily Sun reads, 2027, fresh trouble for ADC amid Amaechi's choice as VP candidate. Fresh trouble for ADC amid Amaechi's choice as VP candidate. Court orders parties deregistration for not fulfilling constitutional provision and accord APP, ZP also. Senator, the ADC's decision to pair Atiku Abubakar with Rotimi Amaechi for the 2027 election has sparked immediate backlash from party figures like Kenneth Okonkwo, who argue that this move marginalizes the Southeast. This eternal friction is further aggravated by severe legal disputes and factional confusion over INEC nomination access, which threatens the party's standing on the ballot. the ADC faces a path ahead of its struggles, a hard, difficult path ahead of its struggles to reconcile those internal revolts and external regulatory challenges to maintain its electoral validity. Now we are seeing ADC having to, still battle internal revolts, battle the internal decision of having to choose Amaechi as running mate. And also, on one side, we have the INEC and the court rulings to deregister. And we have some party figures or some political figures coming out to say, when we talk about this gentleman agreement of zoning, Amaechi, as we know, is from River State, but it doesn't entirely tilt it to the southeast, as it were, being that by regulation or by rotation, the presidency of the country ought to be in the southeast. And Kenneth Okonkwo, being part of ADC, has come out to say that this nomination of Atiku does not really truly represent the plans and the projection that has been had or that is for the party. The party has said they have come to raise a stronger position for the APC, but from what we're seeing and the pending legal disputes going on over their deregistration and them unable to upload their candidates lists and candidates names to the INEC portal, we're seeing a disparity, uncertainty as it were, whether ADC will still be a formidable force come 2027.
All right. Speaking to ADC as a formidable force going into 2027 election, from where I sit, that's a word I may not want to, associate with the party, being that from onset, the party, has somehow betrayed the very views and expectations of most Nigerians to write a lot of things that seemingly wrong with the opposition in Nigeria, especially starting with internal cohesion and party, arrangements. But be that as it may, yes, as a political party, they may stand a chance to have some showings, in the 2027 election. But how is that possible? I bet the fact that they are facing myriads of challenges that you've rightfully highlighted. But even before we go into looking at their internal wranglings, of more prominence is the fact that they still do not know if they will be in the ballot come 2027 election. We've seen the ruling of the appellate court on this issue, maintaining the position of the High Court, and which means that INEC, as we speak, is bound to begin to listen to the position of the Nigerian judiciary concerning the issues around leadership of ADC. But be that as it may, one may argue in multiple dimensions, and one of such is that, yes, the party has gone ahead, to approach the Supreme Court, for interpretation on these issues. However, one may not, distance the position of the minority rulings by Justice Mohammed Abbas in that very suit, where he said that these issues are of the internal affairs of the political party and are not justiciable in this very instance. So they are hoping on the fact that Supreme Court could uphold this very, minority position, and standing on previous Supreme Court rulings on such issues. But beyond that, one, will continue to, pander into what will be if at the end of the day, the Supreme Court, upholds the position of the appellate court and that of the High Court in this very issue, meaning that whatever effort that's been geared towards the ADC, becomes an effort in futility. But my ask against the ADC is its inability to galvanize the opposition, claim some political ambition to have an opposition semblance such that would offer Nigerians an avenue to see that there is proper competition of ideas going into 2027. But as it may, we'll have a fragmented opposition leading from multiple fronts against a behemoth that is the APC of today. The APC as of today has become mightier and strong than the PDP of old. That every political, think tank and thinker in Nigeria would continue to, plot and see the possibility of an opposition being able to dislodge the APC. That does not mean to say that the ruling party, have it all covered. But from where we sit and looking at the issue of the ADC as a political party, they have their job cut out for them. Navigating through these myriads of court issues is a lot. Then come to marry it with internal issues. When the fact remains that hearing Kenneth Okonkwo speak about these issues, the truth is, yes, what he has said cannot be further from the truth. But who is Kenneth Okonkwo speaking for? Is he speaking for the Igbos? These are the questions that any discerning, mind would ask. Even beyond the borders of Southeast Nigeria, any Nigerian who has been following the political trajectory of things since the conclusion of the previous election in 2023 would ask, whose interest does Kenneth Okonkwo represent? And I tell you that Kenneth Okonkwo, without any fear of equivocation, is speaking for himself. Because when he stands to be counted for the position of the Southeasterners who over time feeling marginalized, felt that it is their turn to have a formidable front in a candidate called Peterobi, that all Southeasterners within the ADC fold should back him to win the ticket of the party. We saw Kenneth Okonkwo, who has been leading the attacks against this very individual in making sure that Atiku, who is far from the southeastern state, emerges. I am sorry that we'll have to continue to speak to the Nigerian political enterprise in geopolitical terms or regional terms, based on ethnicity. But one would wish that at this point in time that we will be talking about pertinent and important issues on advancing our economy and making, the polity, the Nigerian state stronger. But unfortunately, we will continue to, backtrack to this primordial statement. And in that, I can tell you categorically that Kenneth Okonkwo is speaking to him, for himself. And if I see him, I will ask him what has gone wrong. Has he been schemed in the ADC that is beginning to make him raise this question? Was he not there? And a part of the people who were saying that Peterobi should step aside and leave them to lead the charge through Atiku, who they think, is a better candidate for them to have a go at the presidency. He was there, and he was part of the people that led that charge. Now, what has changed for him to realize that Rotimi Amechi is not a Southeasterner? No, I disagree with him. Because from where Kenneth Okonkwo stands, he should have known better. So this politics of division, doesn't do any Nigerian any good. What we should be asking at this instant, because bringing that up now, is already fruitless, because they are done. And I suppose by now they should, if they had the privilege of uploading, their candidates to INEC portal, that should be concluded by now. INEC has moved on and has opened the portal now for governorship and other positions. So why is Kenneth taking us back? The question I continue to insist on is, what has changed? Has he been schemed that his eyes has now opened to begin to understand that, okay, Rotimi Amechi is not from the Southeast Nigeria and does not represent the quota? Let me ask him, the arrangement, was it for a Southeasterner to be a vice to Atiku Abubakar? And let him come publicly and tell us, did they make that position to Peterobi? And what was his response? So the Southeasterners that want an Igbo presidency, in quote, now Kenneth Okonkwo wants an Igbo vice president. So how does that serve the interest of the Igbos? These are pertinent questions. So for me, and I will sum it by saying that Kenneth Okonkwo speaks for himself and speaks for no Southeasterners and not for the interests of Southeasterners. Perhaps he has been schemed in this, in the sharing arrangement, or he has not gotten, the price of place that he intended, or was he intending that he be offered the position of the vice presidency in the ADC? These are matters of questions that will be raised. But on the qualification of Rotimi Amechi, he has not raised any critical issue on that. The question remains, is Rotimi Amechi qualified to be a vice president? Yes, he is. So, at the end of the day, let Nigerians be aware that politicians should not continue to lead us according to ethnic divisions, which is why the Nigerian state continues to lag behind, amongst the Committee of Nations when you talk about development and the trajectory of things. So it's quite unfortunate, and that this sort of politics should be jettisoned. What the ADC should be worried about now is how to get itself to be on the ballot in 2027. And I suppose that people like Kenneth Okonkwo should lead such charge in continue to interact and provoke conversation around the the constitution being obeyed and the writing done, rather than raising up such a sentiment. However, on this note, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, the Sunrise Review continues.
Seven days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Thanks for staying with us, and you're still watching Sunrise. And joining us for in-depth analysis on these news issues is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Emeka Odom. Mr. Emeka, it's a pleasure you joining us at this hour.
Thank you so much. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning to our viewers.
Yes. All right, Mr. Emeka, let's get right into the conversation. Just to sum it up, I know you're conversant with the headline already about Kenneth Okonkwo, raising issues around the vice presidential candidate of the ADC amidst their other fundamental challenges.
Yes, permit me to say that in recent times, Enos Okonkwo has been very vocal. We must give it to him. His one voice that has been quite vocal and perhaps louder than his contemporaries. So we must give him some level of credit in that respect, considering the community where he's coming from. So the question to ask is, yes, he's a lawyer, we know clearly, but right now I don't think he achieved his popularity within the Nigerian space from the legal profession. So we probably view him from the perspective of the entertainment industry, the thespian. So the question to ask is, judging from his community, how many voices are as loud as his, and how many voices are criticize or present an overview of government's actions and the political space generally. We probably won't find another voice that is as loud as he. So you give it to him. It's part of holding the government accountable and holding political leadership accountable. But having said that, then that's on the one side. The second side is sometimes you go beyond that to say, what does he really say? What is the content of his engagement? Some people also believe that you don't engage for engaging sake. You need to be very meaningful in your engagement. So in which case we begin to look at the content of what he's saying. I guess he has left peterobi. Before now, peterobi seemed to be his subject. And sometimes I find it very difficult to actually pinpoint the essence or the thematic relevance of what he says. Now he's talking about the vice presidential slots in the APC, and in the ADC. And if you look at the way he talks, it looks as if it derives pleasure in picking on people who probably have little or no time for him. Atiku, the choice of a vice president is purely the prerogative of the party's flag bearer. That is what it is. Of course, being a democratic, setup, whoever is the flag bearer will naturally make his choice after a wide consultation. Now, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, from the announcement we've heard, he has chosen Chief Rotimi Amechi. And if you ask me, Chief Rotimi Amechi, by every standard, qualifies to be vice president. Not just a president, a vice president, but also a president. Remember, recall that he contested for the APC presidential ticket in 2022 and came second behind the current president, actually Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Rotimi Amechi was a speaker in Nigeria for 8 years. As a matter of fact, he wasn't just a speaker, he was the chairman of Conference of Nigerian Speakers of State Houses of Assembly. These are leadership roles. And he also was the chairman of Governors Forum. He was a governor for 8 years. He was chairman of Governors Forum. He was a minister. And some people, I don't know where that appellation came from, but somehow we have come to find out that it exists in Nigeria. Super minister. All ministers are super anyway, but you know how Nigerians will give them.
All animals are equal, but some are more than others.
So and he is a man who, if you had watched his campaigns, at the time he was gunning for, he was an APC presidential, aspirant. You know that he's a man who has caught level of support, friendship, and reach to practically all the nooks and crannies of this country, judging from the kind of people that were in his political drive, in his campaign drive within that period. So I do not know why perhaps anybody would raise probably you are raising issues on competence, issues on moral standing, issues on perhaps questionable character, and these are probably issues you can raise, and we'll say, okay, let's hear you. But again, even if you raise these issues, why pick on him? Because if you have to put practically all the Nigerian leaders, both those who are aspiring and those who are probably occupying positions, and I put all of them on a scale of on a moral scale, you probably may end up recording 0 for everyone. So why pick on him? So I do not know why he's doing that. If his reasons, is Atiku Abubakar needs to pacify the Igbos and put the Igbos into contention, and number one, yes, he doesn't need to be voted into office to be able to advance the cause of the elite nationality he belongs. But the issue is, he is speaking for himself and doesn't have the mandate of the people to say that. The last time I took a look at the Southeast, it's practically everyone for himself, because if you look at the leadership of the Southeast, you find them in all the parties. You find them belonging to all the parties. They are there in ABGA, they are there in ADC, they are in a PDP, even the current PDP, whichever one is the authentic PDP. They are there in APC, they are there in NDC. So all he needs to do is to belong to wherever he finds comfortable.
Okay. Now, moving on to the next story. This is the Vanguard newspaper, and it reads, State Police, governors can't turn outfits into private army. Governors can't turn outfits into private army. This is from Speaker Abbas Tajuddin, and he has firmly defended the proposed state police bill, assuring the public that strict constitutional safeguards will prevent governors from misusing these security forces as private political tools. He clarified that the legislation includes specific provisions to prohibit governors from having unilateral control over the appointment or the removals of commissioners for police. He also advocated for a phased implementation strategy that requires states to meet rigorous national policing standards before they can officially launch their own police systems.
Mr. Meka, when we look at these issues now, speaking to state police, concerns have been raised. But what is the reality of Nigeria having a police force, a state-controlled police force that is different from the current police force that we have? Because this is where the fears are coming from.
Yeah, that's certainly that's our expectation, to have a policing system that is an improvement from what we have now. Now, but to begin with, the speaker has spoken. The only thing I would say there is the National Assembly should be very circumspect. In fact, if there's any, when I say body, and I'm not talking of individual, a collection of persons, an institution that should be very, very circumspect and be very particular at the forefront of making sure that we get this right. It should be the National Assembly. And the reason why I'm saying this is very instructive. When the time comes, it is actually members of the National Assembly, individually in their states, that will have issues with the governors if the governors begin to misuse the state police. Because they are the ones that will probably ask. See, these things always begin with, the governor doesn't know me now, right? The governor of my state doesn't know me. I go about my private life, do my things, and I don't, when it is time for election, I just go and vote and things like that. The best I do probably for now is talk about this, But the day I now decide to say, look, vote for me here and there, or I want to be this here and there, it might interest you to know that the governor will now probably have access to your profile, know who you are, and So it is these National Assembly members, whether they are House of Rep members or senators, they are the big politicians in their various states. They are the ones who want to become governor in the next dispensation. They are the ones who wants to become this or that in the next dispensation. They are the ones who want to control their constituency. And these are places where, the headship of the state is also interested. And when double interests clash, of course, what will certainly follow. So that is why they must get it right, to ensure that when that time comes, the governors don't have any undue advantage over them, to the extent that they will now have to use, a state tool of political coercion to have dominance over them. So that's why they must get it right. And the only way to get it right is to ensure that the legal frameworks are tight enough to bring everybody on a level playing ground in case of crisis. That is the issue. So sometimes I even wonder, we are the ones that are even probably crying more than, they should cry louder. Yes, the police is for everybody, is for an egalitarian society, but in reality, they should cry louder, because where does the crisis actually arise from? It arises when powers begin to clash, interests begin to clash. When probably people are beginning to build a profile that seems to be rivaling what the governor, that is now when you begin to see all these things come up. So as long as you remain your private citizen, sometimes you don't experience this. So, and we know very well that the only time that this issue of, the most prominent time, this issue of abuse of state police is to probably go after political opponents. And who are the political opponents? Is it you and I? It's always them, the big politicians. So that's why they should get it right. Now, but moving beyond that now to can Nigeria get it right? Yes, Nigeria can get it right. And in fact, I think in one of our programs, I had already said, look, that it will be very good for us now to, since we're already tinkering with that section of the Constitution that talks about policing system. It's an opportunity for us to also take a holistic look, even at the federal level, to ask ourselves, how do we appoint inspectors general of police? What is the oversight? It's a very good opportunity, because for me, there are some very key appointments in this country today. Yes, we run an executive democracy, the presidential system of government, where, fashion after that of the United States of America, where the president has executive powers to make a wide range of appointments because he takes the buck stops on his table. However, given our own peculiar situation here, we can tinker with these things in a manner that doesn't really place too much powers in one person, in the hands of one person, because we have found out over time that absolute power has really not paid us. So why can't we ask questions like, for instance, now you see the appointment of the INEC chairman, the appointment of the Chief Justice of the Federation, the appointment of the Inspector General of Police. These are very sensitive, sensitive posts. Given our history, given our trajectory, there's nothing wrong in us saying, look, well, yes, before now, maybe the president nominates, but going forward, this is going to be the way to nominate. Going forward, this is the body. That body that normally confirms the police council before it eventually gets to the National Assembly. Who are the members of that police council? Can we expand that police by bringing some other people into that place? Even if, for instance, all the members of all the 36 state governors are members of that police council, can we say, okay, fine, instead of having a 36, membership of the, instead of saying let all the 36 members of the all 36 state governors be members, let the Nigerian Governors Forum give us a representative, maybe one governor from each geopolitical state. Then creating space for a wide range of other people, bringing the media, bringing the civil society organization, bringing labor, bringing other, maybe the religious bodies, the community, and the traditional rulers council, and many other people. So that before somebody becomes an inspector general, and let there be a robust, because I quite frankly, since I began to follow Nigeria, I have not seen anywhere Inspector General of Police was nominated, and that same police council probably has a different view. It's always concurring. And these are not that any appointment has been wrong. No, that's what I'm saying. But the truth of the matter is that sometimes we need to look at these things from different perspectives.
But perhaps they've been duly consulted and then they are assented to those appointments.
And that's what I'm saying now. That see, perhaps also the reason may also be because the kind of people that can question things maybe because the press, the civil, we have an independent organizations. Right? We have independent organizations that are not benefiting anything from the government. These are people who we have people that can look, political leaders straight in the face and tell them, look, this is so. So what I'm saying is that there's nothing wrong in expanding that council. There's absolutely nothing wrong in expanding it. Bringing even a National Association of Nigerian Students, bringing them into the council. Some trade unions, NLC or trade union congress, bring them into the place.
All right, the conversation will continue in a moment, but we'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
All right, this is still Sunrise on Aneke TV. We're moving straight to our third story for the day. This is from Frontline Africa, frontlineafrica.com.ng. The headline reads, Group seeks synergy among Southeast governors to boost regional development. Group seeks synergy among Southeast governors to boost regional development. A coalition of advocacy groups, they are called the Igbo Heritage Renaissance Forum, is urging the Southeast governors to abandon fragmented state policies in favor of a harmonized economic strategy designed to unlock the region's full development potential. The appeal emphasizes the need for unified efforts in areas like taxation, law, land administration, and infrastructure connectivity to transform the region into a cohesive, competitive economic bloc.
Mr. Dom.
Yes, in fact, this is a very good, you know, a very good call. And before now, we have been saying this over and over and again. You know, I attended a forum. You know, I participated in a forum where this issue came up, and part of our communique there was calling on the Southeast leaders to close ranks, and you know, and move away from this in quotes, this fragmented approach to development that only, you know, showcases some of them, you know, that tries to create the impression of, oh, local champion, you know, that kind of stuff. Nobody needs that at this age in time. You see, if you look at the various other regions of the federation, you find out that the Southeast has an perhaps unrivaled advantage that can, you know, speedify regional development faster than any other region. Number one is that they're already blessed in terms of, you know, compact landmass. The Southeast as a region is probably the smallest in terms of landmass. That has been touted over time, you know, compared to the South-South, Southwest, Northeast or Northwest. The Southeast, you know, has a smaller landmass. That's number one. Number two, if you look at the topography of the Southeast, you find out that it is not hampered by some of the disadvantages that other regions express, whether, you know, swampy areas, rivers, and you know, other rocks and mountains, and many other, you know, natural geographical disadvantages, you may say. You know, the Southeast is almost a plain land, you know. So for instance, it will be so, it's quite easier for you to construct a rail line, you know, that runs from Enugu down to Ebonyi, from Ebonyi to Abia, from Abia to probably Imo, Anambra, without encountering, if you do it, there's no other region you may want to do that you will not probably run into very big, you know, difficulties in terms of overcoming natural landscapes. So that advantage is there. And of course, like I said, the place is very compact, so it probably wouldn't cost much. It probably wouldn't cost much to create infrastructures that cut across the entire Southeast, you know. So that for me, you know, and our people, if you look at the way we do, it has been observed. I mean, it's very clear that if you look at the Southeast here, commerce is our biggest strength. I mean, we are good in many other aspects. We are very good in education and many other aspects. But everybody agrees that first and foremost, commerce is one area that perhaps no other part of this country can rival the Southeast in. So why are we not taking advantage of that? Yes, you have the big market in Onitsha there, but beyond that, what else again? That market can be diversified. You could have the Abia State could say, okay, fine, let's have a purely fabric market somewhere in one part of Abia State, and every other state will support that. Then you know that, look, when you go to this particular state, there's a fabric hub. You can say, okay, let's have a shoe. Look at the Silicon Valley, the similar, I mean, something like looks like a Silicon Valley. You know, the industrial hub that's been, they've been talking about it in Abia State, in Aba, for years. Can't other states in the Southeast support Abia and let that come up? If somebody is coming from Lagos or maybe any other part of the country, coming to Abia State, except if you're flying, if you're coming to Abia State to do business, you pass through state ABC, and perhaps also on your way to Abia and go, other states will probably, you know, get out of the whatever revenue that is accruable. So that is why, for me, you know, I all this idea of you see, the Southeast today, nobody can be a local champion. It is not possible. It is not possible.
Right, Mr. Mika. You know, while you're speaking, you've highlighted the possibility that it's achievable to, since the place, you know, is somewhat blessed with good landscape. But, you know, the argument has been that Southeast is landlocked, which somehow Abia State is trying to answer that question if they succeed in building and the Azumini port. However, the question here is, what is making it difficult? Do we look at the electorate or the inability of the southeastern governors to come under a unified front and then marshal out a unified economic development plan?
Of course, I mean, who else again to it has to do with leadership. It's leadership, because when we talk about development of infrastructures and systems, and of course, it's leadership. I'm aware that the Southeast Economic, Economic
Development Commission.
No, I'm not. It's not the Southeast Development Commission. That's the creation of the federal government. Of course, they can be good partners in this, but principally, even before that came, we had the Southeast Economic Forum, and we have Southeast Governors Forum as well. So all of these things can be fashioned out. It only takes the governors to come together, tell themselves, and I don't know why. Look at the only project that to a reasonable degree looked as if the five of them came together to talk about. Nobody really succeeded, and that is the Bubagu, the internal security, outfit. Never really succeeded. So sometimes I ask myself, what is really wrong? And look at today. The Southeast, as we have it today in Nigeria, the geopolitical zones as we have them in Nigeria today, there are 6 in number. Southeast is one of them. Now, many of these regions are made up of 6 states each, with only the the northwest having 7 states. Again, also, only the Southeast has 5 states, the least in number. But look at where the difference is. Look at where the paradox lies in. Out of the 5 states, the 5 states in the Southeast, the same Southeast has the highest number of political parties, except now that the Enugu state governor, has moved over to APC. Before the Enugu state governor moved over to APC, in the Southeast of only 5 states, in the 5 east of only 5 states, we had an ABGA, we had APC, we had a Labour Party, and we had a PDP. Four different parties existing in North in a 5-state zone. That was the highest. There's no other region where 4 parties were really on. That was before the Enugu state governor moved over to the APC. Now, what does that tell you? That tells you the level of fragmentation, and this fragmentation is not only there, in ceremonially. It cuts across. If you move around, you find out that everybody seems to be comfortable in their own. Look, let me even ask you, irrespective of whatever argument anybody may bring about it, what is the distance between Enugu and Abakaliki? Abakaliki, Ebonyi State, is airport. Before an aircraft, any aircraft that is going to Abakaliki, any aircraft that going to Ebonyi and eventually lands in Enugu first, it certainly will enter the sky before it gets to Abakaliki. It will fly very low. So what are we talking about? Look at Abia State here. We want to have want to also have an airport. And look at where look at the distance between Asaba and the Anambra airport. So at the end of the day, you sometimes you ask yourself, all of these projects, are they evidence based? So I think what the Southeast should do is come together. You see, if they synergize, all the states have their strengths. Probably the area you are facing, I may not face that area again. I will face another, so that to enable the people in the Southeast, have more. For me, I don't think that if anybody that's coming to that is going to Abakaleke, or even Anambra here, and you eventually land in Enugu, I don't think it will take a lot for you. After all, in this same country, there was a time I was coming back from Lagos to this Enugu, and I was taken to Owerri. The aircraft that landed us in Owerri, I didn't bargain for Owerri. Yet, it was still okay, even though we didn't like it at that time. So what I'm saying is that let the Southeast governors please come together, synergize, and some monies will be saved, and there will be more projects instead of everybody just doing their own thing, and at the end of the day
Also, I think this is one of the reasons why the Southeast Development Commission was set up, to create synergy between the 5 southeastern states. So if the SEDC would harmonize and truly understand, discover what their scope of operation is across all states, just like you said, each state, each zone, each community, that understand what best thrives for them, they can extend it with support of other states to create, so it doesn't look like every state is trying to outdo each other in a particular sector. If it's transportation, if it's agriculture, if it's security, if you have it, if you have the structure, if your environment supports a certain structure and you can extend to the other southeastern state, let's do it, so we'll have a unified front at the end of the day.
I don't think the Southeast Development Commission was created to do that.
I know. I'm just saying, if with that commission and the governors having an understanding,
you can't have that commission. You can't have that commission work in synergy with the government to achieve this sort of purpose in the Southeast.
No, they can work in synergy. But my fear is that they can actually work in synergy. But my fear is that
to develop certain infrastructure,
the governors themselves,
housing.
That commission. You see, we need to know where this thing is anchored. The point is that the governors they are the elected chief executives, right? Now this is an interventionist agency from the federal government with an appointed headship. You see, the issue has to do with the governors. The governors certainly, even no matter, we have seen situations where even the governors themselves in some other regions become obstacle to the regional agencies. You understand the point? So it has to do with the governors. The governors, they are the ones that has the mandate. And SADC or not, let the governors come together, identify what they want to do. They can even, as a unified body, go and approach the federal government to say, this is what we want to do, and this project is going to run across all the states of the federal government. Please come and partner with us.
Right. That's granted, but in a federal system such as Nigeria's, where we would want a collective development across board, it may be difficult to see a regional development along ethnic lines, and you rightly pointed out that these states would continue to pursue individual interests, in as much as we have the chief executive officers, in the governors who control the affairs of every state. Each would want to tow a different developmental agenda, but that would maybe encourage across line to, if we look at where the Nigerian trajectory, moving from regionalism to the federation that we have today, it may be encouraged if we can go back, from history and then develop along those lines, and perhaps that would make Nigeria better developed in future.
Okay, we'll take a short break, and when we get back, we'll get delving into our sports update and review for today. Stay with us.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for staying with us, and you're still watching the sunrise. And joining us at this hour is the sports oracle himself, the man who breathes, eats, thinks, walks, football, and sports. The sports oracle, Mr. Good Hope himself.
Good morning.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to have you on Sunrise.
It's really a pleasure for Messi fans and Argentina fans. I mean, there's all smiles just throughout last night when they had to win that game against England, even though I would say it's just a moment of, you know, another victory. And congratulations to Argentina, congratulations to, you know, the World Cup current holders, I would say. But a lot of controversies too, from what England played, how they played, and also from the side of Argentina having that never say never spirit. Of course, we find out in Enugu Rangers where, you know, you are winning them and they still want to play you. But we did not find that fighting spirit in England, even though they tried. But, you know, a lot of people have been blaming Tuchel for that calamity that England had to face, where you scored one goal and you had to go back. You had to tell everyone to go back. If it was Everton that Argentina played, I would tell you that Argentina would have not even scored a goal because they play low blocks. But now at England, even though that's actually how Tuchel plays, but you see at the end of the day, Argentina had to shoot outside the box through Enzo Fernandez, and now Lautaro Martinez had to slot in that header from Lionel Messi's cross. It's showing that, you know, the GOAT debate is taking shape right now, and I don't know what the world will become on Sunday if Argentina eventually takes that trophy. I mean, the world will have to separate into two, and there will be light and darkness, of course. Mr. Dom, I know you really would not want to see this happen, because now you're having your two best. You're having Lamine Yamal and Argentina and Messi coming together in the final.
I'm surprised you're still talking about the GOAT debate. I thought the debate has ended.
No, it's not been settled, because I'm not the one in charge of the settling.
On Sunday it will be buried. It's settled. It will be buried on Sunday.
The truth of the matter is this. I'm surprised that you know, when you said that controversy is still on, I was patiently waiting to hear what the controversy is, because you know, all over the social media, you know, some of the CR7 fans, you know, who probably, you know, had their superstar leave the World Cup, you know, a long time ago, you know.
Not long time ago.
long time ago. Because
just in the quarterfinal.
The World Cup has moved away from where CR7 left it. Where it is today is a different.
I'm not a CR7 fan, so I kind of.
So you know what they do is that they don't want to see the you know, the merits of the game that Argentina played yesterday, as long as Lionel Messi is there. You see, the truth is that if you look at that game, it was almost a replica of what happened between Egypt and Argentina. And I keep saying this all the time. Even Nigeria sometimes finds itself in that kind of situation when the Super Eagles play. When you play a team that, whether I would like it or not, I mean, let's give it to the Argentine team. The Argentine team is a technically superior team.
Yes.
I know anybody can English fan. I watch English football. I love a couple of guys that are there. They play fine football. But the truth of the matter is that, look, this Argentine team you're seeing today, right? 17 members of that team were they won the last World Cup you can talk about. And so when you have a team like that, and you have watched this team when they were at the verge of being defeated by Egypt, you saw the way they came back. Why would you? How can England at this level be playing a game? You scored one goal, you are already 1 goal advantage,
and you
have more than 30 minutes to the end of the game. You are playing defense. What kind of defense is that? What kind of defense is that? If you have even looked at that yesterday, even at the time Argentina was 1 goal up and it was a few minutes to the end of the game, they were still looking for goals. They were still looking. In fact, they had wished they could even score more goals. And that is the hallmark of, you know, attacking football. So I am surprised that thing.
That was not class from Thomas Tuchel, I would say that, of course, he had used that same method to win the Champions League. He has done it. He has played when.
No, but we need to give that man his credit.
No, we need to, of course.
Not criticizing him.
No, it's just what he played last night. He has been the best. Of
Sometimes the players in the pitch on their own, you know.
No, we'll consider there may be some errors in the match yesterday, but look at England's trajectory in the World Cup.
They really did well, I would say.
What is their trajectory in the World Cup?
Coming to the semi-final.
What is that? See, let me tell you. Today, the English Premier League is arguably one of the best in the world.
Yes.
How come that doesn't reflect in the football they play?
No, but has it been reflecting in the World Cup matches they play?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Where do they end up in the World Cup?
That's what I'm saying. How come all the defeat they achieve in English football doesn't reflect in when they play European Nations League, when they play in the European Cup, and when they play in the World Cup? This semi-final they played yesterday, I think in the last two World Cups or so, this is the best they've got. Gareth Southgate also got them close to, was it quarterfinals or so we look forward to the 1966 feat, repeated, and that's, I'm sure every English fan looking forward to that.
If I may come in, if you look at the situation and you want to get back to the 1968 or the 66 World Cup, and the trajectory of English football, you may begin to want an English football that is dominated by English players. You see the gift they've given to the world. That's the beauty of the World Cup we're enjoying today. And the English team, you may not see them be that cohesive and get to that when you want to equate it with the level of the Premiership. It may be difficult given the fact that you have a lot of expatriates.
Their league is not the only one that is dominated by
But at the end of the day,
nationals from all over the world.
Compared to Spanish league, compared to Italian league, you will see in England you have a lot of expatriates dominating the play in England.
But these people are still players in their private clubs.
No, that's why I say that's the beauty we enjoy today.
Whose problem is that?
Develop world football.
But they also But they also have a policy. Every country, see, we have regional confederation policies. Like when you go to Europe now, the UEFA policy must tell you, look, this is the percentage of foreign players you must have, and this is the percentage of local players, because so that at the end of the day, you don't develop your football. You don't have foreign players at the expense of local players. Is there in every part of Europe? So, and even if for any reason, let me identify what you said. There was a time when you come to Arsenal as a team, you find out that Arsenal was about, in a typical Arsenal team, you could have almost 9 to 10 players who are not English. Whose problem is that? Were there not English players for them to use?
Well, the thing is that we could just take a look at just the final, but because of the want of time, we have to leave it here. By tomorrow, we'll now have to.
England needs to do more. That's what I'm saying.
I agree with you. I agree with you. They need to do more. But anyway, let's leave it at that for now.
Yesterday was a game that they would have been very clinical in that game, and even at a point, you could see some level of frustration among the English players, and Bellingham almost went to fight. That was unnecessary.
No.
Alright, that's all we're taking this morning on the show. Thank you for staying with us till this time. It's been a pleasure, and congratulations to Argentina, even as they advance into the finals, and also Spain. Before I leave, I give you this quote from Martin Luther King Jr. If I cannot do great things, I will do small things in a great way. That's a quote for today. I am Princess Ken Ochoma, wishing you a lovely day.
The Good Hope himself, the Sports Oracle, thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
And Mr. Mekadom, thank you for those in-depth analysis.
Thank you so much for having me.
And Uche Osai, on behalf of all of us here on Sunrise, we say thank you for watching, and keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity.
Hello and welcome to our Vox Pop segment on Aneke TV, where we engage residents on issues affecting daily life and development. Today, we are speaking to residents about electricity supply and how it affects homes, businesses, and other daily activities, from small business owners to students and workers. Many people say stable electricity remains essential to productivity and quality of life. We went out to hear their experiences and concerns.
To be honest, electricity supply has been very sporadic, to say the least. It's been somehow bad, it's been somehow good. These days, we're having our exams for the past few weeks, and it has been really tough trying to like mix, because I usually read in the night. It has been really tough trying to mix in the reading at night, and I'm literally burning candle. Like it's very funny. But yeah, the electricity has not been so good, and it needs to change.
There's been a little slight of change, considering where I'm coming from, where I used to stay, where I stay currently. The electricity supply was, normal. Was, the normal coming and going, but we're usually having sufficient electricity. But until recently, just about 3 or 4 weeks ago, I think it's a problem. We've not had electricity for about close to 3 weeks now, and it's not been funny. You can't do anything. The cost of fuel is high, and then the only alternative source of power is maybe generator or solar, and then you have to have sufficient solar energy to be able to power anything. So it's been difficult. But apart from that, I think if it's fixed, as has been promised that it will be fixed soon. I saw a news where there was an advert that the whole state, that the whole light is going to go off so that they can fix my particular area, that area that I stay. So that's when I noticed that it was particular to my area, that it's not something that has to do with everybody. So I'm optimistic that we'll fix it so that we can return back to status quo. It's not as though that the former one was, cream de la cream, but at least it was sufficient enough.
Electricity supply in my area is quite erratic, in the sense that there is not too much supply of electricity there, and it has a lot of impacts both in the businesses around there and the impact on us as students. We rarely see the light to read and prepare for our exams, so, and it's a very important factor for us as students. So that's very bad for us as students. The weather is actually very hot now, so people need cold water, cool drinks, and not having that around actually slows down business for people too.
Electricity supply in my area has been quite inconsistent, in the sense that they bring the lights, let me say a day they bring it like, let me say, close to 10 hours a day out of 24 hours in a day, and I'm a student. I need lights to charge my phones to read, and to read in the night also, in case my rechargeable dies. So it has not been fully of great advantage to my daily life. It has affected my activity because I'm a night reader basically, but now I have to shift my night reading to afternoon and morning reading so that the normal daylight would help me.
Electricity remains a major factor in economic growth and everyday living. The opinions shared by residents today reflect the challenges many people can continue to face and the importance of improving power supply in Enugu and across Nigeria. Thank you for watching. I am Sharon Uche, Aneke TV.
Across Nigeria, electricity has become an everyday struggle. Blackouts are no longer occasional. They are part of daily life for millions of Nigerians. In homes, families spend long hours in darkness. Parents worry about keeping food fresh. Children struggle to study. And the cost of running generators
adds to household expenses in an already challenging economy. Businesses are also feeling the pinch. Shops, restaurants, and small factories often spend more on fuel for generators than they earn in daily revenue. Perishable goods spoil. Production slows. Evening sales decline. Electricity, which should be a basic necessity, has become a luxury. Experts say the crisis stems from multiple factors: technical failures and aging infrastructure in the national grid, frequent gas shortages, and operational inefficiencies in distribution companies all contribute. Maintenance outage and tariff adjustments have further reduced the supply of electricity across the country. The impact on national development is significant. Schools struggle to conduct evening classes. Hospitals depend heavily on generators to keep life-saving equipment running. Businesses lose revenue, and the cost of doing business rises. The lack of stable electricity slows economic growth and limits opportunities for millions of Nigerians. Experts recommend practical solutions: increasing electricity generation, especially through renewable sources like solar, wind, and hydro, could reduce reliance on gas. Upgrading and maintaining infrastructure, stabilizing gas supply, and encouraging private sector participation in independent power projects would help expand supply and improve efficiency. Off-grid solutions such as solar panels, mini-grids, and inverters can supplement national supply, ensuring homes, schools, and businesses continue to function during outages. Energy conservation, smart meters, and transparent billing systems can also reduce losses and encourage reliable supply. Some businesses have already combined solar power with backup generators, cutting fuel costs by nearly half. Schools and hospitals using mini-grids continue operations even when the national grid fails. Expanding these solutions nationwide could significantly reduce the impact of blackouts, saving households money and boosting productivity. For now, Nigerians wait for a lasting solution. Stable and reliable electricity is not just convenience, it is the backbone of daily life, economic growth, and national development.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for joining us and welcome to The Insight. Remember, The Insight is the program where we bring to you heartbeat of issues, politics, policies, personalities shaping our nation. And today on The Insight, we'll take a look at Nigerian education sector, professors, welfare and survival. In Nigeria today, we have asked our university professors to perform a modern miracle to cultivate the minds of the future while their own survival is held hostage by systemic neglect. However, government recent action towards salvaging the situation includes a 40% salary increase, a new professorial allowance of 140,000 naira monthly for professors and 70,000 naira for readers, and other welfare provisions meant to reduce pressure on academic staff. The bigger question, however, is whether these measures are enough to stop the exodus of talent and restore confidence in the system. When the intellectual custodian of a nation, the very architects of our developmental breakthrough, are reduced to a state of economic siege, we are not just underfunding an academic sector, we are actively defunding our future. To ignore the welfare of those who teach is to compromise the intellect of those who lead. We cannot build a first-class nation on the back of starved minds. And joining us today on The Insight to help us with deeper insight on these issues is Professor Peter Onyekwere Ebibo, who is Emeritus Professor, University of Nigeria, Nsukka, Consultant Clinical Psychologist, UNTH Enugu. Prof, it's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Prof, without wasting time, let's just dig into this very issue. You know, there's been a lot of conversation around the welfare of our, lecturers, those in the academia. And I'm asking, drawing from your experience, how serious is the welfare crisis facing lecturers in Nigeria?
Well, thank you very much. You know, very unfortunately, we have imbibed the system of patience. There's a kind of collective depression.
Collective depression?
In the sense of learned helplessness. No matter what you do, you are still in the same situation. You know, the ASU people may be talking and they may feel, the powers that are, the government and so on, feel that it's an industrial group and so on, but we face the students every day. We do our duties quite loyally. And, because if we would face the situation as it is, then nothing will be done. Many lecturers go out of their way to become a lot creative and imaginative in order to make up. Because if we were to be serious and make the teachers confident and proud of what they're doing, a lot more money would be invested into the education system. I'm not talking of welfare now, because welfare has also aspects of what you do. If you have intrinsic motivation that is lured and excited by what you do, that you should use to teach the students, you feel better yourself. You know, the universities in Nigeria require more laboratories, more equipments. You know, if you come to a country and you want to know the level of that country, you go to the universities. If you go to the universities, there they have top-notch equipments so that they can always be on top of the situation in the world, academically and intellectually. And that is why the country will produce, equipments, instruments that will enable, that takes into consideration the peculiarity of that country, and then produce what will help, what will be of benefit to the citizens of that country. So it's not a question of, we have basic research and applied research. Basic research is the research you do to acquire knowledge and keep it. Because sometimes it may be there, but after 10 years, 2 years, 1 year, 20 years, 30 years, somebody may pick it up and it will help the person to manufacture, to invent, or to get new innovation. Without that research that is there lying fallow almost, the person would not make that advance. That would be called basic research. They are there, the knowledge is there kept, and the people can. But the other one is applied research. In our University of Nigeria, when you do an academic work, we don't just say it has been published. We look at it. We want to know whether there's anything unique about it. How original is it? How applicable? And even before we make a pronouncement that somebody is promoted, we want to see what the person has contributed, not only locally, but across the globe. And that is where the problem lies. Sometimes you don't have equipment to cope with others, and then you begin to, do research that may not then cope or be accepted and in the international arena. So we try to put those principles before you promote somebody, before you make somebody, progress in the academic cadre, so that when somebody is a professor, yes, you know that that person is actually professing that discipline. So there are so many other things that I need to say, but I want to say that what is the matter in the academic sector? It's a reflection of the matter in the whole country.
No, please, just pardon me. What is the reflection of the matter? Please come again.
What is the matter in the whole country?
Okay.
Is the matter in the academic section.
Okay, so in other words, you are telling us that what is happening in the academia is a microscopic picture of what is happening in the larger society in Nigeria.
Precisely.
All right. Prof, you've dig deeper than we think. A lot of people, see this issue always as pay issue, but you are saying that the problem really runs deeper than salary alone.
Yes, because if you give people salary and you still don't give them equipment, they will just even it will not do for them. People will not be. People are happy when you are an engineer. You go and teach your students with the equipment, the latest that can use, and when you go outside, you will not start learning from scratch again. You see some equipments, they begin to teach you about equipment which you should have been accustomed to in your university, or at least it won't take you a long time to be introduced. Right. But if you do management like we do, then you have learned the theory. Oh. And the theory will not even be perfectly learned because the equipment that will enable you to picturize the theory and own it is not there. Oh. So that is what I mean. Right. And if you reach there, you have issues of political will.
Issues of political will.
Yes, and placement of misplacement of priorities. Because of I don't know, people want to be have that poverty mentality and carry it up to the highest level. Doesn't matter how much they have, they still have that poverty mentality. But if somebody comes up and let's say is a politician, and he really has the inspiration, the vision to transform the nation, particularly from the area he's coming, he's not going to take little things, bring his own problem forward. If you don't give me this, how much will I give this? If you want to make the law, how much will you give the legislators, or how much will the government people? I mean, those are issues that when you come with then academic issues, you know, the higher you go in getting them through, you find that you have departed.
All right.
That's what I think.
Okay.
Because if it were not the case, I mean, we don't escape corruption practices in the academic sector. These things are things that run through the fabrics of our existence, and also take care of political differences and so on. If people do what they are supposed to do and have pride in achieving something that will help the nation, we feel it in the university sector.
Right.
And you cannot be left out. If you cannot cope or rise to the challenge, you move out, because the university sector is not for everybody. It's not for everybody. It's not somewhere where if you don't get a job somewhere you enter. No. It is for selected people, those who form the minds of talents, of those who build our nation. The nation doesn't comprise only of politicians. People like you who are creative in your own area, who refuse to, who said, never said die. You know, you are the part of those who build this nation. And the way it is with you is the way it is with me, the way it is in various sectors. And somehow, this issue has to be sorted out.
All right. You know, Prof, without the fear of deviating from the real sector,
No.
you know, when we talk about the political will, you know, and you've expressed it quite well, meant to understand as well that even in the academia, there is some sort of politics that is impacting on the improvement of welfare of those in the academia.
Of course, if you are in the academia and half of your eyes is to get a political appointment, how can you teach very well? Because the salary you get, or the issue, the machines you have, or the equipment you have are not of the art, and you are not performing with intrinsic motivation. There's a difference between intrinsic motivation and extrinsic motivation. If you do something, I pay you for it. That is extrinsic. If you don't do this, I punish you. You look at that person, you do it to evade punishment. But intrinsic motivation is being engrossed, embedded, completely immersed in what you are doing, and working out innovations, and with the pride and great joy that, in fact, your brain is so occupied that you won't have the time to be thinking of going to take a political appointment, because a political appointment, where it is properly handled, will not be better than what you are doing.
Very well taken. But Prof, you know, I get to discuss with a lot of people, and you know, when we talk about the Nigerian situation that you painted very well, that the university environment or system is a replica of what happens in the larger society, a number of times, those I interact with, and I have got to interact with a lot of persons, they feel that part of the challenge comes from within the academia, especially the elite. When we talk about the elite, we are talking about your class of professors, that they are the enablers of the system that has entrenched this welfare crisis in Nigerian universities. Let me explain. A number of times, they say during election, you have professors who enable these anomalies that lead to certain irregularities, where certain kind of persons, you know, get to occupy leadership at the helm of affairs in this nation.
That thing that makes you get somebody who shouldn't be a senator, be a senator. That thing that makes you get a member of the House of Representatives who shouldn't be there. That thing that makes you get people who are in top positions who shouldn't be there. It's also what is amiss. Because the professors have the vice chancellors. They are appointed by politicians. And,
so it's a case of he who pays the piper dictating the tune.
And so, partially, I don't say that they are not, like, I personally, there are some of us who have really given our blood and sweated out and created intrinsic motivation for ourselves and done as much as possible. And then the students reward you. Because wherever your name is mentioned, people will say that this man is trying, you know. So I'm not saying this that you know, it's for everybody. There are quite a lot of people in the university who are trying their best, and I don't want to get the impression that nothing is happening. A lot is happening. I don't want to praise myself, but I think I'm one of those who have ignored, were not quite born, and they tried to create intrinsic motivation to be able to discharge my duty as a lecturer.
I can attest to that. A few people I spoke to prior to this engagement, did speak eloquently, very well about Professor Edibo.
And there are many people like that.
So, but Prof, let's get back. Let's get back to the academia. You know, and this is your fault, and you've been here. You know, and I'm saying from your experience, you know, while still in the field, are there some of your colleagues, you know, who get demoralized, you know, due to this welfare issue, and they get to want to, you know, abandon the system because these things, you know, inhibit their performance and commitment to be able to discharge their duty?
You know, I'm in the College of Medicine.
Okay.
And to train people to be a doctor is not an easy thing. And if you enter somehow and begin to study medicine, you'll be weeded out eventually. And you'll be, in fact, you can't stay. If it doesn't weed you out after first year, weeds you out after second. That's an institution that, you know, keeps to the rules. The same thing it is with in the academic. Not everybody who entered and became a lecturer is there, you know, to discharge that duty. Some are there for different reasons, and eventually they find out that they cannot use that part to. Some use it to as a springboard into political world or anywhere to earn more money, but some stay back and they get frustrated because they are not talented enough to be able to, you know, impart, train, you know, mentor young minds into greater enterprise. There are some who have, because there are very, very many of our people who are talented. I can tell you, you have people, when we go overseas, you see the performance of our people. Same thing with lecturers. Some lecturers find their way out.
They find their way out.
Yes, when they cannot compete again with their colleagues, their peers outside, those peers beg them come over. And if you see the performance they such do, we get the feedbacks, you know, in different ways, and it makes us happy. But it doesn't make us happy that we didn't have what those people needed that made and they didn't have that made them leave. Even though we're happy that they left and proved that they can do it.
Okay.
Just like any other person across, even better in some areas.
Oh, all right. You know, Doc, let's talk about this lack of perhaps equipments, the materials you need to impart knowledge. And I'm asking, how has this directly, you know, affected how the teaching quality, mentorship, and the learning outcome in the field, especially of medicine?
Well, I have been a lion teacher, okay. And I'm still indirectly still in because I'm still working with the teaching hospital, but I'm, you know, I'm emeritus professor of the university. I think the University of Nigeria is really struggling.
It's struggling.
Struggling, doing a good job. Struggling, doing a good job. We have excellent people in the University of Nigeria, and our marks, our reputation is quite high. I mean, we have the issue of people declaring what they have because of that thing, not sufficient application. If every person in the University of Nigeria would actually declare what they have and what they do, University of Ibadan or even other university will not be ahead of the University of Nigeria. Some of those things you read about ranking of the university, they are based on things that may be technological, that may not reflect actually what is going on. What I have spoken to you candidly and on a lofty basis, but on an everyday basis, you find people working very hard at the University of Nigeria.
People working very hard.
We have guidance that make sure that before you rise from one position to another, you may have heard of our yellow book. And these have been taught out by great minds. And even if you keep to 70% of it, you are still on course. But in many faculties, they keep to 90, 100%.
But Prof, let me leave this crate. Let me face you a bit. Why have you stayed?
Why I have stayed?
Why did you stay back?
Well, mine is a unique area, man. I studied psychology, clinical psychology, and then when I came back, I was more engrossed in the indigenization of the universal principles of psychology that I've learned. And I've developed a number of things. Mine is not as bad as those who need machines, you know. And I've developed a lot of models of treatment and so on. So I've stayed because I got the lab. I didn't want to just start teaching what I learned the Western way, but I spent my whole career trying to indigenize, trying to find ways of doing that thing that we learned taking into consideration the culture and mentality of my people. And even now, as a traditional ruler, I'm reaping the benefits of those things that I have done in the university.
That's wonderful. But, you know, we're looking at the system, you know, and speaking about our nation. Do you think that the efforts the likes of you put into the university system, into the formation of young minds, is well appreciated? Even as you're out as an emeritus professor, do you think that the nation values those sacrifices?
You see, the nation has problem with her intellectuals. For example, in the year 2000, I was given the award of the Nigerian National Order of Merit. That is those who have excelled intellectually and benefited the country with their knowledge or with their contributions. Do you know that for some time now, and the NNOM, Nigerian National Order of Merit, was established by law. The Nigerian National Merit Award, established by law, should have a board and a chairman, and then the Merit House, and there are people who work there. For some time now, there's no allocation. In fact, nobody knows, because by law also it said that I think the first Thursday of every December should be the day there should be that award should be given nationwide. People who have these are not many, because the selection process is very, very stringent. So that board doesn't exist now. It may exist still because it's law, but there's no board now.
Because there's no provision.
There would have been a provision, but there's no provision. There would have been a chairman and a board, but there's no chairman and a board. this is at the highest level, and we were getting interested in going to find those things that many Nigerians have discovered and stored. I mean, it's one thing doing a research, it's another thing bringing it out, because there are entrepreneurs dying to get some of those things to be able to translate them into benefit for the people. But those things are there. Once you've done the research, it goes in. We couldn't get to do this. Imagine one would get those research results, contributions Nigerian academics have done, bring them out, sort them out, convey entrepreneurs. Other they are intellectuals, but they are practitioners. They do enterprise. And then look at this. You know, there will be an explosion.
All right, Prof, we'll take a short break. Okay. When we return, we'll continue this conversation.
Thank you very much.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for staying with us, and you're still watching The Insight, and with Professor Peter Onyekwere Ebibo, who is Emeritus Professor, University of Nigeria, where he's a consultant clinical psychologist, UNTH Enugu, and he's been helping us unravel the issues around the Nigerian education sector, professors, welfare, and survival. Prof, it's been a pleasure so far.
Thank you.
All right, Prof, before I get into other issues, let me ask, this situation that we are talking about, how has it affected or impacted the perception of the outside world and their relationship with those in the academia, especially professors of your standing?
Well, fortunately, because of the sheer talent and sheer I won't call it desperation, but I say sheer motivation. Many of our people who go outside, they do well. They do well, and but that is not to say that the educational system will escape the general perception the country has at the general level. But among ourselves, the academics, we know ourselves, those colleagues we have in other universities across the world, those of us who work hard know them. And but we cannot escape the normal perception, but I give it to Nigerian academics, students even. Some of them are just giving us excellent news when they go out and compete with others.
All right, Prof. While we are discussing this, I intend to ask, in practical terms, what reform do you think is needed, to make teaching and research in Nigerian universities more sustainable?
Well, I think the government has started this issue of these demands of the academic academic union in the universities. They should look into them very well and then make the restfulness less by investing heavily in the academic system. The Nigerians think that what you do in one sector, you must do in other sectors. They don't know that the duties are not the same. When you train somebody who can manufacture something that can cure many people in this country, or you can manufacture an engine that will assist farmers do great jobs, you cannot be comparing them with, I don't say that there's one area more important than another, but the needs are different. The needs are different and should be considered. If you are doing a building in Nigeria, build it so that the Nigerian building, taking into consideration the weather conditions here, that it rains half of the year and that the half of the year it is hot. And you build the house that will suit the situation. So it is also in the university system that should be enough investment. The government more, and then make sure that as they invest and bring these equipment, that they make sure that the selection process of those who go to make use of these machines are also quite stringent, so that it's a very serious business. People don't need to be looking right and left, when they're doing their work. They just wake up in the morning and go to their office and go to their students and go to the university and feel happy. Very, very, in fact, getting annoyed if they are delayed to come to where they continue their experiments, clinical work, and observation or academic impartment of thought. I think this is absolutely important. That investment, that trust, look, we cannot be like others if our university system is not like others.
Okay, that's quite extensive. You capped it very well, Prof. But let me ask you about a foreword you wrote recently to the book From Humble Background to Global Tripartite Prominence, a synoptic autobiography, academia, enterprise development, philanthropy, philanthropreneurship by Professor Aneke Cyprian Ene. First of all, before we get into that book, introduce Professor Cyprian Ene to me.
Well, he's well introduced in his book. He's a professor in the University of Nigeria, You know, he was working in the Institute of Development Studies. This is another arm of the university that tries to, you know, impact in the lives of the people, deal with the everyday problem, and see how the university can do things that would move them forward. You know, that human being called Cyprian, he may think that I'm his mentor, but you know, people who are gifted, you only need to encourage them. You know, just that you have done well. Or if he asks you for a recommendation, you write it. Or if you ask to help him get what he wants, you do a little. They do the rest. You know, somebody who is always smiling or laughing, and you think he's not listening. But if you change that conversation to test whether he got everything you were saying, he will tell you even the details you yourself will not remember.
Quite interesting.
You know, yes, and that also describes somebody who can notice the very small things that can influence people that others overlook.
Very, very interesting.
He's a human being who is an engineer and then eventually came into, you know, with our encouragement, to the University of Nigeria. You know, I mean, we have been eating cocoyam. Nobody knew that this cocoyam could be used in connection with guinea corn to brew beer.
Yeah, I read about that in the book.
and there's so many other things. So, I mean, he's not a pharmacognosist. He's not a pharmacist. He's an engineer.
And yet he went into such research.
Yes, because when he invents or innovates, he wants to bring it to the people. He wants them to market it. And that's how he even delved into helping people to, once they get that product, small-scale industries, medium-scale industries, family-scale industries, social group-scale industries, all kinds of things. And you see it clearly beaming back to the people.
Is research people focused?
Yeah, it's people's focus because it deals with what the people have in search for other things that importing and so on. But he is showing that we have these things in the environment. And if, I'm sure he has mentored us, others, some of his students will take it up to begin to get those little things, those things that we have, Dokonyaro, all those things that we have everywhere, to get them and see of what use they are. We have so much materials. That is what I am learning. The impression he gives me. I don't work with him together. I cannot pontificate on him, but it's what the little things that I see while encouraging him is what I'm talking about. That this human being, and you know, he has so much charisma that he can use those little things. I've been talking about investment, big money coming in for this and that. This person is not talking about big money.
What is he talking about then?
Well, eventually in the manufacturing and so on, the money will come in. But that idea of finding out what to be manufactured, and if you manufacture them, how do you bring them into enterprise? It seems he ended up almost a businessman, an entrepreneur, but he still remains an engineer because this is the home where his brain is watching out things that he can pick up and experiment on and bring back to the people and say, look at what you have. Look at this and this and this. Skills acquisition. He will organize skills acquisition based on what he has found and innovated. And then they will start doing it.
Prof, this
and you see, when I'm talking about, it's not a question of, it's not local law. University of Nigeria recognized it and you know, gave him an award for it. And this is the thing has caught the eyes of many universities across the globe, and giving you know, feedbacks. So I'm hoping that he can be helped, assisted, or himself move and make sure that some of these things that have got out, that's what we do, get people to help us. Even though we should have where we will go here and get that money.
All right, Prof, you've spoken eloquently about Professor Aneke, but let's backtrack into the book again.
Yes.
You wrote that forward. What was most captivating in writing that forward, from humble background to global tripartite prominence? A synoptic autobiography.
Yes, it's his personality.
His personality.
Yes. I mean, we have all our papers we have written and so on, but it's the personality. A person, when he's here, he'll be, he'll be discussing with you, he'll be laughing and smiling, but he's capturing everything you are saying.
All right.
That ability, as I've mentioned, to look at, without even effortlessly noticing little things. Even he himself will notice you, bring himself, he won't talk about himself, he will make himself very little. But at the end of the day, the glow, the ability he has to discern and feed back to you, your own abilities will make you recognize him on your own without him struggling anything.
So, Prof, people who get to read this book, or people who see this book, why should people go search, get this book and read it?
Yes. The thing is about, it's a model. It's a model. I mean, people, there are technical things that are inside, but what runs across it, you find those things that confront you in daily life there. Soap making, manufacturing of these little things here and there. You see, so there's somebody searching on this. Okay, how is it done? He find a paper of it that shows you how it is done, and so on. So this is the unique thing, that why I came out and said, let me, this is what is a continuation of what I've been doing. Because when I saw him, I saw that this, it looks very simple. There's nothing extraordinary when you see him. But when you begin to deal with him, then he begins to eat away at knowledge.
He begins to eat away at knowledge.
You get the money and then begin to, you know, use it. His learning process is very, very, very unique. You will discover it in his publications. I mean, if people, I came in there so that people will not find it too technical. That somebody who is outside his field, somebody who is from point of view of what he's doing, a normal neutral person can say this type of thing. Let me read it. That is why I have come in there. Because not every monograph or biography that I will come out and do a forward to.
Yes, you know, one of the people I spoke to, they found it quite interesting that Professor Ibibo, you know, would write a forward to a book, and they said, wow, that makes that book, you know, a prize asset. Yes. But my next question is that, you know, the little synopsis I get from the book, you know, a man who rose from poverty to gain global acclaim as a researcher, a distinguished researcher, an innovator, and a development expert. One should be hopeful and believe that such book should equally inspire anyone who currently may be undergoing, you know, challenges or is in obscurity, that they too can rise to lamb.
Precisely, you hit the nail at the head. I've been emphasizing simplicity. That reflects his that background, you know, just a simple background, and he comes forward and can do all these things. So it means that academic is not left for those who are in the upper class or upper. I mean, he may have also worked himself up to that level now, but he didn't start from that level. But there are people, we have an adage in Igbo land which said that onye atụ anya n'oge chi ọzọ ọgbadiriri ọzọ gbado ya na-akpụ nsị onye atụ anya n'oge chi eze chi ọzọ so apata obi ya kwapụ. This is not the case. He continues with humility and modesty, and that is what I want to extol.
The green professor. Yes,
because I mean, we are forced against my personality and his as well. We don't come out and start where I'm this, I'm that, I'm this and that. But if you want to really pass on what you have to come out and say what you are. Oh. Give every detail. So people should not regard it as blowing one's trumpets. This is the time actually one should do that, because those coming after us, they need to hear that sound of that trumpet in order to build on what we have contributed.
All right, Prof, that's quite interesting. But before I let you go, finally, you know, there are two issues for me. Then I will let you go. You know, drawing, you wrote the foreword. Drawing from that book, what message would you be, you know, saying? What will you be saying to the Nigerian youth?
Yeah, the message to the Nigerian youth is, you know, look for somebody who can inspire you. Look for people have, you know, people have their abilities, and many people know that they have those abilities. But a number of people resign. They resign with their knowledge and their abilities. But if you are lucky, or if you work hard and find somebody whom you admire, and to the extent that the admiration you have for that person, you know, is of help to what you are doing, and then a little motivation from that person will make you go. In fact, we should not, no matter our background, we should not hide. We should come forward, work assiduously, and make sure that what we have comes out, and that we can contribute no matter at which level. You know, I remember those days when we were going to school, you know, intelligent people came from all classes. There's one boy, his head is as small as this, but you won't beat him in mathematics. Probably he may have chewed palm nut before coming to school, but in mathematics he will beat you, you know. And then such people then should, because of the feedback of the success they achieve, it gives them internal motivation to struggle on. So if anybody is in that situation and he knows he has a talent, he should move on, you know, and not allow what you have to perish. I mean, there are certain situations where the funds will be lacking and so on, but with struggle, you find that where there's a will, there is a way. And if one window closes, look away from that window, you may find 9 other windows that have opened.
So on that note, every Nigerian youth, and inclusive every other Nigerian and any human being on earth, should look out for the, you know, launching of the book, From Humble Background to Global Tripartite Prominence, a synoptic autobiography, which is from the Professor Aneke Ene himself. But Prof, finally, before I let you go, looking ahead, are you optimistic that the Nigerian education system can, you know, still retain its best brains? Or is the system losing too many people already?
I think we have to see what's happening in our nation. We have to see it globally. Also add some philosophy. Then we won't be so desperate again. You know, the world develops in a dialectic manner. An idea that is posited attracts an opposite idea automatically. Two of them fight and fuse, become a synthesis. That synthesis becomes a thesis, looking for an antithesis. And that's how progress is made. I think that from the problems we are going through in Nigeria, we're going to rise.
We're going to rise.
Yes, we're going to rise. And if you look locally, you always find people who persevere.
Thank you, Prof. But just one final one, just in a very nutshell, and then we'll go. What has made you, I'm asking again, what has made you and Professor Aneke Cyprian stay behind amidst all these challenges and thrive?
I've told you that I am a clinical psychologist. I found the whole nation my laboratory.
Okay.
The culture of my people, to unravel it from a psychological point of view and use it to help them. If you look at a lot of my research, it goes in the direction of indigenization of universal principles, and from that basis, produce models of treatment.
And that could be said same of Professor Cyprian as well. On a very good note to end it, Prof, thank you very much for these in-depth insights on these issues. We are quite grateful to have you.
Thank you very, very much.
Yes, and to you, our wonderful viewers, we've been speaking with Professor Peter Onyekwere Ebibo, Emeritus Professor, University of Nigeria, who is equally a consultant clinical psychologist, UNTH, Enugu, and has been helping us unravel issues around the Nigerian education sector, professors, welfare, and survivor. So let us know what you think about this conversation. Reach us with the hashtag, the insights, all at our social handles at Aneke TV. To come your way same time tomorrow, I remain your host, Uche Osai, saying bye-bye.
Welcome to another edition of Street Conversation. Now, with the rising case of kidnapping, banditry, and cultism and terrorism in the country, the federal government, the National Assembly, and the Senate has proposed or are proposing a state policing bill, one that would help decentralize the policing system from the federal to the state levels. And this will help curb insecurity, banditry, such that these members of this force are familiar with the terrains of the environment. So today on the streets of Enugu, we are asking a very vital and important question. The state police, is it a welcome development? Is it a welcome strategy or a risky experiment?
Well, I would like us to remain in federal police because of a lot of corruption that is happening in Nigeria, in Enugu here. There are supposed to be a controller. Like as we have Abuja, Umuahia, all those zones. Yes, if they wake up or order come from above, like Inspector General come up and advise them or tell them what to do to make sure all those corruption stop. Police know their work. Their work according to individual. If you come to federal police, they are working. They know their work. When they want to work, they will work. For example, when they say they kill a police, I see how they work and got the person. That is how, if they're ready to get all this insecurity apprehend, they must get it. It depends, but some of them don't want to die. Some of them don't want to come at work. What they depend on bribe. But when federal come in, like Abuja, you see, no, there will be no bribe because I have gone there and see what is happening there.
My advice for state police that we need state police, and the advantage of state police is for street and some location, because not all the area with federal police you can conquer, and not anything state police can handle. So you understand? And when you have state police, because yesterday someone came to this car and thieved the battery. Last 2 weeks, yesterday through this morning the same thing. But this car, but once he 10 o'clock, everywhere is quiet. Anybody can do whatever they want to do. But when you have state police stay here 24 hours, another one in that junction, another one in Mayor, all the state police conquer all this actually out. Everybody will stay peaceful.
So, but I think it's a very nice thing to do, in the sense that when it comes to employment, each state will have to, it won't be a scenario where maybe 80% of the quota goes to the north or to the southerners and the rest of it. And I think if it's being done state by state and all of that, I think it will.
Good afternoon and welcome to news around the country on Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. The headlines: 6 persons killed in gas truck explosion at Army checkpoint along the Abuja-Lokoja Federal Highway. National Association of Nigerian Nurses and Midwives issues 15-day ultimatum to the federal government. Minister of Interior calls for prison reforms. Details of the news. 6 people have been confirmed dead following a gas truck explosion at an army checkpoint along the Abuja-Lokoja Federal Highway in Kogi State. The incident occurred within the Shikara axis, where the explosion triggered a fire that engulfed several vehicles and disrupted traffic on the busy highway. Eyewitnesses said the truck, laden with gas cylinders, exploded as it approached the military checkpoint. The impact of the blast spread rapidly to 3 other trucks parked nearby, trapping occupants and destroying the vehicles in the ensuing inferno. The driver of the gas truck and his assistant were among those killed. The drivers and assistant of the 3 affected trucks also lost their lives, bringing the total number of fatalities to 6. Authorities are yet to determine the exact cause of the explosion. Emergency responders, including personnel of the Nigerian Police Force and the Federal Road Safety Corps, evacuated the victims and cleared the burnt vehicles from the road to ensure the free flow of traffic. The National Association of Nigerian Nurses and Midwives has issued a 15-day ultimatum to the federal government, threatening to embark on a 3-day nationwide warning strike from July 29th if its demands are not addressed. In a letter addressing the Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Ali Pate, the association alleged the victimization of its members at the Federal Neuropsychiatric Hospital, Kaduna. The union accused the hospital's management of actions capable of undermining industrial harmony. The association is demanding the immediate reinstatement of its local unit chairman, who was suspended after reportedly providing temporary accommodation for nursing students on clinical posting. It also called for the reversal of the demotion of 3 other nurses and urged the Federal Ministry of Health to investigate the circumstances surrounding the disciplinary actions. While reaffirming its commitment to dialogue, the association warned that failure to address its concerns before the expiration of the ultimatum could result in industrial action across federal health institutions, with possible implications for healthcare service delivery nationwide. Lagos State Governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has inspected flood-affected communities along the Lekki-Ajah corridor, following days of heavy rainfall that inundated several parts of the state. Accompanied by the Deputy Governor, Dr. Obafemi Hamzat, and other senior government officials, Governor Sanwo-Olu visited Awoyaya, Sango Tedo, and Ogombo to assess the extent of the damage. He assured residents that the state government was implementing immediate measures to ease the situation while pursuing long-term flood control projects. The governor said drainage channels and natural waterways are still discharging large volumes of water into the lagoon following sustained rainfall. He disclosed that relief centers had been activated for affected residents, while relevant agencies had commenced detailed assessments of damaged homes and infrastructure. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency has warned that 14 states, including Lagos, Kaduna, and Adamawa, face a moderate to high risk of flooding in the coming days. The agency urged residents of flood-prone communities to remain vigilant, while state emergency management agencies were advised to intensify preparedness and response measures. The Lagos state government has intensified its enforcement against environmental violations with the arrest of 12 suspects during coordinated operation across Lagos Island, Yaba, and Ikorodu. The enforcement exercise, carried out by the Lagos Waste Management Authority, LAWMAN, in collaboration with the Kick Against Indiscipline, KAI Corps, targeted illegal waste disposal, scavenging, and other environmental offenses. 11 suspects were apprehended during surveillance operations across Yaba and Lagos Island. In a separate incident in Ikorodu, a school security guard was arrested after he was allegedly caught dumping refuse into a public drainage channel. Authorities said all the suspects would be prosecuted in accordance with relevant environmental laws of Lagos State. The Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of LAWMAN, Dr. Muyiwa Badegesin, commended residents for supporting environmental enforcement through timely reporting of offenders. He urged members of the public to patronize only accredited waste operators and warned that indiscriminate refuse disposal contribute significantly to flooding and environmental degradation across the states. The Senate has approved a 50 million naira support package for the families of security personnel and teachers who lost their lives during the rescue of abducted school children and teachers in Oyo State. The resolution followed the motion at plenary, where Senate President Senator Godswill Akpabio announced that the upper chamber had approved 10 million naira each for the families of 5 victims. They include Lieutenant F.A. Isaac and Private Silas Musa of the Nigerian Army, Police Sergeant Abena John Jerome, and teachers Deacon Olaleye and Michael Oyedoku. The Senate commended the security agencies for the successful rescue operation, describing the sacrifices of the fallen personnel and teachers as a demonstration of exceptional courage and commitment to national service. The leadership of the Senate was directed to ensure the immediate presentation of the financial support to the bereaved families. The Police Service Commission has released the names of 50,000 successful candidates shortlisted for recruitment into the Nigeria Police Force as constables. The Commission said applicants can confirm their status through the official recruitment portal, while successful candidates are also being notified through email and text messages. It described the exercise as part of ongoing efforts to strengthen the operational capacity of the Nigerian Police Force. According to the Commission, the recruitment process was conducted in collaboration with the Nigerian Police Force, the Federal Ministry of Police Affairs, and other relevant stakeholders to ensure transparency, fairness, and compliance with the Federal Character Principle. Successful applicants have been directed to report to designated police training colleges for documentation and screening. The Commission warned that candidates who fail to report within the stipulated period or do not meet the required medical and physical standards will forfeit their offers. The Nigerian Army has commenced a comprehensive review of the nation's joint defense doctrine as part of efforts to strengthen military operations and address emerging security challenges. A review committee led by Major General Ademola Adedoja visited the 6th Division headquarters in Port Harcourt, Rivers State, where it engaged commanders and officers to obtain operational input for the revision of the doctrine. The exercise, approved by the Chief of Defense Staff, General Olufemi Oluyede, seeks to update the existing 2017 Joint Defense Doctrine, which serves as a guide for joint military operations. The review is expected to reflect evolving security realities, modern warfare strategies, and improve interagency collaboration. The committee said the revised doctrine would focus on enhancing command and control systems, logistics, intelligence coordination, and the integration of emerging technologies. Military personnel have been encouraged to make professional contributions to ensure the new doctrine effectively supports Nigeria's national defense objectives. The Enugu State Police Command has arrested 20 suspects in a series of intelligence-led operations targeting cultism, illicit drug trafficking, and other violent crimes across the state. Police operatives attached to the Violent Crime Response Unit raided suspected criminal hideouts between 7th July and 14th July, leading to the recovery of suspected cannabis, methamphetamine, cocaine, offensive weapons, 22 motorcycles, 1 tricycle, and other exhibits. The operation was carried out in Independence Layout, Emene, Eko Binago, and Udenu local government area. According to the police public relations officer, Mr. Daniel Ndukwe, operatives also disrupted an alleged gathering marking the 7th anniversary of the Black Axe Confraternity at Owerezioba in Udenu local government area, where several suspects were arrested and motorcycles and other items recovered. The Commissioner of Police, Mr. Maman Bitrus Giwa, commended the operatives for the successful operations, and reaffirmed the command's commitment to intelligence-driven policing. He urged residents to remain vigilant and continue providing credible information to security agencies, adding that all suspects will be charged to court upon the conclusion of investigations. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. 6 killed as gas-laden truck explodes at Army checkpoint along Abuja-Lokoja Highway. National Association of Nigerian Nurses and Midwives issued 15-day ultimatum to the federal government. Coming up shortly, Minister of Interior calls for correctional reforms. Stay with us.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV, move with the world.
You're welcome back. The Nigeria Customs Service and the Nigeria Police Force have strengthened interagency collaboration to improve strategic communication, information sharing, and public engagement in support of national security. The renewed partnership was reaffirmed during a meeting at the Nigeria Customs Service headquarters in Abuja between the National Public Relations Officer of the service, Mr. Abdullahi Maiwada, and the Force Public Relations Officer of the Nigeria Police Force, Mr. Aneke Okoko. Both spokespersons stressed the need for coordinated public messaging, timely information dissemination, and stronger institutional cooperation to combat misinformation, improve public confidence, and support law enforcement operations across the country. The meeting also coincided with the induction of 70 customs public relations personnel into the Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, a development both agencies describe as a step towards strengthening professionalism, ethical communication, and effective public service. The Minister of Interior, Dr. Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo, has called for urgent reforms to address prison overcrowding across Africa, saying many inmates are serving custodial sentences for offences they could have resolved through alternative measures. Speaking at a regional conference on correctional services in Abuja, Dr. Tunji-Ojo said a significant proportion of inmates in African correctional centers were imprisoned for minor offenses, urging governments to embrace non-custodial sentencing where appropriate. The minister said that in Nigeria, many inmates remain in custody because they are unable to pay minor fines, despite the cost of keeping them in correctional facilities exceeding the value of those fines. He said a recent intervention to settle such fines contributed to a reduction in the correctional population. Dr. Tunji-Ojo also highlighted improvements in rehabilitation programs within Nigerian correctional centers, noting increased access to vocational training and tertiary education, which he said had contributed to a significant decline in repeat offending. The Abia State government's directive banning unauthorized graduation levies is yielding results, with several public and private schools beginning to refund fees collected from parents. The development follows an earlier directive by the Commissioner for Basic and Secondary Education, Mr. Goodluck Obochi, prohibiting graduation charges for pupils except those in primary 6 and senior secondary school 3. Parents in Umuahia, Aba, and other parts of the state have confirmed receiving refunds, while some private schools have opted to deduct the amount from the next school term's fees. The state government says monitoring teams will continue to enforce compliance, warning that schools violating the directive risks sanctions as part of efforts to ease the financial burden on parents and uphold government education policies. The Corporate Affairs Commission, CAC, has commenced the process of removing about 100,000 companies from each register over failure to comply with statutory filing requirements. In a statement issued by its management, the Commission said the affected companies failed to file annual returns and other mandatory documents as required under the Companies and Allied Matters Act 2020. The Commission said the exercise, designated Batch 6, was initiated pursuant to Section 692, subsections 3 and 4 of the Act. It advised affected companies to check the Commission's official website and regularize their records within 90 days. The Commission warned that companies that fail to comply within the stipulated period will be struck out of the register, reaffirming its commitment to strengthening compliance and maintaining an accurate corporate database. The Minister of Works, Senator David Umahi, has requested a comprehensive forensic autopsy into the death of Mary Habila, a staff member attached to the Federal Ministry of Works, before her remains are released for burial. In a petition submitted through his legal representatives, Roy and Associates, to the Ebonyi State Commission of Police, the minister urged investigators to ensure that qualified forensic pathologists determine the exact cause and circumstances surrounding her death. According to the petition, Habila, who was on secondment from the David Umahi Federal University of Medical Sciences, Uburu, died on June 27th at a staff residential building within the minister's residence in Uburu, Ohozara local government area of Ebonyi State. The lawyer stated that the deceased lived in accommodation designated for staff members and not in the minister's personal residence. The legal team further requested that the remains should not be released, including to members of her families or friends, until the autopsy and all relevant investigative processes had been completed, saying the measure was necessary to preserve the integrity of the ongoing investigation and establish the true cause of death. And on to sports news. Super Eagles goalkeeper Stanley Nwabali has returned to Chipe United after taking time away from football, with his representative revealing that the decision was prompted by a series of personal bereavements. Speaking on the circumstances surrounding the goalkeeper's temporary exit, his agent, Mohamed Lawal, said Nwabali lost his grandmother and both parents within an 18-month period, leaving him emotionally overwhelmed, while also carrying increased family responsibilities. Lawal explained that the emotional strain affected the goalkeeper's well-being and performances, making it necessary for him to step away from competitive football to grieve and recover before returning to the game. The representative said Nwabali has now regained his focus and is prepared to resume his career with the South African club, expressing confidence that the Super Eagles goalkeeper is mentally and physically ready for the season. And now to end the news across the country, here are the main points again. 6 people have been confirmed dead following the explosion of a gas-laden truck at an army checkpoint along the Abuja-Lokoja Federal Highway in Kogi State. The explosion engulfed 3 other trucks, while emergency responders, including the Nigerian Police Force and the Federal Road Safety Corps, cleared the scene and evacuated the victims. The National Association of Nigerian Nurses and Midwives have issued a 15-day ultimatum to the federal government, threatening to embark on a 3-day nationwide warning strike from July 29th if concerns over the alleged victimization of its members at the Federal Neuropsychiatric Hospital, Kaduna, are not addressed. The association is demanding the reinstatement of its suspended branch chairman and the reversal of disciplinary measures against other affected members. And the Minister of Interior, Dr. Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo, has called for comprehensive correctional reforms across Africa, saying many inmates are serving custodial sentences for minor offences. Speaking at a regional correctional services conference in Abuja, the minister advocated greater use of non-custodial measures and highlighted ongoing rehabilitation programs aimed at reducing recidivism and easing congestion in correctional facilities. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 0703 043 7110 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidima Sogwa and the entire news team, I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Yo, what's up? Good afternoon, Enugu. Good afternoon, for today promises to be interesting. In this edition of entertainment, we're bringing your way what's happening, how it has been going. First of all, I would like to ask how your day has been going. How is your day going? I hope you're having a good day. I hope you're eating well, and I hope you've eaten. You know, some people are out there and they are hungry. Please, if you have something around you, give a hungry person next to you. But I'm promising you that this afternoon I'm going to bring you the gist, how it's happening. This is Aneke TV Entertainment, where the bass happens, where the comparison and rinkoparun happen. You understand what I mean? And it is one of the times you've been waiting for and you've been looking up to. And I want to let you know that you have to stay with us, stay with me, while I drive you through this session. I am Gurup Chukuma, the Commissioner for Enjoyment. Let's go there. Yesterday is the day that entertainment has made this moment, and we are having a lot of information coming to us from the Streamers University, which has started just yesterday, and Katefe was not able to travel and has not been able to travel for the day one or for the 5 days streaming. I mean, talking about Streamers University, which was hosted by Kai Sinat, which he had to take about 120 people across 1 million persons that was on the list. He took 120 people. He had to take them in, and so far so good. It has started. Of course, people in the Streamers University have been replaced with other people, and also it has been an update which I must tell you that you need to know about, talking about the Streamers University. It has not really been easy for Katefe because he ran mad the other day thinking the visa has been accepted. The visa has been approved. Of course, that's the right word to use, has been approved. But unfortunately for the young man, he has not been approved. And it was not really approved. Okay, it's giving that vibe of what is he going to do, as the Streamers University has already started, and this guy is already just right there trying to see what he could do to make it to take it to the next level. And I must tell you, it's a painful one for Katefe. It's really a painful one for him, and I must tell you that this guy needs to just take it to his heart, and he had to really take heart. I must tell you, he has to really take heart. Of course, he is one of the biggest streamers we have in Nigeria, while we have other guys talking about Enzo and the rest of them who has also been in the business of streaming. I mean, Katefe just in 2 years has achieved what many people said that he could not achieve. He has achieved a lot, and in the Streamers University you will see the likes of Kaisina choosing Katefe for the next level game of streaming, where he will organize the Streamers University. Of course, Shank was not taken in, and then you're talking about Pella. Pella is not actually a Twitch streamer. I hope you guys know, because some people say, okay, Pella is a streamer. Pella is not a Pella is a streamer on TikTok, and TikTok actually is why and where Pella had to, go everywhere around Nigeria. And talking about the young man who's about to get married to the love of his life, talking about Jarvis, after the late time and I would say the extra time dramas they've had. And of course, you see that Pella really loves Jarvis. I don't know whether this is another way of content or clickbaiting, but we could say that both of them will get married shortly, and it's going to be amazing. Now, I'll bring you the story which has been making it in this round of entertainment, and talking about the painful demise of Ninola's husband. The painful demise of Ninola's husband. It has been a painful moment for the Afrobeat, Afro dancehall singer, who lost the husband just last 2 months. It's been a moment of pain and a moment of grief for her, while she had to come out to start too. You know, she had to make certain comments. Oh, this is very, very wired. You were mine. You were mine. Talking about the husband. You were really, really mine. So what just happened? What really happened? What happened? You own me, and I you. You own me, and I you. That's what she said. My soulmate. It doesn't feel right, baby. I'm alone without Michael. My husband, my friend, my lover, my partner died. And I'm lonely as nobody understands. Don't fall in love. It's a trap. Grief is love with nowhere to go. This is something I must tell you that she said. Of course, it's a painful one. Grief is a trap. Love is a trap. Love is a trap. Sorry. Love is a trap. That's what she said. And I would really, really love to, you know, extend my condolence to Niniola. It's been a moment of pain for her, just losing Michael like that. You know, Uncle Michael, I would say it's not been easy for her to hold down. And I pray that for the peaceful repose of his soul and also for comfort to Niniola. It's not really been easy for her, but I know that it's going to be better as time comes around and as time heals. Now, moving next to my story, it's been a while we heard about AG Baby. They're talking about Adekunle Gold, and he has not been on the limelight, but I have something just to let you know that it's been rumors and rumors upon rumors about the whereabouts of Adekunle Gold. Talking about the man who survived sickle cell and the man who had to, you know, make good music. Started from the days of Orente, from the days of Baba God, pick up the call, down to the days something different, and down to the days of party non-stop. Talking about this guy, Adekunle Gold, who has been just on his own, and he has not made any public post, except the other day he showed on X that he had made the picture. He had a dread tattoo. He drew a tattoo on his chest. Of course, that's going to be something for another day. And I want to just bring you what Zikloma said. You know, Zikloma, the guy who at some point of his life had to trim his nose. This guy said, the earlier you start, the better. Talking about people should stop begging for money. This is a celebrity, a content creator, and it's been long we saw him on the content creation space after he trimmed his nose from a flying boat to now a pointed spirit, I would call it, from a flying boat to a pointed, you know, to a pointed spear. This guy has said that he would want people to start working. People should really, really go and start working. You have to work. You really have to work. If you don't work, you will not earn. Stop the, you know, the begging. That I think he said in a way that looks like begging is now a culture. People are begging a lot. I mean, people are trying to, ask for money where they ask for, reap where they did not sow. And it's a problem because you are not going to reap where you did not sow, and you are going to reap torn. Because if you don't sow, you will reap whatever grows there. And I move on to the next story. I'm telling you the guys who are going to perform in the World Cup final, where you have the likes of iShowSpeed coming to do a performance in the final game of the World Cup, talking about the Sunday's game, which will start by just 7:30, and in the halftime of this game is gonna be a Super Bowl event that would happen. I mean, the World Cup ceremony should start around 6:30 because it's gonna be a 90-minute game, 90-minute performance before the final World Cup between Argentina and Spain. We also have Laura Pausini. Laura Pausini is going to be there, right there to perform. And we have Laura Pausini. We also have Jennifer Hudson is also there. She's going to perform. And we're still talking about people who are going to perform. We have Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise is going to be there to perform. And we now have the finalists talking about iShowSpeed. iShowSpeed is the one who's going to perform, and iShowSpeed is the man of the moment. iShowSpeed, just when he was in Nigeria just earlier this year, had to clock to 50 million YouTube subscribers. And I really want to let us know that in the world of content creation and in the world of celebrity, of course, many years ago, no one knew celebrities as content creators. But right now, we are having celebrities as content creators. We're having celebrities as content creators, and we're having content creators as celebrity. I don't really know what that is, but I know that anyone who is going to go into that world would create a lot of content. If you really want to, make it, have that foreign cash, you would really go into the world of content creation. Now I want to bring your way, just right there on the WhatsApp, right there also on the screen, the names of content creators in Nigeria, guys who has really been influential in the world of content creating. I'm telling you right now, top content creators in Nigeria and their net worth. We have network there, we can call it network too, but we have looking at it, we have Sabinus, Sabinus, the comedian. He is at the top, and his network, he has 8.6 million Instagram followers, 6.2 million YouTube, Facebook followers, 3.1 million YouTube followers, and network is $1 million to $3 million. Talking about his network right now. Now we have Mark Angel Comedy. Mark Angel Comedy is still on the top of the guys who have been making it all around the place and all around the globe. We have him at YouTube. He has 10.7 million subscribers, and Facebook where he has 6.3 million, and on Instagram he has 4.5 million. His network is just with the same of Sabinus, just slightly above. Well, having up to $4 million or $2 million is not slightly above, is really above. Now we have Brother Shaggy. Brother Shaggy coming next, just before Taoma. We have Brother Shaggy, and he is a comedy content creator who has been in this field since way back, and you would see him just right there on Instagram, 3.6 million subscribers and followers, and on YouTube he has 2.7 million followers and subscribers. Now on Facebook he has 2.2 million followers, and his network is $2 million to $4 million. I guess he is the richest, but let's not conclude until we go through everyone here. Now we have Taoma Comedy. Taoma has 4.1 million Instagram followers, and on his YouTube he has 1.8 million subscribers, and on his her TikTok, Taoma is a lady, Taoma is actually a lady, while a lot of ladies, in this list we just have 2 ladies who are making it in the world of entertainment and also in the world of content creation. Taoma is a lady, I beg your pardon, she's a lady, and we have her just on TikTok, 1.6 million plus followers on TikTok. Her network is $2 million to $3 million. Now we have Mr. Macaroni, the comedian and the actor, who on Instagram has 2.7 million followers, and on X has 1.2 million followers, and on YouTube has 1.1 million subscribers. That's his network is $1 million to $2 million. And coming over to the next lady on the row, we have Kiki. Kiki, is it Kiki or Kiki? Well, I call her Kiki, or whatever you call her. Once she would answer, that's all right, because she's a content creator. And I must say her name is really Kiki. So when I laugh, I say Kiki, Kiki, Kiki. All right, now I bring you her Instagram followers, about 3.4 million, and also her Facebook is 1.5 million, and her TikTok is 2.2 million. Her network is $1 million to $2 million. And we have the man who makes everyone laugh, not just everyone, but the spirits to laugh too. Talking about Brain Jota. Brain Jota is really the guy and the man of the moment. Talking about him, you would have him by 2.9 million Instagram followers, 2.9 million Instagram followers, and 2.4 million TikTok followers, and also 1.1 million. I was expecting Macangel to surpass Sabinus, but Sabinus really has a network of people who are really, really working with him, a lot of them. So I'm sure that those people will come to Sabinus to still watch his comedy. And I will tell you that Brent may not have a lot, but we could see what will happen at the end of the day. Now we have Lasisi Elenu. Lasisi Elenu, something just happened right now. Something just happened right now. I'm angry. That's the guy. That's his trademark and that's his word. Talking about Lasisi Elenu, he has 2.9 million subscribers and 1.8 million YouTube followers on YouTube and also 1.3 million followers on Facebook. His network is still $800,000 to $1.5 million. Now we go over to Praise Victor. That's this Praise Victor is the skit comedian. This guy, he's an amazing content creator, and he has 1.9 million Instagram followers, and on his TikTok he has 1.6 million, and on his YouTube he has 1.1 million followers. Now the net worth is 800,000 to 1.5 million, and some Speedy has 2.1 million YouTube subscribers. 2.1 million YouTube subscribers, and also 1.3 million Instagram subscribers, and Facebook 1.1 million subscribers. That's his network is $1.7 million to $2.3 million. You could see their brand documents and also YouTube ad revenue, their Facebook and YouTube, their Facebook and Instagram monetization, and TikTok creator revenue, and the rest of them live events. This is what makes them. Well, I'm telling you right now, just beside you see their network and collaboration. And Sabinus is the man who is leading. Sabinus is going down to Mr. Macaroni, and Mr. Macaroni is going down to Kiki, and Kiki is working with Brother Shaggy, and Taoma is working with Mr. Macaroni, and Brain Jota is working with Lasisi a lot. Brain Jota has worked with Lasisi a lot. Then Macangel has really been on his own for a while, but we could see what happens at the end of the day, that these creators are really pushing their game out. And I must tell you that what actually make them successful, you could see it right there, because I have to make it to be one. Strong, consistent content creation made them successful. Strong personal branding, engaging storytelling, understanding their audience, smart monetization, and investment. Well, it's Nigerian content creators are not just entertainers, but they're business builders and employing people and taking Africa to the continent. These guys are really, really influential, and they have been taking Africa to the whole world. They have been marketing Africa. We're going on a short break. When I return, and when we return, I'm going to bring your way more and more on this edition of entertainment. Stay right here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back shortly.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Welcome back. We are back here again just to take you through what is happening in the world of entertainment. Now we go over to the section where we take people's screenshots on X, and we are getting this content from Yaba Left Online. That's where we get the content. So we are declaring that we don't own the content. There are people that owns it, and that is Yaba Left. Yaba Left goes online to take a screenshot of a tweet, or sorry, an X. I would say X, because now the question is, since it's not tweet, we could say it's X. So takes a screenshot of an X, then they had to bring it, and you could check. I would show you what it means. He said, I was in a keke. This is a lady, Walida said she was in a keke when we passed my brother driving. I waved at him. He called me. He asked if I was going home. I said yes. He asked me to get down at the next junction so he could pick me up. I did exactly that. This man drove past me, left me there. I had to take another keke. The brother saw her in a keke and asked her if she was really going home. She said yes. So the brother now had to, you know, say, okay, wait for me, the next junction, tell that keke to stop you there. I'm gonna come there to pick you up. Now that keke had to stop her there. Guess what? She had to pay that keke. Now the brother had to drive past her while she was still there. You know, this guy really had to. It's just like he's a Manchester City fan, so I don't know. I don't really take that thing serious because, you know, Manchester City fans are people who just started supporting teams just yesterday. I mean, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, they started watching football. But he said, pick brother at. What do you really think? And I must tell you, from my own opinion, this is what I would do, depending on my relationship with my sister, because I could go home and not eat the whole day. I'm telling you the truth. I could go home and not eat again, because what do you mean I told you to stop and you stopped and I drive past you? Oh my God, that would be really, really painful. That will really, really be painful. And we have this next X quote, I mean X tweet, X, yes, something like that, talking about business on Emeka. Now, Yankee Plug, he said that the point of view is customer asks for the length of a MacBook charger before he can make payment. No request where I never see for this business. No request where Uncle Emeka never see for this business. Now, imagine that there's a lot of fake things, and a lot of people have been calling about this particular online platform that used to sell fake products. Now, customer had to see the length of MacBook so that if he sits in the parlor, it can be with him. The length could, you know, enter his room. That's pure and peak marketing, I will tell you, because a lot of people want to see what they are buying before they really buy it. And I must tell you, this is the funniest part of what I've seen today. How can your brother tell you to stop at the junction and you stopped, and this guy had to drive past you? So class in between, and so emotions, I would tell you. And this guy had to enter another keke and go home. Now the MacBook guy. So I am telling you right now, it is already Thursday, and I want to ask you, I want to leave you with this question. What do you think you enjoyed when you were growing up? What do you really think you enjoyed when you were growing up? What did you enjoy when you were growing up? What did you enjoy? You know, what was that food? Was that, no folk story? What was that thing that really you were looking up to as a child? And when I come your way tomorrow, same time, same station on Aneke TV Entertainment, I'm going to bring you the answers of our audience, and it's going to be an interesting time as we take this journey together. I am your one and only host, Good Hope Chukuma, the Commissioner for Enjoyment, and we'll love to have you here tomorrow. Have a wonderful afternoon. Bye.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap for ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, I want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena only on Aneke TV.
world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives.
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
From our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security. Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV. In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives.
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
From our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security. Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV. In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives.
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
From our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security. Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
It is with joy that we welcome you to this edition of Security Watch on Aneke TV. It is the enlightenment program that has identified the importance of safety and then moves for heightened measures for the security of lives and property to the benefit of mankind and, of course, to the well-being of mankind. Thank you so much for being there. You can find us on our socials, our Facebook, our X, our Instagram, our TikTok, and also on our YouTube at Aneke TV. And I assure you, you will not regret you did. My name is Chukwemeka Obasi. And today, we are here to examine the implications of insecurity to the Nigerian citizens. Thank you so much. Good enough, I am here with another set of high-profile personalities who are here, of course, who made our list to be on the show today as our guest. By my left is the Executive Director, Heroin Women Foundation, who also measures as the President, Women Support Women for Human Empowerment and Mentorship Initiative, WOSUWO. Ambassador Onyinyejoy Mama. You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mika.
And again, I have the former Director, Research and Quality Assurance Department, NAPTEP, and he is also a senior lecturer, Faculty of Education, Godfrey Wike University, Enugu. Dr. Mark Ugoke, you are welcome on the show.
Yeah, it's a pleasure being here.
All right, Ambassador Joy, how are you today?
I'm very fine, thank you.
Okay. Dr. Mark, me looking at your face glittering, I know you are very fine today.
Yes, I am.
All right, let me start with you, Ambassador Joy.
Yeah.
You and I know that insecurity is an evil wind that blows nobody any good.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, how does it look like it has come to stay in Nigeria?
All right, so I think immediately after life is two key components that makes life really essential, and that is feeding and being alive. And if being alive entails a lot, it entails security. But no, the name Nigeria looks almost synonymous with the word insecurity. For a person, I just came down from Abuja, I haven't attended a workshop, I'll be plying the road of Akwa Ibom for another 3 days workshop. But since the day I got that mail and notification that I will be going on the road, I will fly through the road to Akwa Ibom because there's no connecting flight from Enugu to Akwa Ibom, I've lost my pace. Primarily because you don't know what will be both the harbingers and the proceeds of the people who will come from the wide bush, come from the street, stop with their car, and I pray God it doesn't happen, because the average thinking, proper news ready Nigeria is always ready to hear that something happened on the road. You know, so many years back, 15, 17 years back, it was just a tickle of news here and there. But right now, you could, in a day, hear Boronu, hear Kaduna, hear Uzowani, hear Anambra, hear Bayelsa, and it continues to become a norm that Nigerians cannot live without hearing that children have been adopted. Every Nigerian is privy to the information of the recently rescued 47 children and their teachers. You could look at the vulnerability and the fragility of the persons who were adopted by those kingpins into the wild bush of Orile, and they stayed for 50-something days. Your mind could not really marinate through what those children went through for those 50-something days. And so we keep hearing Nigeria insecurity. You know, so many countries of the world are bedeviled with social instances and friction. But worst of it all is the case of poverty and insecurity. Which insecurity is almost fighting off to be on the #1 of our ladder in the Nigerian society.
Before you continue, thank you so much for that. Dr. Mark, I'm seeing goose pimple all over you, hearing that it's like a norm. Insecurity has been like a norm in Nigeria. I'm not worried about that.
I'm worried about that because apart from the one we are talking about, kidnapping and all the rest, there are a lot of things that has to do with insecurity. You talk about even food insecurity. Because when people are not even fed, when people are hungry, it could also escalate the other aspect of insecurity. Poverty could also lead to that. And of course, if you are talking about the poverty index of Nigeria is very high, right? So these are the things that accumulate to insecurity, and that is why it continues to take different dimensions at different points. It's not the way it happened in Enugu that it will happen in Kaduna. It's not the way it happened in Kaduna that it will happen in Zafra. Sometimes they will tell you that the one in Zafra is because of, what do you call it, solid minerals, that they don't have a fleet there, but you see a plane going there to carry some of the minerals. It's not the same way it happens. In some areas, people could be kidnapped and kept inside the house, right? In the other place, they could kidnap and they keep them inside the bush. So it depends on what triggered it. And because we have different dimensions of it, it becomes very difficult to solve. And that is why Nigeria is not finding it funny, you know, to handle insecurity in the country, because you don't even know who is actually doing it.
Yeah.
There is one.
Okay, go on.
There's one rich man. What is he? Is he rich? That was involved in kidnapping in Anambra, from Anambra in Lagos, Evans. You understand? The man wasn't poor. He made money from kidnapping, but he continued, right? So that one is another version of his own. And it was happening, the one that is happening now is more complex because, you know, they take a lot of people inside the bush. If it is now that you take somebody and keep him inside a house, it's easy for police to track it. But these ones that are inside a thick forest, in fact, I read on the newspaper where they say the drones, the forest in, is it Orile or Orire?
Orile.
That it was so thick that the drones could not detect and could not detect their position. That's why they had to use ground force to be able to locate. Those ones are quite complex. And you don't know how far you will trek before you get to the point because of landmines and all the rest that could be laid along the pathways. So it's actually a new dimension, a new issue that is creating a lot of problem in Nigeria. None of us nowhere is safe in the country now. As what? Even in anywhere.
That nowhere is safe in the country.
Even within the city.
Ambassador Joy, you can see him, you can hear how he's mentioning the dimensions of it. And that is almost from him, it looks impossible to be tracked or to maybe bring it to book the way it should be to a country like Nigeria.
Let me tell you, the complexity of the insecurity that has given birth to a multitude of things we never sought after is largely connected to religious bigotry, right? Fanaticism gave birth to the greatest kingpins of kidnapping in Nigeria. Because a larger percentage of the guys who perpetrate this act do not even understand come. Because what we do from this side of the world is information. And information comes and tells you that it happened in Borno, it happened in Zamfara, it happened in Jigawa, it happened in Sokoto, and maybe one of the kingpins is apprehended, and you come to see their face, and you come to see their language, you notice it is practically a larger percentage of the people from that side. So it's connected to people wanting to amass a portion of the Nigerian land and be adversely included. And also the anger of wanting to be part of the political circle that dictates the tone of Nigeria. On another side is the black boy locals. That's what I call them. The boys from the downside here, who are also angry with unemployment, angry with poverty, angry with the rich getting richer. And so they try to emulate the culture of the people who taught them insecurity by also adopting their own brothers. Because we've had stories of boys who were apprehended, and they say the people who kidnapped us are Igbo boys. And they begin to also act like the stories we're hearing, that they kidnapped 10 people, they have murdered 3. And within myself, I'm asking myself, the lowest class of the people are the people who ply the road. Big men don't go the road. And so if you're angry at poverty and you apprehend another poor man and you slaughter him, and you make demands on the head of the poor man who also is suffering the weight of the same poverty you're suffering, you've not gotten to the tail of the issue. The issue is that the big guys are not around for you to kidnap. We've not, I mean, if we profiled series of the stories that have followed kidnapping,
one wonders if they are doing that actually to solve a problem.
It's not even commensurate to the number of the people we all are angry with, because they are the budget G's, they are the people who have the money, and they don't ply the road. So
but do you think they are doing that to solve the problem?
They are not doing it to solve the problem. The triggers are also poverty. Remember we mentioned economic drivers, right? So if poverty induces you to pick another poor person, and you place a bounty on the head of that person, and you say, bring 10 million naira, the person is almost as poor as you are. And then they start selling land and calling people and opening. I've been in series of WhatsApp groups where we kept contributing money to salvage an adoptee. So it's trying to wear out the weight of your anger on another angry person. Because if we have a commensurate number of the big guys who will just with a snap of the finger pay the ransom that has been bounted on their head, kidnapping will look even more fun for the low class. But the low class suffer the abduction, suffer the penury, suffer the intricacies that are connected to the abduction that is carried out by the poor man on top of the poor man. And so the anger of kidnapping intensifies.
Okay. Thank you so much. We'll come back to that. The anger of kidnapping intensifies. Let us come to the drawing board. And today our focus is really on the implications of this insecurity directly to the Nigerian citizens. Yes.
Oh, it has a lot of implications. It has a different implication educationally. You know, people are scared to be in school. What do you call it, in commerce, people are finding it difficult to move from one place to the other. Ordinarily, somebody would want to go to Lagos to sell his product, you know, by road, if he feels so, that it's cheaper for him. But now, he'll be thinking of going through by the air, because the insecurity, and that may be costly, and that may result in adding, or rather, adding cost into the overall cost of his product he will want to sell. You understand? Then internationally, of course, you know that if your country is rated as an insecure country and you are going there, one, they will be scared that you may come with that mindset, and that you are part of that system that created that unwholesome act in this country. So why coming to our own country? You understand? Now, it also has effect on the cost of living. People can't go to farm, right? People can't do anything freely. In fact, if you go to some what do you call it, communities, you can hardly see anybody. There was a time I was watching on a WhatsApp group. There's one community in Edo State. They've all vacated that place. This is a community they've lived for a very long time. Even in Ebonyi here, there is one community, Efiom. I don't know whether you know that Efiom. Efiom used to be a very business and well-developed community. But if you go there, it's now a ghost of itself. In fact, you can hardly find a human being in Efiom now. But those days, in the 80s, in the 90s, Efiom used to be a very busy and enterprising community, you know, with enterprising young men coming from that place. They had schools. In fact, there was one of a proprietor of a school that was a close friend of mine. He was running the school in that place, but the school, long time, has been closed down. So the educational system has been bastardly affected by the insecurity in that place and in any other section of Nigeria. So
we seem to have a lot of dimensions to talk about. Yes, almost at the same time. But let's quickly look at how the insecurity is affecting the economic hardship in Nigeria.
All right. So while Prof was talking, I also thought about infrastructural depletion and misuse. Because you notice that some of the houses that were identified by these perpetrators to be a place of habitation has been raised down. Now, these were people's structures, hard-earned money being brought down because they don't want it to be a harvest net for the kidnappers. So someone's hard-earned money was now marked red to be brought down because it was someone's nest. So it begins to affect people both psychologically. Some of the people that bought lands in interior places. And as you're going to that interior place, you're coming into that house, maybe you left it half built, to notice that there are movements, you know, gun, pistols, bullets, stove, mattresses. Before you know it, the government will meet that house and they will tag it down. So there's a lot of psychological disbalance in the society. People are not happy, people are worried, people are scared. And on the side of agriculture is huge. Because if we don't have production, we will not have anything to leverage on. That is so dependent on importation. And as far as importation continues, we will continue to be impoverished. Because we are supposed to have local mass production, which commonly comes from places like Nsukka, places like Ebonyi, places like Uboka. And so these women are scared to the brim to go to the bush, to the farmland. We used to have farm settlements, if you remember, where families will repatriate from their homes back to the bushes, settle their family, and just be living as if they live in the bush. Who dares run that affair now? So some of the things that promoted increase of agricultural products, you know, exportation of things as small as sobono, akwinu, ginger, turmeric, cucumber that grows in our own local soil have stopped. And I tell you, if this continues, the prices of things will continue to escalate. You ask yourself, I just have 100,000 in my bag. I've not bought anything, I just got fuel. And I just picked carrots or onions. Where is my 100,000? And it continues to happen every day. Because the escalation of prices will so hit all of us. And the pity falls back on the low and average income earners of the society. And come to think of that, how many of us are even earning well? And then how many of us that are earning well? How many of us are being owed the salaries that you're not even earning well from? So insecurity is a fulcrum upon which the government needs to sit back and have a strong roundtable discussion. They will start with telling themselves the truth. I don't know the aspect of the security we are going to, but if I have to pour my heart, there may be some things I will say, maybe next time.
Okay, Dr. Mark, don't you think we are running the risk of food inflation if this continues?
Yeah, certainly there will be inflation in the cost of food items because a lot of people are not going to farm. Besides that, you know, there's one fundamental thing. Across the world, the greatest employer of labor is agriculture, right? That sector of the economy is now being destroyed. There used to be, there's a place, I have a property down inside Nike. Those days, the people, the villagers, they used to go there and farm in the early 80s, early 90s. But now, nobody dare go there. Right? Besides, you look at the kind of people we have in the country now, the youths. How many of them are even interested to go to farm? Even if the farm is safe. Everybody wants to make money. You go to big cities, you see a lot of young boys that are paying over 2 million naira per flat, and they're not doing anything. Right? And ordinarily, those days, these are the kind of people that will assist in production of food items that could serve as raw materials to industries, you understand? Or so as you can even give it to serve as materials that people will buy as food items and keep in the house. But those things are now going. So certainly there will be terrible inflation in the country because of the cost of food item, which will certainly escalate. Because the population is increasing. Yeah. You understand? And the farmland is decreasing. Not only because of the insecurity. People are developing properties and all the rest, and you know land is not a renewable resource. You understand? It's a fixed asset. So it doesn't increase. While the population is increasing, you are building more houses, the land is decreasing. Now, the remaining one, the insecurity doesn't allow people to go there and farm. Can you imagine? See, these are where we are now. And let me tell you, the cost of food item this year and late last year was a little bit considerate. Do you know why? Because government decided to import grains. Yeah. And they subsidized that price. So that's why we're able to afford that. You remember that when Buhari was there, he wanted to encourage farmers by placing a ban on imported items. But it was then that it became very clear that Nigerians cannot feed themselves. And the price were thrice what we're having today. You understand? And so when this government came and saw that it will be out of hand if they allow that policy to continue, they decided to reverse it to enable importation into the country. And the many people that were even storing grains and all the rest last year and even early this year, they lost because the cost of storage was higher than what the price became after all because of that importation.
Okay, Dr. Mark, thank you so much. Your submission has been very wonderful. But then, Mr. Joy, I want you to be emphatic speaking on how this insecurity affects the cost of living in Nigeria.
All right, so currently, I do not know how much of the intelligence you allow on the program, but I know that the ages of the boys who go also as secondary kidnappers, these are informants, syndicates, assailants, they also promote the high cost of living. Like Prof said, 21-year-old boy is paying for 2-bedroom self-car, 2 million. How do you know about money? Do you understand money? Have you ever taken care of a family? Because the real fathers will not be happy to pay for 2 million over just a room and a flat because they have children and a wife to take care of. But the young boys, they land on Mercedes, land on on big houses and escalate. You know, when I keep using this word escalate, that's what is happening every now and then in the current society. Everything in the society is escalated. So in emphasis, the price of the items and products we procure from the market, apart from rice, that the government, like Prof explained, gave a leverage on because he allowed importation. Rice has gone down, but aside from rice, every other thing is still on increase. If you pick a little yam because it's locally produced, they will tell you a price that you want to wonder. Is the person telling you the price of the whole yam that she's carrying, or is it just this one? And she's telling you, madam, this is the price. And if she removes money, she will remove just 1,500. This is yam we used to buy 250.
Yes.
And then the biggest size of yam ever that you want to carry and go and do Thanksgiving in church will be 1,000 or 1,500, and people will be admiring the size of the yam. Now, if you want to carry that size of yam for one yam, is 7,000.
Yes.
8,000. The normal small size of yam is 3,500. Then the family where the mother earns 30,000, and the husband with all his transportation and everything earns 100,000. Tell me how they will be buying yam and buying gari and buying. They haven't bought all the things they will use to cook yam and rice, and then the child is coming to have headache. By afternoon, the school fees is sending a circular for school fees. And so, if insecurity is not tackled, so people come out. People will have to come out to canvass for business, go to school, go to their farms, speak out. If you stay at home, you will make money. You will need to. I will need to meet with him and say, "Oh God, you have something for me in your office. I speak well, I write well," and he will say, "Nina, come, let me give you a trial." But when I'm insecure and I'm at home, I will be both poor, covered, and inexperienced. So, in emphasis, at the beginning, I said, poverty is synonymous to insecurity. Once you're insecure, you will not leverage from common things that we call social amenities, because you'll be restricted to either move, react, or talk. Insecurity will even make you not say the truth where you're supposed to say the truth.
Yes.
Because you're scared of who is beside you, who is listening to you, and who is carrying your message to where you don't know. Even in the office, your boss, who knows what is the real thing to do? Even you people as the media, for this case of insecurity, there are truths you cannot just blow. There are truths you cannot let fly. Because you don't know what is happening. You don't know who is on the monitor. Even the police, they are restricted. Because insecurity has a syndicacy. And if it has a syndicacy, you don't know who is the mastermind behind the syndicacy. So even when the police are expected to quickly come and salvage the situation, they are asking you, "Madam, just make sure you know what you are saying." They know you know what you are saying. It's just that they will not come to use their life and put on the panel to prove to you that they are police. After all, police, they are human beings. They are people's husbands and brothers. So they keep asking you questions. So you bring your phone down and stop expecting them to play Jesus. If we want to dissect insecurity, we probably will not go home. And at some point, all of us will be angry. Because there's so much connected to the insecurity. And even when it starts looking like a norm, it's even more deadly. I look at my child who is going to school just a few miles away from my residence, and I'm frightened. I'm frightened because I've seen them pick children from school. I'm frightened because I don't even know the gate man who is not from this side of the country. If he is also a gang up, or you don't know who you are scared of. And it has gotten to that point.
It's a problem.
So it has really eaten deep into our own nature's fabric that even when you want to let it slide and act as if it's not a thing, we shouldn't regard it. You will hear something that will keep you on your toes, and you will truly regard it. The children and the teachers from Oyo State were rescued on that same day. Another set of children were adopted from Kogi, where they went to write Sneko.
Yes.
It's coming to a point where children will raise war against families about going to school. Because you can't be sending me to go and enter the bush. And parents will now start explaining to their own children, I'm not sending you to be kidnapped, I'm sending you to be somebody in the society, and your children will wage war against you. Because what is the explanation that a child will enter a classroom, the most safe place in the world before, and from that classroom I will enter a place of peril, a place of no definition, a place of something you see in the movies. You see a 2-year-old child stripped of her clothing, being battered up, and go hungry for days, and there's no explanation. The word insecurity, if it doesn't frighten any reasonable person in Nigeria as of today, then that person...
As a matter of fact, it does. Honestly speaking, we have got to the point where we can't predict the next moment. Yes. So, Dr. Wike, thank you so much. We want to observe a short break now. When we are back from the break, we'll look at it from the physical dangers and displacement as a result of insecurity. Thank you so much, our viewer, for being there. We want to observe just a short break. Don't go away.
Thank you.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
He just says no good.
Well, thank you so much from the back from the short break. We are still on the program Security Watch on Aneke TV. Our topic for today has been the implications of this insecurity to the Nigerian citizens. And I've been here with two strong voices. One is the Executive Director, Heroine Women Foundation, and then the President, Women Support Women for Human Empowerment and Mentorship Initiative, Ambassador Onyinye Joy Mama. And then I have the former Director, Research and Quality Assurance Department, NAPTEP, and who is also a senior lecturer, Faculty of Education, the Gospel University, Enugu here. Dr. Mark. Okay, let's continue.
Oh, thank you.
All right, before we went on the short break, we were talking about the dangers and the displacement this insecurity has caused to the Nigerian citizens. Please take it off from there.
Okay, the displacement is obvious. I mentioned earlier what happened at a film. Is of course you know about IDPs that are all over the place now. I don't know whether they have IDP in Enugu, but in some other states, in Edo, I know quite a good number of them. In fact, at a point when I was working with my former establishment, we were going there to conduct exams for them at IDP center. We'll go there, register them, and go there and conduct exam, because it has become a place for the children to grow far away from there where they were born and brought up. So they would settle there, and in fact they had a school that was made by the government, you know, a mini school like that, so that they will be able to access education. So a lot of people have been displaced. Then a lot of other things that have been happening, like movement of food items and all the rest, are the things that are part of the insecurity that we're having in the country. For instance, I could produce yam. Benue State used to be the basket of the food basket of the nation. Those towns around Benue, like Enugu, Zike, Obolafo, and all the rest, there's a market there, Oyibeze or something like that. If you go there, you could get food at a very low cost. But now, it's no longer there, because the Benue, most of them are out of their houses. They've been driven away from their farms and even from their homes. So they cannot settle to produce any food item. Now, those people that are in IDP centers, they don't have the freedom. They don't have access to go and farm. So they are just there at the mercy of the government. Anything they have, they will go and give them. So you could see a lot of people coming out from that IDP centers without anything they are doing. But there are a lot of reasons why this insecurity are increasing. Insecurity issues are increasing. Joblessness, lack of skills, lack of interest in children developing skills, lack of education, you understand? Because the kind of education we had those days is not the same thing with what we're having now. Because those days you make more efforts. You know, during our presentation the other time, when we were talking about performance of students, I was telling you that we have a lot of what do you call it, educational platform that enable children access learning, you know, easier than what we were having those days. But you can never get things with ease without making good effort. Those days we do make a lot of effort to be educated, but nowadays children are not willing to learn. Then when you want them to go and learn some skills, nobody is willing to work, to go and learn as an apprentice or any other way of getting themselves empowered so that they'll be able to get food on their table. Let me also give you an instance. You know, when we were growing up, is either you are in school or you are under apprenticeship, right? Those two are mandatory, either trading apprenticeship or skill apprenticeship. Right? That is, you are learning a trade, or you have gone to join somebody who will bring you up and empower you at the end of the completion of training. And when people are talking about empowerment and all the rest, they are only concerned about giving people money. No. If you give somebody who doesn't have a skill money, he will not do anything with it. He will just spend the money anyhow. And that is why you see a lot of these people that are into Yahoo business and all the rest, they will have a lot of money. They wouldn't know how to invest it because they are not skilled. Any of them that is skilled, we will see that once he gets that money, he'll be able to invest it in something. And because they don't have a way of investing their money to be able to be yielding profit or getting more money for themselves, they will continue in that act of doing what they're doing, including kidnapping, including ritual killing, including whatever bad things that are associated, all other vices that are associated with this, that we're experiencing in the society now. So,
okay, thank you so much. Ambassador Joy, you and I know that a lot of schools have been shut down on the account of this insecurity. And Dr. Wike is saying that it is a demerit on the side of our Nigerian citizens. Now, I want you to look at it from the angle of lack of access to health care services as a result of insecurity.
Well, so largely I would not attribute blames on the healthcare sector, because if you want to talk about access to the healthcare center, you must be sick for you to say you cannot leverage from the health access center.
But how does the insecurity affect people's opportunities to access the healthcare services?
Well, so if insecurity happened in a place where it's inaccessible, where the road network to the hospital is either not proximal for the victim, or the facility does not have the necessary maybe vehicle or ambulance to help pick the person, there it will adversely affect the survival of kidnapping, and in that way it has affected access. So, and would we say that there should be hospital in every bush and every nook and cranny? So adversely is proximity, is if we have health facilities, how equipped, what do they have? Because in the past 6 months I've had information around hospitals not having oxygen and people give up. And I'm telling myself, in 21st century, with all the world is working on, and with all the budget code in the Nigerian budget, how come oxygen, the one that will help supply of air to keep a man alive is always an issue in top government hospitals. So imagine a victim who has just been helped from the bush and they drive as far as 100 or 10,000 kilometers to the hospital. It's already affecting insecurity and its access. And then probably they land in the health facility and there's no certified medical practitioner. It could just be someone that was taught over a week how to give injection. And so somebody you're supposed to put oxygen, you're giving them chlorophenicol injection with paracetamol. By the end of the evening, the person is popping up black through their veins. And before you know it, the person dies. They say, yes, kidnappers hit them block on their head. And they came to a hospital and they died. So healthcare issues are also supposed to be taken particular in places where people cannot easily access aid and help. So you see, we keep saying it. If it is a palm tree, insecurity is the stem, the people is the tree, poverty is the root. So immediately after poverty, you find insecurity, and then you find your whole people. And all the other problems you find on that tree is connected to these two lines that came up. Because even if you were apprehended by an abductor, and you can help yourself because you have money, you will leverage from a lot of portals. But because you don't have money, you will still, in fact, the people who raise money for you will be telling you that they have not even helped themselves, let alone contributing another money for you to go to the hospital with. And actually, they don't have. So when you x-ray the issues and the disadvantages that is connected to insecurity and inaccessibility of health facilities, it's also a humongous factor.
Okay, thank you so much. Dr. Mark, I want you to place side by side the high level of insecurity we have in Nigeria and the high level of unemployment we have in Nigeria.
Okay, how do I say it? Two of them are correspondingly on the increase, you understand? Because you cannot isolate unemployment from insecurity. In fact, the major factor of insecurity is unemployment, because those days when people are gainfully employed, right, you can hardly see anybody who will be thinking of going to kidnap anybody. You don't even have that time to plan. So the growing unemployment in the country, which I have earlier mentioned, was caused by bad educational system, in the refusal of our youths to take to apprenticeship, bad government policies that does not think of coming up with things that will address economic policies, both physical, micro and macroeconomic policies that they will use to address insecurity, unemployment. These are the things that are causing insecurity. It's not as if Nigeria is the worst hit. And it's also not as if it cannot be addressed. Insecurity cannot be addressed. It can. It is just for government to be quite deterministic to handle it the way it's supposed to handle it. There was a time I listened to a television program where the Zamfara state governor granted an interview. He said that they know these people, they grow up in a place, we know where they are, but he cannot command that arrest, that the people that will do that is from, which means that if he has that authority, he may be able to address that issue. You know, of course, it's no longer news that the government is thinking of a state police. Perhaps they are thinking that instead of waiting for federal government, perhaps each state will be able to handle themselves. So these are things government is thinking, but they've not also thought of the issue of unemployment. Unless government decides to go back to the roots and find a way of introducing skills employable skills for our educational system, the unemployment will continue to rise.
Okay.
Let me give you an instance. We are talking about experiential learning. Experiential learning is not just when you are in school, you graduate from the school and you go and look for work. No, experiential learning is a situation whereby you are in school and you are also working. That is the thing that will give you a job.
Working to earn salaries?
Yes, well, working to earn salary or to be on your own.
Skill.
You understand? Or to be with somebody. You understand? For instance, if you
I'm thinking of how that would be a possibility. So somebody has to concentrate in school to be able to make good grades.
What are you saying?
Practical learning.
What do you mean? Do you know what they call CYs? That is students that while in school, after some time you go to an industry to have an online experience, one-on-one experience. If you go to technical college, we're
talking about industrial training, IT?
Yes, industrial training. Industrial training. That's another way of industrial training.
At least that is structured. Within that period of time, you are off from school.
But the system is killing it. Because that was original plan. While in school, during holidays, you go, or after 2 years, you find a place where you have online, or rather real-time experience of what you have been taught in school. You understand? For instance, those of them that are studying law, you know, if you're in law school, right, at a point, about 6 months, you will be in the court, or you will be in a private firm. Those are examples of experiential learning, because you have to gain real field experience for you to take it back to the school, to the academic, and join two of them to become a good lawyer. So, if you are also in a technical college, I went to monitor exam at Agbo Technical College. There's something I observed there. The principal went and aggregated these trade workers, the people that are into full repair, plumbing and pipe fitting, aggregated around the school premises, because Agbo Technical College is at the heart of Agbo City, you understand? So he built a good workshop for all of them outside the school, you understand? So once is time during break, some children will come there, you know, play. If you are into plumbing and pipe fitting, you just you have a master that we call those people master trainers. You have a master that will just attach yourself a little bit during holidays. You go and spend your holiday there. You understand? That's what he did. Those are experiential learning, and these are the kind of things we should introduce in our educational system to be able to get the children out of employment or unemployment.
Okay.
Let me also give you.
Before you do that, I want to ask Ambassador Joyce something, because I'm looking at what you said, that unemployment is a major factor of insecurity. That's what he said. And I am thinking, or I want to ask you this: does it mean that if jobs are created now, employment opportunities offered, would that stop insecurity?
So initially, if you recall, I said there's a complex side of factors that also inject insecurity, which is religious bigotry, right? So, but a larger portion of the eastern side of the insecurity is connected to Igbo boys who do not have anything doing. The Igbo man is structured to be commercialized, industry-minded, money-making person. So, if they have an avenue, let me tell you, every Igbo man, if he makes 1 naira every day, he won't even come and sit with you and remember a bottle of beer. We know ourselves. We are structured that way. But a situation where both the fathers and the brothers, or the fathers and the men who are waiting for sources to be opened up, now see those sources have been, knitted up. They result to some things you won't believe our boys do. There is no Igbo well-bred person who would prefer to be a kidnapper, a killer, or whatever in the bush than working to make a living. We honor making money ourselves, but we have a larger percentage of the factories and infrastructures very, very deficient in this side of the world. Even as at this moment, we don't have added industries and factories in the southeast. So, and I also had recently the one who has a large employment capacity, what's the name? Innocent. He has moved to Ghana I don't know how correct that information is. So you can imagine how many thousands of young people that lost their job because of that attrition. So unemployment is a concern, terrible, primary concern. But on the other side of the national kidnapping is religious fanaticism, which we all understand, which happened from baptizing it from Western education to terming it Boko Haram to having sets. Now we have 5 sets who the level of ammunitions and arsenals they have, 2 small African nations put together cannot even deploy such arsenals. But we are saying common errors of insecurity, which is unemployment. For us down here in the southeast, because I believe your concern should start from home to the national. What is making our boys to also be part of that circle of evil?
Okay, thank you so much. Dr. Wike, I don't know if you have noticed this obvious mass exodus of skilled professionals from Nigeria to other countries.
Brain drain.
Yes.
Yeah, it's there because people...
How has it have anything to do with insecurity?
What it has to do with insecurity is that the best brain are living, and these best brain are the people that, if they're in the country, you understand? You know, good work regenerates another good work. If you are in Nigeria and you're able to establish a small thing, you definitely employ 1 or 2 persons. Is it not somebody that established this radio? If he had left this country, he wouldn't have been here. And even if he's a couple, he's paying people that are working here. Nobody would have employed them. So the way people are leaving the country is part of the thing that is also leading to unemployment and insecurity. Because I told you that they are directly related. Insecurity and unemployment are directly related. Okay. And I want to give you one statistics. I hope we know that it's over 2 million Nigerians that write JAMB annually. And in the admission process, they've never taken more than 400,000. So about 1.6 million of those school sat students who are aspiring to be in the university will not be in the university, and they don't have skill to be on their own. So you see, these are the issues that government needs to address. The current government is taking a decisive efforts to try to make technical colleges to be viable. But even if the technical colleges are viable, where would they work?
Okay, you'll give us more of that. Yeah. Ambassador Joe, I want you to also look at briefly on the aspect of Nigeria, the exodus of the Nigerian youth to other countries looking for stability and better life.
So it's brain drain, and people don't just move. People move because the condition is not favorable. So, like I told you, I'll be going to Akwa Ibom next week. And part of the night cry I've had is that I'll apply the road. Because they have checked up my flight and they say there is no direct flight from Enugu to Akwa Ibom. So you can imagine a certified medical practitioner or a banker or a teacher or a nurse who sees that she will be plying the same road where they say people get easily kidnapped, and the person will not start preparing her visa to go to as small as Ghana or even Togo or even Rwanda. You travel to these countries and you wonder if these countries are truly African countries. It amuses me to see where we have left ourselves as Nigerians and where these people who are bending under us have also kept themselves. Is there a mathematics that we don't want to solve or puzzle or something? I don't know. There's something about the Nigerians. So if a reasonable professional sees that there's always mounted risk, either in his state, in his community, in his building. Remember the last Abuja kidnap incidents? They came into a 3-story building, climbed to the last floor, and that girl who was an international beauty pageant that works with her eyes flew from her 3rd-story building to the floor, and she died on the spot. Because she couldn't preempt what could be. Okay, round off. I
want you, this is an opportunity for you to speak to Nigerian youth who are leaving the country en masse. Just be brief.
You see, I wouldn't want Nigerian youths to put my face to the advice of not leaving this country. But I will tell you, home is home. and you can join forces to build your skill. Start something small. You mustn't start it huge. And don't be part of the circle or the group or the unit that will desire to, employ themselves through vices instead of virtue. So stick around. If there's something you can do to help the country better, do it from your small circle.
Okay, that is taken. Thank you so much, the former director. The executive director, Heroine Women Foundation, and then the president, Women Support Women for Human Empowerment and Mentorship Initiative. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you, sir. You're welcome.
And thank you so much, the former director, Research and Quality Assurance Department, NATEV, and the senior lecturer, Faculty of Education, Gulf University, Enugu. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much.
Thank you also for being there. This is the much we can take from this particular topic for today. Thank you also for being there. We'll continue by next time. My name is Chukwemeka Obasi, saying bye-bye.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV. As Nigeria continues to confront rising insecurity marked by kidnappings, banditry, communal violence, and terrorism, attention is increasingly turning beyond formal security agencies to the role of traditional rulers and religious institutions in stabilizing communities. Security experts say that in many parts of Nigeria, especially rural and peri-urban areas, traditional rulers and religious leaders remain the most trusted authority figures. In several communities across Borno, Katsina, Zamfara, Benue, and parts of the southeast, they are often the first point of contact during crisis, long before police or military intervention arrives. In practical terms, traditional institutions such as village heads, district heads, and monarchs are strategically positioned to identify unusual movements, strangers, and patterns of behavior within their domains. In past incidents of kidnapping in parts of northern Nigeria, local intelligence supplied by community leaders has assisted security forces in tracking criminal hideouts located in forest belts and remote settlements. Religious institutions also play a critical role. Churches, mosques, and faith-based organizations often command deep emotional and moral influence over citizens. In states like Plateau, Kaduna, and Benue, religious leaders have been involved in peace dialogues during communal clashes, helping to reduce retaliatory violence and promote record security architecture. Many communities, intelligence sharing between traditional rulers and informal security agencies remains informal.
Aneke television. How agribo di egwu nkwago na ahịa mgbochi ogwugwu kakwa ogwugwu ema. How mbo wa bịa na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu ọgwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emere ogbenye emere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. Na-emere ogbenye emere amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe oge ọrụ etiwo mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye gbagburu agụ nna. Ọ dị na soshal midia. Ọ dị na mgbagbu. Ọ dị n'Enugu site.
Uruchi ọma gị onye ọma na-esonyere anyị nọ n'Otobo na Aneke TV. Otobo mgbe ahụ na-aba ịpụta etu anyị achọ okwu ndị ahụ gbasara anyị dịka ụmụafọ Igbo, dịka ụmụ Naịjirịa, ụmụafọ Enugu steeti, wepụta ya leba ya anya mara ka a ga-esi kwụọ onye ukwu wara ọ na-abịara gị kwa uruchi ụbọchị Tuesday na Friday ọkụrụ na elekere 5 n'ụdịka oge a. Abụ m Joshua Ozioko. Na obodo anyị bụ Naịjirịa na n'Enugu steeti, ihe gbasara nchekwa bụ ihe ọchịchị dị iche iche na-eleba anya na ya amara etu ọ ga-esi wee kawanye mma maka na ekwu okwu nchekwa ịma na a na-ekwu okwu ndụ na ngwongwo ndị mmadụ. Ịbịakwa n'Enugu steeti, gọvanọ Enugu steeti bụ petermbah eteela aka kemgbe ọ batara n'ọchịchị. Ọ nọ na-ekwu na ọchịchị ya bụ n'obi ịkwalite ihe gbasara nchekwa ma e buru n'obi na ebe nwere nchekwa ka a na-enwe ndị na-etinye ego n'azụmahịa, ebe nwere nchekwa ka mmepe dị iche iche na-adị, ebe nwere nchekwa ka elele ọchịchị onye kwuchi ya na-adị na-apụtaba ihe. Ọ ya mere na Otobo nke mgbede a anyị chọrọ ileba anya n'etu gọvanọ petermbah si gbatakwụrụ n'ihe gbasara nchekwa n'Enugu steeti. Ọ bụghị sọ m na ya maka na otu onye adịghị mma. Mụ na onye enyemaka pụrụ iche, nnukwu onye enyemaka pụrụ iche nye gọvanọ Enugu steeti n'okwu usoro nzikọrịta ozi ọgbara ọhụụ bụ Dr. Ruben Onyeisi nọ n'Otobo nke taa. Dr. Onyeisi nọ n'Otobo.
Joshua keke ime.
Adị m mma. Nnọọ. A na-agbagharị n'ekwugharị.
Ka ọ dị mma.
Adị mma nnọọ.
Thank you.
Mgbe gọvanọ petermbah batara n'ọchịchị n'afọ 2023, o kwere nkwa na ihe gbasara nchekwa bụ ihe ya ma nji gwuo egwu. Maka ka ndị ka m kwuru ya, o kwuru na nchekwa na-adọta ndị na-etinye ego n'azụmahịa na-eme ka a na-enwe mmepe n'obodo. N'uche nke gị, kedu ka gọvanọ anyị si gbatago kwụrụ n'ihe gbasara nchekwa n'Enugu steeti?
Daalụ. Abịa n'ife gbasalụ ka anyị o si wee dị n'Enugu steeti n'ihe gbasara ihe nchekwa, ị ga-afụ na gọvanọ na nkwa niile o kwere na o mezughị ya mekarịa arị, nke bụ na ị na-anya na Naịjirịa niile mana mba ụwa eji amatụ. Mbọsị a ka emelụ Arise News nwere town hall on state police. Mana ọ bụrụ mmadụ niile ka akpọrọ ebe ahụ, babụ onye akpọrọ. Ndị na-anya na Ruben Abati ma Charles na Golobo dị nkọ na-egosi na ihe mgba megolo gbasara sekuriti bụ ihe zuru ụba ụwa ọnụ. A ga-eme ka ọ kọwalụ ndị ọzọ ka o si wee mee, maka na ọ bụrụkwa na ajọ ife na gọvanọ ndị ọzọ nyere nzọụkwụ mba mebe ka o si eme, maka na ihe gbasara nchekwa bụ ihe doli anya. Ị na-anya n'oge anyị batara n'ọchịchị n'afọ 2023 ọkwa ya. Ị na-anya ifu na mbọsị ahụ ka mba nọrụ bidoro kwuo ihe gbasara sekuriti, maka na ya nwana onwe kwuru sị na ndị a na-akpọta bụ ndị nke a na-akpọ investors, na ịma na enwere 3 cardinal objectives of this government. Number 1 bụ ka eme GDP Enugu steeti ka ọ gbago ọnọdụ akụ na ụba ka ọ gbagote eto nke ndị oyibo na-akpọ $30 billion. Ya bụ ihe bụ ihe dị ukwuu, maka na isi from 4.4 billion to 30 billion abụrụ obere ife. Wee sị na a ga-eme Enugu ka ọ bụrụ the first choice of investment destination, tourism and living. That is ndị nke na-eme invest, amara m ihe ụlọ na-akpọ ya na
ndị na-etinye ego n'azụmahịa.
Ndị na-etinye ego ma investment karịkwara azụmahịa.
Etinye ego n'azụmahịa na ụlọ ọrụ na imepụta ihe dịgasị iche iche ndị ọzọ.
Na nke ahụ na na ka ime ndị na-etinye ego na azụmahịa ka ha bịa na ha nwee bịa na I need security, and then that's another one but to eradicate poverty. So man in there if an investor when investor ga-abịa we take we kedu na akpọ risk no Igbo we take
his end
nke mbụ o nwere ike isi oke na ihe gbasara risk ego na ya ga-etake nwunye ize ndụ ego na ya ga-etake nwunye ize ego nke legal na ya ga-ize ego nke financial mana mmadụ ibi atinye isi na gbasara security very investor na-eme ya so na need iche ọnọdụ nchekwa n'obodo a ka ọ dị perfect ka ọ dị near perfect maka enwere perfection but ka ọ dị near perfect so that na investors can come so nyanwa bụ ife emelu and welu bọọlụ ka nwoke ịma na that time ọ bịa si na emechiko sit at home Monday sit at home na ama mmezigo ya na Enugu ndị akpọ ganigani ọ dịka aga ndị ise asị gị na si na ya ọma mmezi na Enugu a maka na Enugu anyị lose go a lot of things na na sit at home trillions of naira lose go maka sit at home and upon that a na-egbu mmadụ ịpụta ka ime ịzụ afịa agba oge maka o si wee dị that time ọ bụrụzi maka na nwoke nụsi ọgụ mechi ihe emechizi echefuo ka o si wee mee that time mana that time o siri ike anyị na-agagharị sef na-eje na from shop to shop to show that people mepe ma bank still ya ndị ọzọ na-enupi asị na ihe kwuru ka a na-eme megide that one wee na ọ bụ ka o mere n'ọzịa then gọvanọ na onwe wee sizi mba na even though na check go out this big elephant in the room na aka need he set up the DRS go ha that time 150 vehicles AI embedded camera with AI embedded cameras installed in them cameras a bụ na ọ na-enyocha ihe niile na-enyocha ma iru mmadụ ma plate number oge nwere power of analytics emecha ọkọwalụ gị ka ihe si wee dị so we mecha set up the DRS we bịa lụbaza command and control center na government house local command and control center ahụ bụ na ị ga-anọlụ n'ebe anyị nọ wee na-afụ mpakara Enugu niile ị na-afụ Four Corner ị na-afụ Gopigwogo Road ị na-afụ Zone 1 ị na-afụ ebe niile ya ka gọvanọ ba menya ego ka eji wee mee agbụrakwanụ maka agwa ogbenye ife ji abụọ ọgaranya osi ka yara na mbụ ọtagonya ihe eji wee mee ya gbagote mana gọvanọ melia lụcha anya install camera everywhere ya bụ maka security nchekwa wee nke ikpeazụ a mezi o nwere oge ebu ya bịa bute drones maka na ndị na-atọrị ndị ntọrị na ihe niile ka na-akpakpamkpam ewe bute drones supersonic drones na-efe n'elu steadily ọ na-aga ịma mma na ọ na-aga ọ powerful drones ka eji wee ọ na-esecurate everywhere na Enugu wee revamp ihe na neighborhood watch and forest guards ịma na ha nọ n'ukwe na-alụ ọlụ ọfụma so n'ihe a niile gọvanọ mere n'ikpeazụ a ka o ji wee bịaza lụzie nke a na-akpọ DNA and Forensic Center na Godfrey Okoye University nke a bụ na a ga-anya ebe ahụ ihe nyere ihe ekwere omume a na-asị na ihe security ma inyocha ma fingerprint ma ihe niile ekwere omume a ga na-eme ha ncha ebe ahụ apart from determine paternity so not to solve complicated security problems so nyanwa ka gọvanọ ji wee so ihe ha niile gọvanọ mere ndị mmadụ nne ya ha wee na-awọnda kedu ka gọvanọ si wee mee kedu ka o si wee dị otu a gịnị bụ mana ịma na ịkpọ ihe mkpa ọ bụrụ gị mkpa gọvanọ amalụgo na ihe ebe a ka a na-eje and na ebe a na-eje bụ na ihe niile ifuru ma ụzọ a niile a na-alụ ma infrastructure niile a na-ebild n'Enugu na ahụ bụ gọvanọ wants to attract investors na ọ bụ na investors bịa ka ọnọdụ akụnụba anyị ka ọ bawanye ihe ọ bụla ị na-eme ọ na-aga ifuru ka Lagos dị ifuru ka Port Harcourt Lagos onye gụcha akwụkwọ kịta na Lagos ka ọ na-ana o jebe ahụ gịnị na ọ na-achọ ọlụ because na ndị mba ofesi na-emeli invest there jobs adị ihe ọbụla na ịbụrụ na ị na-akọ ugbo ifu ndị ga-egi ifu na ihe niile dị nyafụ na Lagos otu ka ọ chọọ ka ọ dị n'Enugu so na ihe ga-egbochi ya bụ security of lives and property na a ga-ewezuga ya nyanwa ka gọvanọ ji wee bịa mee ihe niile o mere n'ihe gbasara security nke bụ na ọ bụrụ na ị na-arahụ ụra n'Enugu taa ị ga-emechi anya gị ọfụma na-arahụ ya maka gịnị na take care of all these issues ị na-anụzi na agbara ụkpọm ebe a mana ihe m na-ekwukwa bụ na ịmago ihe dị na security nwerekwa ka emegide ka eme na ihe na because even na America ebe nwe state of the art architecture security architecture a na-anọgidekwe ifu na mmadụ iburu egbe gbagbube ndị mmadụ mana ihe a na-ekwu n'Enugu abụ na o nwere onye security ọbụla onye ọbụla na-abịa na ya na-threaten people ma ya na-eme ihe a mana na ọ dị terribly risky ime ya n'Enugu maka na a ga-ejide gị adịjide onye ahụ na ime ihe ya na-asụ.
Ọ dị mma Dr. Onyeisi daalụ nne. Ọ bụrụ ndị na-asụ bekee asị na inye gị executive summary.
Yes.
Ihe ndị anwa niile kọwa kịta anyị chọzi ka anyị rụtụba aka
one by one. All right.
Ịma na ndị ọnụ na-eru n'okwu n'ihe gbasara nchekwa na-ekwu na usoro nchekwa nke ọgbara ọhụụ gbadoro ụkwụ na igbochi mpụ tupu ọ na-eme. Ọ bụrụ emechaa mpụ eje chọba ka o si mee ọ ka mma na egbochiri ya tupu ọ na-eme. Ihe ndị a niile gụrụ kedu ihe Dr. Peter Mbah megoro dị iche n'ihe gbasara nchekwa karịa ihe ndị ọzọ na-emebu n'oge gara aga?
Well, ihe o megoro n'ihe gbasara nchekwa bụ na ị na-anya like ihe a niile na-emebi igbochi maka na mgbochi ọya ka ọgwụgwọ. Okay, anyị egbochi ya na kamera ị na-anya na command and control center ebe ahụ ka ọ nọrọ ndị be anyị scanners na onye nwa atọ ya eme ihe maka command and control center ka maka onye ga-agwa gị na a ga-anọrọ na room wee na-afụ Enugu niile ka ọra. Ya bụ great investment in security. Anọrọ ebe a nụwa na-afụ ebe niile jọda dị ejelum ebe ahụ na-ene anya na-afụ ma ọkpara sụka moto na-agafe na-afịa ritime ọ bụrụkwa na ị na-anasị nọ immediately ahụ ka ị na-afụchi ha ma nụ ebe niile n'Enugu a wee gabazie other parts of the state. Ya bụ legacy project, great legacy project, and if I bụ to prevent it because na tupu ihe eme if ya then ịmana ihe anụwa nwere the speed of communication this AI cameras will with ihe na-eme na command center bụ speed of lightning. So enwere na kpam ihe ọzọ na-amụ bụ wire the message everywhere. DRS n'ebe a ka ọ na-emekwe piam ifu ha amacha ebe a onye nwa bụ the idea abụrụ just na afọ ya ka n'ihe a na-agwa gị bụ na ịma na ndị DRS dịcha located nearby. So ife a na oge nye ha message immediately. One thing we achieved in Enugu bụ number 1 surveillance, number 2 communication, and number 3 bụ policing. These are the 3 things say may enhance to a very high level. Niya na mere na akpara m kita enu no that nebe ko ne dimbo bam ifu how ndị DRS ha wuche there because they send go message no nearby we come there and ndị ọzọ circle all the place if na me na information because information is key. And then ịma na drones a ebutakwa drones a na gagharị everywhere na aga n'elu na-enye information and o bukwa high powered AI nke bụ na imere na ozugbo o ma analyze ndị n'ebe a gosi gị ndị n'ebe ahụ gwa gị ihe a na-gwa gị ụdị ihe gwa gị exact location ghọta ọ ebe a ka ihe a kachacha ewebiaza na nke alụlụ kịta bụ forensics na Godfrey Okoye University. So Mbah has ramped up security in Enugu and it's top notch. Onwere ni from Lagos no commander ko mana nke dị obele ruo dị ka nka ghọta gị onwere bi ihe mba onye megoro ihe mba mere. That was why that day when security town hall on policing ka ndị aji wee kpọọ Mbah wee na-ekwu ya that place na asị na onwere governor afro dị ka Mbah ihe gbasara security onwere onye megoro ihe o mere n'obodo a ihe gbasara security onye ni obi ọbụlụ dike ọ bụrụ na a na-akọ chọchọ na onye ni obi ọbụlụ dike na ihe gbasara nchekwa obodo maka na life mụ na gị dị mkpa onye dị ndụ bụ onye na-ekwu maka ekọnọmi ọrụ dị ndụ ikwube na ịzụrụ afịa na ịzụrụ ọkụkwa mara onye dị ndụ so onye anụ abụ ichekwa ndụ mmadụ ichekwa akụnụba anyị ka anyị wee dị safe maka onye afọ ife na-eme na Naịjirịa taa onye afọ ife na-eme na Naịjirịa ebe mmadụ ga-anọgide kịta mmadụ awakpo ụmụ akwụkwọ na ndị nkụzi ihe kpụrụ fọ ncha kpụba n'ime ọfịa for 50 something days ha na-ata afụfụ ebe ahụ ma ndị nke nwụrụ anwụ ma ihe niile ya bụrụzi ihe a ga-asị na mmadụ ga-agbachi nkịtị ka ihe a na-eme ana ịma na ihe na-eme ebe ọzọ iweli ya na-amụta ife ka ọ ghara ịbịakwa mee na be gị weli ya na-amụta ife so ihe a niile dị preventive. All right.
Ọ dị mma. Ọtụtụ mpụ dị iche iche a na-eme ọkachasị ntọrị mmadụ na-eme na ndị na-etinye aka na ya na-eshi n'otu mpaghara aga ebe ọzọ mgbe ụfọdụ nụ na-atọrọ mmadụ ebe a duru ha gafee steeti ebe a tọrọ ha gaa ebe ọzọ ọ bụrụ nke na-eme na ọ dị mkpa na ụlọ ọrụ nchekwa dị iche iche jikọtara aka ọnụ iji gbochie mpụ anwa. Kedu etu gọvanọ Enugu steeti na ụlọ ọrụ nchekwa ọchịchị etiti ndị ọzọ dị iche iche sigoro jikọta aka ọnụ iji memina mpụ na arụ na steeti a?
Well, in the area of collaboration, there's not much in terms of maybe but in now central police station or the centralized. So police will to decentralize it. Can do because now in make it a center cannot police everywhere. That's why now if state gives the power to control most of these things. I get Cheben federal what I go. So the area of collaboration, the fact that number one, bona handchabo fun all the same police. Mana another area bona go for the funa all the collaboration the na enwere ki chori kita ichonyo so kita. Obro na mmadụ ga-abịa n'Enugu state kita na tolo mmadụ pụọ. Ọ ga-afịakwa arụ. Ọ fịala ezigbo ta arụ mmadụ imenwu ya na steeti akita. Mana ihe anyị na-ekwu okwu bụ na ọ bụrụ oge ahụ na mmadụ je si na Ebonyi kpọrọ mmadụ na bịaba Enugu. You understand? All the ma na Ebonyi kwesịrị inwe some of these gadgets a na-ekwu okwu enwe command and control center nke ha. Ọ ya na-ekwu dis na ọ dị mkpa steeti ọzọ inye onwere nzọụkwụ petermbah wee mee ha because ọ bụ na inwe command and control center ahụ nwee ọ bụ na ịkpọrọ nke gị RRS or whatever you call it inwe ha like that na all the states ọ ga-afịakwa arụ ihe anyị na-eme n'obodo anyị imekwa again. You understand? Mana inwe the will, governors inwe the will wee wepụta ego maka na iwepụta nnukwu ego iweta technology n'ife gbasara security requires a lot of money, and then it might not be the priority of another governor, and it is unfortunate because security ahụ kwesịrị be everybody's priority. All right, so no one state ni na kwado ka Enugu si kwado if na collaboration ga dey effective. You understand? Effective collaboration. Mana ọ na it defective na your areas Enugu is already secure. But only agbabasa na soft area. If na onwe ike in free because enwere enough checks, enwere enough security gadgets on ground to a dragnet to capture the criminals. So no the inkpa. Now that was why I felt na that town hall meeting is bonkpa because some down on eba na kowa na kowi from megolo na security. Ka ndị ọzọ nyomiri nzọụkwụ ya. Ọ bụrụ aji ife na ife mmadụ ibi address. Ma imitate enye na steeti gị ka steeti wee dị mma ka ọnọdụ nchekwa wee dịle mma n'obodo a maka na ndị obekome ifefa na-emekịta karịrị ya na-emekịta inunugo na abịa tọrọ ụmụaka before ụmụaka enwere ifefa melu kepụ ha aka n'azụ kepụ ha ụkwụ n'azụ some of them died ụmụaka na-enwere ife melu ha nwee obi wee mee ya ọ na-egosi gị ife ndị akwadoro mana ife fụrụ nkịta melu na Oyo steeti ga-egosi gị na Nigerian security nwee capacity. If you can see me and Macabia, Jose we arrest relations, family in the Agnine Bundi Tolondia. Where they target is here, where wap over there. In my case, where wap. We release all those people. When the Behana Choke and the cable up to 9 of them in the Meleha. So that will show you that Nanda with capacity, Nigerian security with capacity. You understand? But the capacity now to contain these things in all the states, but another thing, this is just a target. I'm going to back your state. I plan about. How do you tackle it? So no dimpa. Nando's on your millions of petermbah. We me fa petermbah melo. Only melifa who melo state amande secure.
Ọ dị madalori abịa n'obodo dị iche iche mepere emepe otu n'ime ihe eji abagide nchekwa bụ iji ihe gbasara eleghanya mkpịsị aka mmadụ ma ọ bụ ụkwụ mmadụ zọrọ n'ana na-achọpụta ndị mere mpụ. Ọ ihe obi ụtọ na-abịa n'Enugu steeti n'abalị 26 nke ọnwa June ka gọvanọ gbapere ogige Center for DNA Forensics and Criminal Investigation n'Enugu a. Kọwara onye Enugu na-esonyere anyị etu ihe anwa ga-esi nye aka igbochi mpụ maọbụ ịkpa arụ n'Enugu steeti.
Nke mbụ bụ na ihe a bụ signal na nwere ebe ị na-agbana na nwere ihe ọbụla ị ga-eme na a ga-achọpụta ya. Just like ikwuru onye zọrọ ụkwụ na anị achịla aja onye zọrọ ụkwụ na alụ je mee ya analysis na-amara onye ọba sị na ọ dị ka nke gị ma ọ na-esele anya gị ma ọ na-esele aka ma ọ plate number. Most of these AI cameras enwe now nwere ability to recognize facial recognition. When they get any rule now, no malagon over. Obulu na madu jiri moto. We jolly, jolly, natch tebia change plate number. what I go or the cobra motor. That machine will say that this vehicle, the plate number, man, change to this. Water. Even AI, the small working like human brain and all that ability to think forward, think back, analyze issues, and give you information. Do you understand? That is what the AI is doing. So the forensic center analyze complicated issues. If about security, doubt that center can unravel. If na police be IG be attorney general me ni na be one was na Nigeria no na Enugu petermbah na eme and okwega ahụ Enugu ada nanu Enugu abra no producing state nke na anata derivatives mana mmadụ iji akọ na uche manụ na ihe aka ya na-enweta tinye ebe ọ ga-abụ maka na ihe petermbah na-eme n'ihe gbasara security ọ bụrụkwa na arapụrụ ọrụ ndị ọzọ ịbịakwa na road ihe nwoke na man and things are doing ịbịa na area of economy commerce and industry man and things are doing the area of energy man and things are doing everywhere whenever ga cover now so n'ihe mmeli ha bụ na ọchịchị ọ dị mma ihe petermbah na-eme ka ihe ndị mmadụ wee malụ ka esi achọ ọchịchị ma ọchịchị abụrụ na ya bịalụ n'ọchịchị ka ya libe ego ọchịchị bụ were ego obodo rụọ ọrụ obodo ife ga-adị mma maka na ihe a na-eme oke ọchịchọ ọ bụrụ na obodo adị mma mụ na gị ga-benefit from it ọ bụrụ na na-azụ afọ mkpọsụ obele ife mfu ndị golia ịghọtago I will benefit from it dan n'ofu onye bịara bukolo ego ọra bụrụ na-ehe aza ụmụ ọkachie na-eme ihe na gbarasị ndị mmadụ a na-ata afụfụ ọ dị ka anyị nwa nọ na gọọmenti a na petermbah kwuru onye ọbụla bụkwa sacrifice you have to sacrifice ọ bụla ọzọ bịa nke ị ga-awa na abụ m gọọmenti official nya nnukwu moto wuo na-agbata mba ọma mmekwa kịta ode eme kịta so anybody nọ na gọọmenti a makwa na ya bịala ịlụ ọlụ anyị nwa bụ ndị na-akọwa n'alụ m na media niile anyị makwa na anyị bịala ịlụ ọlụ ife ka isi wee kpọọ m bịaba maka na ọlụ m bụ ịkọwapụta ihe gọvanọ na-alụ ime ka ndị mmadụ malụ ọnya bụ ọlụ m ịghọtago so mụ ha gbalụ bịa ịkpọkwa m n'abalị ọ bụrụ n'abalị ka ị na-eme ha aka ya ma bịa ịghọtago so na onye ọbụla nọ na gọọmenti dị very very active malụ dat n'ife a na ga-ebelego na mgbagbu na abịara ọkịta na ihe a na-arịtọn bụ power to the people ebe oge PDP na-ekwasị power to the people mana ha dị eme power to the people na ihe petermbah bụ ihe na-eme power to the people everything bụ to the people you understand alụcha these roads will help everybody ọ bụrụ na ị na-agba na paved road oge eme na moto ga-ama ndị na-emebi ọsịsọ suspend agị ma shock ma ihe niile ga-afọlụ ego ahụ ịkarị jiri moto ọ dịle gị na-akpa ọ benefit dan na eburu that money ekwesịghị iji wee lụ dị ụzọ burbunye chikeche ego keche ndị mmadụ a few people are na-eme enjoy ndị ọzọ na-ata afụfụ ọ dịrọ mma so that's why governor is doing all these things he's doing in Enugu State.
Adị mmadụ alụrụ nne n'ịga n'iru n'ihe gbasara usoro nchekwa nke ọgbara ọhụụ ọ gụnyekwara ihe dịka CCTV kamera anyị ma na-abịa n'Enugu enwe ebe etinyeche kamera n'ebe dị iche iche dịka isi kwuo ka anyị ghọta ka kamera ndị a sigoro baa uru n'ịkwalite nchekwa ọ bụ na onwego ndị ejide afọ na kamera anwa ime ka anyị marụ
ofifi ga-amalụ bụ na security ịmana ihe gbasara security abụrụ asị na dị ochi na-ete nkụ mana ọ dị akọchi fọfụ n'enu nkwụ maka ịkọcha anya o nwere ihe ị ga-akọ inye information mana ihe na-agwa gị bụ na onye ọbụla ma mgbe mmadụ pụtalụ weta kamera tinye AI tinyecha enye n'ebe niile a na-afụ ihe na-eme ọ gwara gị na o nwere ihe ọ bụrụ na na-efu na ha bụ ife bụ maka imeke sure na ihe ọbụla ị na-eme ọ bụ na ebe ọbụla ị mana ndị ori adịghị ekwe ka afọ ha na ọkwa mana ebe ọbụla ihe niile ị na-eme ọgba anya n'anwụ a na-afụ gị ị na-eme ya na-afụ gị ife na o nyere aka maka na a na-afụ gị ejide ego gị na ọ dị ka ị na-eme ndị broad daylight afụ n'ife ị na-eme security asekụla gị ịghọtago so o nyere ezigbo aka ihe anụ abụrụ sọsọ na a na-concentrate n'Enugu agwa gị na ebe ọzọ cha na Enugu steeti anyị na-afụcha ụzọ ụwa n'ebe a na command and control center all those places ndị a na-anọ na-atọrọ ibu a na-afụ every forests nya bia kita gbana na forest doesn't help you anafia ade mana drones are not 247 nenu na efegari you feature onye info no nye a transmit information with speed of lightning
well no I na-ekwu kita drone na nwa no
yes no mana mama na drones are no na collect information they send it to that DRS and then me analyze o meche nwa ga me analyze na agwa gị ọ bụ na enwere ebe enwere security na say look at this now when they are forever look at the position do this do that so that is the essence of those things.
Adema dalore onye ma na-esonyere anya anyị ka nọ n'Otobo na Aneke TV anyị na-eleba anya n'etu Gọvanọ Peter Ndubisi si gbatago kwụrụ n'ihe gbasara nchekwa melegere anya na onweghị mmepe ọbụla a ga-enwe n'obodo a na-enweghị nchekwa na ya anyị na Dr. Ruben Onyishi onye nnukwu onye enyemaka pụrụ iche nye gọvanọ n'okwu usoro mgbasa ozi dị ọgbara ọhụrụ nọ na nke mgbede anyị ga-agbarịtụ ntakịrị aka ha laghachite azụ anyị gakwa n'iru na-esonyere anyị.
Obodo ọbụla nwere akụkọ aka mgbe ọbụla nwere ihe butere ya nsogbu ọbụla kwesịrị inwe ogbugbo site na ọchịchị ruo mmepe obodo site na nchekwa ruo na mmụta site na omenala ruo na akụnụba a na-ewepụta okwu ndị ahụ na-emetụta anyị ma leba ha anya ọ bụ ohere n'okwu gị dịka a na-ajụ ajụjụ ma na-enweta ọsịsa ajụjụ ndị ahụ ọ bụ ihe mmemme a na-ele anya n'okwu ndị ahụ metụtara anyị ya na ọdịnihu a chọrọ iwulite sonyere Joshua Ozioko n'Otobo dịka ọ ga-akpọta ndị ọnụ na-eru n'okwu ndị ma ha ekwe na-akụ nakwa ọha na eze ka ha tinye ọnụ n'okwu ndị ahụ gbasara anyị niile Otobo maka inweta ozi ndị ahụ bara ezigbo uru ọ na-abịara gị kwa ụbọchị Tuesday na Friday ma ọkụ elekere 5 nke uhuruchi na Aneke TV. Otobo maka ọdịmma anyị niile.
Ọ dị mmadụ onye ma na-esonyere anyị dịka anyị na-aga n'iru n'Otobo na Aneke TV anyị na-eleba anya n'etu Gọvanọ Peter Ndubisi si gbago mbọ pụtara ihe n'ihe gbasara nchekwa n'Enugu steeti ọ ka bụkwa anyị nọ Dr. Ruben Onyishi nọ na nke mgbede Dr. Onyishi daalụ rinne dịka na-aga n'iru na-akọpụtara onye na-esonyere anyị ka ihe si gbatakwuru ọ dị maka anyị gaa n'okwu steeti police kemgbe bidoro kwube ihe anwa ọtụtụ ndị gọvanọ apụtago na-akwado na-ekwu ka ọ dị ha maka anya bụ okwu n'izuụka gara aga dịka ikwuru ya gọvanọ Peter Ndubisi ga na Arise TV ebe mee town hall maka anya bụ steeti police dịka onye mgbasa ozi onye enyemaka mgbasa ozi nye gọvanọ kedu nguzo gọvanọ Peter Ndubisi n'okwu gbasara steeti police?
Ihe gbasara steeti police dịka mgbasa wee kwu o kwuru mbọsị ahụ sị na ọ bụrụ something na ọ dịrọ debatable na all something that is due and ị na-anya na president na onwe afụgo na steeti police ga-enye aka na ihe gbasara ọrụ nchekwa obodo na steeti maka na isi na federal gọọmenti jide ha police niile ọ na-afịa arụ especially ịbịa n'obodo ọ bụrụ onye nwere ka ọ bụrụ onye ugwu ka ewetara na ndịda were onye ndịda gbago n'ugwu onye ugwu ahụ iwetara na ndịda ama mmacha culture na ife gbasara obodo ahụ ọfụma macha ntuwe dị na ya onye ebe ahụ iwetara ama nwe zeal the kind of zeal to protect his people to go out of the way ime ife o kwesịrị ime ịghọtago so efuza na nchekwa ga na-eriche mperi n'akụkụ dị otu ahụ and na ebe ada report to governor like na-eme ihe ma ọ bụrụ governor na-enye gị instruction na ọ bụ intake instruction from the presidency you find out na governor nwere ike ịgwa onye a ihe ọ ga-eme onupụkwa n'isi si na o mere ya nwere ife governor ga-eme nwunye maka na ọ da report to governor ịghọta ihe nlekwu so mana kịta enwe steeti police ahụ ọ ga-enye aka ihe nchekwa adị intact nke bụ na ị na-anya ọ bụrụ na onye Enugu steeti bụ onye nyelu ife ya na-afụ bụ onye isi ndị uwe ojii na Enugu steeti ịmana na ọ ga-alụ ọlụ karịa onye abụrụ onye Enugu steeti na ọ bụ na iwetara onye Hausa ka ọ bịa ebe a onye ahụ ga-amacha ntuwe malụ omenanị malụ kọlchọ ndị bụ ihe a na ka esi eme ife n'ebe a malụ na ebe dị otu a na ekwesịrị ime ihe dị otu a malụ ka ọ ga-esi wee zọnye ụkwụ ịghọta mana itinye onye abụrụ onye Enugu steeti ịmana ọ ga na-eriche mperi n'ụzọ dị agha and the state police ahụ n'ihe oge nyekwa aka bụ na ọ bụrụzi na abịazi na police bụzi ihe na nke a bụzi police na-afụ maka the state, so na ha ga-agbada anya and postings a na-emezi postings post chere na strategic places na the state water ife na ihe anụ ga-adị tight and neat, but ịrapụ police a na-enwe federal police ahụ odenye aka, because now federal police cannot cover the kind of police enwere kita cannot cover the entire Nigeria. I mean, you check the number of police enwere kita. Oman cover Nigeria to Nigeria de kita oman cover anyị. Yota. So mana enwe state police ayi if na aga enwe adequate policing na this me aba pukwaze enugu kwado. So with all these gadgets obu ma agbala ka na ya lo gadgets and ihe ni na obro mmadụ bụ ndị a ga-train maka na oge nye ka na training. Train ndị only focus we train ndị DRS. Mana ka kwa federal police mana abịa ka train no have for that special purpose. Mana market and all the entire police force will be trained in such a way that na they prevent crime and ensure udi ha emero. So all the mkpa na enwe state police all the ezigbote mkpa oge mme ọlụ nchekwa or the entire ọgbadata the anen ika nyere ya anya ọfụma na ya wee na-eme ya udo kwesịrị. Obrozi arapia onye police kombo ya n'enu onwe ya bụ na ị na-ekombo ihe n'enu mana ya bụ na iwetụrụ aka naanị ya na wee kwuru maka state police bụ iwetu aka naanị wee zacha ghọtara mana police state police abụ abịa ko wedem okwu agwụgo ịghọtago. So that's the essence.
Ụjọ ndị mmadụ na-atụ n'ihe gbasara state police anyị ụfọdụ na-afụ ya na ndị gọvanọ nwere ike jiri ya na-emegide otu na-amụchi aka n'iru. Kọwara anyị ma emegego nkwadobe ịma na ka ọ dị kịta iwu na ihe niile gbasara steeti polisi aka na-enebi anya mara nke a ga-ewepụ mara nke a ga-etinye. Nke mbụ bụ anya akwadobego Enugu steeti o mebego nkwadobe maka ya. Ọzọ bụ ọ na-adị gị ka maọbụ nwe ka isi afụ na ọ bụ na emeche nwe ya na ọchịchị steeti a ga-eji ya na-emegide otu na-amụchi aka n'iru.
Okay, ka m sagoro nke isi na steeti adịgo nkwadobe ya. Onye na-anụrụ ka nwa dị mogoro enye ọzọrọ onye ahụ kwụ na ntị nke bụ na ọ nwere steeti dị nkwadobe ka Enugu steeti anyị akwadobego ori kwadosi ike na-emekwa ihe ahụ ndebọdụ uru wọchị gịnị ka ha bụ kedu nke ọzọ ndị forest guards gịnị ka ha bụ just empower them the more. All right, mana ebe n'ihe gbasara ihe a na-akọdo si gọvanọ ga-eji a wee megide opposition. O nwere gọvanọ chọrọ iji police kita wee mee opposition imegide opposition ama mmenwu ya ihe oge ribe ego ịghọta onweghị ọzọ ya eri and you can't outspend state government. Ọrụ bụ ọchọkwa kita ọkwa he who plays the piper dictates the tune. Ọchọkwa kita use commissioner of police ọ ji eribe ego ọchọ ma use military ego ka oge eri ọ bụrụ onyanwa oji na ego wee megide ndị a. So that thing is neither here nor there. So from ihe gọvanọ ga-eji wee megide opposition na again. Moreover na ịmago na enwere ife a na-akpọ first line charge or part of ihe a na-ekwu na bụ na ego ndị a ga na-eweta maka ndị uwe ojii ga-abụ state police service commission. A ga-enwe state service commission and a ga-enwe first this charge on their money nke bụ na a ga-ewepụta ego ha so na ụmụ ihe ha. So mana ekechekwa ha na aka na-ekwu maka ya nwecha nkụcha a na-eke maka nkụcha abụrụ ụjọ maka gọvanọ iyuzi ya wee megide anybody mana onwere onye na-abụ gọvanọ forever and I don't think na onwe gọvanọ ga-eyuzi ya maka ya ahụ gọvanọ ga-eme kịta ka ọ ka emekwa again. Yes, ya ị na-ekwu na gọvanọ ga-eyuzi steeti oge onye ahụ bịakwara gọvanọ onwe steeti police onwe kọmishọna kịta gọvanọ ama control m ọ ga-eribe ego ọ ga-eri onye ahụ bụ ego ọ gwaghị ihe ị ga-eme eme ya obunye gị ego n'ịmago na ndị polisi na ego na-adị na mma obunye ha ego kịta efu ya ịghọta onwekwa ndị ha na ego adị na mma mana a na-ekwu na onye chọrọ ime ụdị ha ahụ ga-emenwu ya.
Ọ dị mma
ịghọtago
ọ dị mma na ụdị nso a ka ebido na-anụ akụkọ mwakpo dị iche iche na-eme n'ụlọ akwụkwọ na-atọrọ ụmụ akwụkwọ ma ndị nkụzi ma nke mere na Ọyọ bụ nke uzuzu ya ka na ọka na-erugharị kịta. Kedu ka eziokwu na Enugu steeti ihe dịka ọnwa gara aga nwe ụbọchị anọgide n'ụba akụkọ na Ezeagụ na ha bịago na a na-atụ ọrụ atọrọ ụmụ akwụkwọ anụkwa ya na Ọbụkpa na Nsụka ebu ụzọ nụ na Ọbụkpa n'ụtụtụ na-eru na efie ekwubekwe na Ezeagụ mana anyị meche chọpụta na ihe anwa niile dịka ụlọ ọrụ dị uwe ojii si kwa bụrụ eziokwu. Kedu ka steeti a ji dị nkwadebe ifu n'ụdị ihe mere n'Ọyọ steeti ama mme n'Enugu steeti?
Ajụjụ ga bụ just ka repeat onwe maka na nwere n'ihe ahụ niile
maka ihe jijube ya bụ anyị ewegoro anyị agago n'ọtụtụ ụlọ akwụkwọ dịka ndị ọrụ mgbasa ozi anyị amarọ m ebe nwere amụma nchekwa siri ike ọ ya ka njijube ajụjụ a.
Aghọtara m ihe na-ekwu mana o nwere amụma siri ike ọzọ karịa ihe anụnwa ifụrụ alụgoro n'Enugu. Alụgo command and control center tinyesie camera everywhere with DRS na patrol everywhere. Nwere amụma ọzọ karịrị ya. Ya ahụ niile na a na-amonite Enugu 247 werekwa burukwa drone na-agagharị ebe niile. School ahụ ọ bụrụ part of it. School bụ part of it. And let me tell you, o nwere ịmago ị na-afụ ife na-eme ya na-eme na-egosi gị ị na-try to bring solutions to prevent it. What I know, like kita now na-eme na school ọ ga-afịakwa arụ na Enugu a. Ọ fịala ezigbo arụ na Enugu a na ụdị ife a ga-eme. Ọmame nkwa na Enugu a ịgwa gị eziokwu. Ọmame nwu na Enugu a bụ the kind of things anyị nwere on the ground. Na ndị a ga-abịa na school bịa kpokoro teachers n'ihe a kpụrụ ha ebe ka onye ahụ si aga, ebe ka onye ahụ si apụ n'Enugu a, ebe ka onye ahụ na-aga, ebe ka isi apụ, ebe ka ị ga-esi kpụrụ ha wee pụba. With the kind of thing kwadobe anyị kwado n'Enugu a ka m na-asị gị na onye ọbụla na-asị ka enyelu nso okwu petermbah maka na Enugu a bụrụkwa ebe egwu achụtaba n'aka agba n'ihe gbasara sekuriti. Ịnwa anya anwa ọgbụgba gbachie gị ịfụ na ọ bụrụ na a na-ekwu n'ọnụ na ihe ekwu n'ọnụ ka a na-eme n'aka. Hụrụ onye ga-atry ya. Perhaps they have tried and seen na ọ dịrọ possible here and ọ dịrọ possible. Ọ
dị mma ịma ihe ọzọ nji jụọ ihe a bụ na ị na-anya na ụfọdụ ụlọ akwụkwọ enwero defense, enwero gates, CCTV camera dị, drone dị, mana amụma nchekwa nke enwere ike imegodu dịka ịrụ fence n'ụlọ akwụkwọ ma itinye ndị nche ma inwe ndị uwe ojii nọgodu nso iji maka dịka m kwuru ya mgbe anyị na-ebido mgbochi ọrịa ka ọgwụgwọ. Kedu ihe Enugu steeti gọọmenti na-eme iji fụ na eziokwu na CCTV camera dị, eziokwu na drone, DRS nọcha n'ebe nke ha nọ, mana ka ihe a na-emegodu iji kwalitegodu nchekwa n'ụlọ akwụkwọ ga-abụ dịka na maka ihe mere n'Ọyọ bụ mmepe anya nye ọtụtụ ndị mmadụ. Ọ bụrụ na amarọ m ụlọ akwụkwọ anwa ma o nwere fence mana o nwere, mana a na-ekwu na mgbochi ọrịa ka ọgwụgwọ.
Fence na-egbochi ihe na fence ị na-ekwu okwu ya bụ fence nke a ga-agba ụkwụ ọda ma nke a wee ga-ewere ihe gbupụ.
Ọ bụ na gọọmenti Enugu steeti rụba ya dịka isi ekwu arụbịa a ga-arụshi ike ọma mbụ nke a ga-agba ụkwụ ọda.
Fence abụrụ fence enwere ihe ọ na-eme. Ije na America ndị alụmmadụ losi ụna ada ịma na ọ n'ebe a ka a na-alụkebe fence a. America nobody builds any fence mana security dị intact. Ọ bụrụ about fence na ihe na-agwa gị bụ na all schools are secure. Ọtago n'Enugu steeti all schools are secure. Anyị ma ọ bụrụ na amara ife a na-eme, ọ bụrụ ijeje lụ fence na alụchara fence everywhere. No, fence bụ ihe wee azọ anị. Most of the time ifu na fence bụ ka ya wee zọta anị. Fence abụrụ maka security. It doesn't prevent anything. Mana ihe abụ ihe wazani ka ya secure anị nke ya. So that's the point. The point bụ na like I said na ada akọsi ife niile gbasara security on air. Ọ bụrụ ihe m ga-abịa ebe a kọọlụ gị ife niile ihe na-eme. Mana ihe m na-agwa gị bụ na all the schools are secure na Enugu steeti.
Ọ dị mma. Anyị bịa na amụma nchekwa ụdị ọgbara ọhụụ emite ezigbo mkpụrụ dịka e kwuru enwe kamera, enwe drone, enwe ihe niile a ọ mmadụ na-eme operate ha dem operate n'onwe ha. Ọ dị gị ka Enugu steeti gọọmenti nwere ndị ọrụ azụrụ ọfụma zuru iji mee ihe ndị a niile operate hụ na ọ na-arụ ọrụ nke ọma.
Ị na-anya na command and control center. Command and control center na a na-alụ ọrụ de 247. Ọ bụrụ ebe a na-asị gị security onye ọbụla sign na ya ga-arụ security mana ọlụ dị. Ka na-eme operate. So na enwelu ndị nọ there 247 n'abalị na monitor ife na-eme. Ndị DRS ahụ niile nọ na nọcha n'ụzọ. The other day ka m na-anata Nsụka around ebe 9:30. DRS ka nọcha n'ụzọ by that time. Maka onwe ndị ọrụ ha bụ na oge ndị nke ọzọ na-arahụ ụra na efifie ka ha nọ ọrụ. Ndị nke ahụ na-achite na ndị nke ọzọ ijebekwe bịa arahụzi ụra bịa zuo ike. So now they were shifting. So if you na policing do something the 247. Obro ya na asige na ya na akpo ke ayezu ikemba. Ana enwe shifting. Ndị ka along this time. Maka mmadụ ka anyị bụ. And mmadụ need to reboot. Nogide obro ka reboot no ra ka eje reboot mmadụ. So ndị ahụ ga-arahụra mana ndị nke ahụ ọ bụ na elolo night time mazụ na echi ama nke ahụ nwe ka afa si eme mazụ na echi na ị ga-alụ de nwe ka esi emeche nya ka ọ yala inye nsogbu like that.
Ọ dị mma gọọmenti ama weta ihe gbasara nchekwa sọsọ ya ndị mmadụ nwere oke n'ọrụ nke ha kedu oke n'ọrụ ndị mmadụ ma ndị ndu ụka ma ndị igwe ma ọha obodo n'ime na amụma mbọ a niile gọọmenti na-agba na ọ ga-amịta mkpụrụ.
Ịma na anyị na-ekwu okwu na-asị na security everybody's business. Even though na gọọmenti emechoghị ihe niile emelu mana onye ọbụla nwekwere their own duty to ensure that the environment is secure. By first of all, alerting the security. Ọ bụrụ na ị nwere intelligence na so is happening, inform the people who are in charge. Nekwe ihe ya na-afụ n'ebe a. Ọ dị ezigbote mkpa. Ọ dị ezigbote mkpa na onye ọbụla dịrị alert, dịrị alert n'ife gbasara security ka make sure that na ị bụrụ a victim. Ghọtago. So ọ bụ na ịfụlụ na nwere ka esi eji ije n'ịghọtara, let the police know, let the DRS know, their number dịcha there, you could dial that number and let the people know. Oke dịkwalụ ndị igwe bụ n'ichekwa obodo bụ na maka na igwe oge nwa bụ traditional ruler of your place mana ime anya kịta efu na most of ndị igwe a niile bicha na town. Igwe kwesịrị ibi na town na igwe kwesịrị ibi na obodo ya wee na-echekwa obodo. A na-agwakwa ndị maka na onye ọbụla nwere obodo osi onye ọbụla anybody ga-eje into crime nwere obodo osi ọkwa kịta ka eje mee family arrest ndị ahụ niile kidnap chara people ya nwere mana ọ bụ na igwe bụ unu na a na-enye sensitize the people na-agwafa ọghọm dị na crime na ọ bara uru na mmadụ na-eje na crime mana ọ bụ na ị nwere issue maka na ife oge ụfọdụ na ihe na-ebugacha a na-asị na ihe na-ebugacha ụmụ ogbenye na ihe a bụ afro ka emelụ. That's why government say na na-enwe non-kinetic approach to security by creating jobs. And I create jobs. Government is creating jobs. This government na youths enwekwa ebe afụlụ ife a na-eme maka na onye dị busy nwe ife ọ na-eme nwe time for crime. So na ihe a niile bụ ọlụ dịle ma ndị igwe ma ndị town union ịma n'obodo ha dị mma. Ihe ọzọ bụ na ụmụaka anyị kịta na-esechi igbo, ese mkpụrụ mmiri, ese kolos, onwe ndị na-ese firewood ha nwa amaghị anya na-ese mana ihe dịla obodo ikwu n'obodo anyị na anyị tiri iwu anybody na-eje esi igbo enwetaghị na ị na-ese that thing ịma na ị ga-arapụrụ anyị data obodo ma nnatazi a ga-abanish gị ghọta ga-emechi ụmụ ya because ọ ihe a na-emeche ụmụaka ha they take to crime esechi ha na-ese take to crime ha na-afụ mmadụ adị ha ka nda even na onwere ife mmadụ ejebe maybe crime zubori maybe all these things but all that youths are engaged. You understand? Education is also good. Education be light. You understand? It's tinyo maka ni heba salo kita na petermbah alugo 267 smart schools. And all the fukane from crèche to GS3. Eba na akuziri ma AI, ma robotics, augmented reality, ICT skills and everything. You know the skill. You can even stand on your own, providing jobs because it is a solution. Which a problem you can now solve and we'll be making money. All right? So that's why the government is doing what it's doing in education, making sure no matter in education and skill-based education so that you acquire these skills and use it to help yourself. That's what government is doing. So government is strategic to prevent crime. It's a non-kinetic approach to crime prevention. So what they have all the ndị nne na nna maka na ọkwa n'ụlọ ka esi emebi asị na nwatakịrị nọ na-arịa afịa nne ya wee mụ n'ori. Parents ọlụ dịkwalụ parents in instilling moral rectitude in their children. Ọlụ dịrị parents ịdị na-agwa nwa gị si ya nekwe ụzọ ka ememe nke a ji asị na eji na nwata agbagọ nkịta ọdụ ijiri nwayọ na-agwa ụmụaka gị. Most parents now enwere time for their kids. They don't have time. Eba na achụgharị nke a na achụgharị nke a mana ife a na-emebi n'ụlọ emecha children will take to crime. but ebe na parents no we na agbakwachi ụmụaka ha anya we na agwa ha na ihe adịrọ ma ga-eme na nke ga-eme na nka. The Bible said train a child in the way he should grow. When he grows, he will not depart from it. So that is it.
Anya kite funa ndị omekome na ka ụbọchị na-aga ka ha na-eshiwanye ike nwee ngwa ọgụ katara arụ were tinkom 30 gwa onye na-esonyere anyị ihe ọ na-atụ anya na gọvanọ Peter Mba ga-eme na ọnwa n'izu na afọ ndị na-abịa abịa n'ihe gbasara nchekwa ka anyị chịkọta tinkom.
Well, security is a growing concern or something ongoing. And now one thing about petermbah that he is a man living above his generation, because some of the things I make it on yet like an agame. But now in nature na governor na men can umelo kacha umekwazo. So now governor mba kugo na security na ya manji made jini he gbasa security we gusi ego. So no game me for na ekwesigi me carrier to ensure that they prevent the crime na Enugu state. So nyabu nkwa governor kwala anyị before na-eme. And anyị ga-enwe trust n'ịhụnanya n'ebe ọ nọ maka eto dike na nke omena omekwa ọzọ o wee na-agawa ya n'iru na-echekwa obodo maka na nchekwa obodo dị mkpa.
Dr. Ruben Onyishi, daalụ maka isonyere anyị n'otobo nke taata ịkọwapụtara ihe gọvanọ Peter Mba megoro na nke ọ ka ga-eme n'okwu gbasara nchekwa. Daalụ rinne.
Thank you.
Onye nwa sonyere anyị tụọ ka isi wee hụ ya na nke taata ọrụ nchekwa abụghị ọrụ sọsọ gọọmenti, ọ bụ mụ na gị na-agbanwere oke n'ọrụ na ya ka anyị gbakọta aka ọnụ ihu ebe ihe na-adịghị aga ọfụma wetara ndị ọrụ nchekwa ozi ka anyị gbanye ya aja n'ukwu bụ mbọ gọvanọ steeti a na-agba ịhụ na akwalitere nchekwa ndụ na ngwongwo ọha steeti a. Ọ bụ na mma oke m gị nwa mee oke gị ma na Enugu steeti ka dị mma maka na be anyị ka anyị nọ. Daalụ maka isonyere anyị n'otobo nke taata. Anyị ji n'aka na ọ gara nke ọma karịa ka isi wee tụọ anya. Chebere anyị ụbọchị Fraịde ka anyị wetara gị agba ọhụụ n'isiokwu ọhụụ na ya bụ ihe omume. Abụ m Joshua Ozioko na-ekele gị maka isonyere anyị. Udo dịrị gị.
Obodo ọbụla nwere akụkọ, aka mgbe ọbụla nwere ihe butere ya, nsogbu ọbụla kwesịrị inwe ogbugbo site n'ọchịchị ruo mmepe obodo, site na nchekwa ruo na mmụta, site na omenala ruo na akụnụba. A na-ewepụta okwu ndị ahụ na-emetụta anyị ma leba ha anya. Ọ bụ ohere n'okwu gị dịka a na-ajụ ajụjụ ma na-enweta ọsịsa ajụjụ ndị ahụ. Ọ bụ ihe mmemme a na-ele anya n'okwu ndị ahụ metụtara anyị ya na ọdịnihu a chọrọ iwulite. Sonyere Joshua Ozioko n'Otobo dịka ọ ga-akpọta ndị ọnụ na-eru n'okwu, ndị ma ha ekwe na-akụ nakwa ọha na eze ka ha tinye ọnụ n'okwu ndị ahụ gbasara anyị niile. Otobo maka inweta ozi ndị ahụ bara ezigbo uru. Ọ na-abịara gị kwa ụbọchị Tuesday na Friday ma ọkụ elekere 5 nke uhuruchi na Aneke TV. Otobo maka ọdịmma anyị niile.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity.
Fake news on social media has become one of the most dangerous byproducts of the digital information age, reshaping public opinion, weakening trust in institutions, and in some cases, endangering lives. With billions of users active daily on platforms such as Facebook, X, WhatsApp, and TikTok, misinformation now spreads faster than traditional verification systems can respond. Communication scholars define fake news as false or misleading information presented as legitimate news content, often designed to influence perception or behavior. The Reuters Institute Digital News Report has repeatedly identified social media as the primary driver of global misinformation flows, noting that algorithmic amplification prioritizes engagement over accuracy. In this environment, emotionally charged content, whether true or false, travels fastest. The danger is not theoretical. In several African countries, including Nigeria, false reports shared online have triggered panic, communal tension, and security disruptions. In past incidents, fabricated alerts about attacks or kidnappings have led to mass movement of people, market shutdowns, and unnecessary fear, forcing authorities to issue emergency clarifications. Security analysts warn that during sensitive operations, misinformation can compromise response strategies and endanger both victims and rescuers. Political communication is another area heavily affected. During elections, manipulated images, edited videos, and fabricated quotes are frequently circulated to discredit candidates or influence voters. Communication theorist Marshall McLuhan's famous assertion that the medium is the message becomes relevant in this context, as social media platforms themselves shape how political realities are consumed, often without editorial gatekeeping. Similarly, the agenda-setting theory by McCombs and Shaw explains how repeated exposure to false narratives can shape what the public considers important, even if the information is inaccurate. The implications for democracy are significant. Fake news can erode confidence in electoral institutions, weaken trust in the media, and deepen political polarization. In extreme cases, it can delegitimize outcomes and fuel post-election tensions. Analysts know that once false narratives become entrenched, corrections rarely achieve the same reach or emotional impact as the original misinformation. Public health has also suffered severe consequences. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the World Health Organization described the global misinformation surge as an infodemic, warning that false claims about vaccines, cures, and transmission patterns undermine scientific guidance. In several countries, vaccine hesitancy was directly linked to viral falsehoods circulated on social media platforms, contributing to preventable infections and deaths. Economically, fake news can destabilize markets and damage reputations within minutes. False reports about companies, banks, or government policies have triggered panic withdrawals, stock fluctuations, and loss of investor confidence. Financial experts stress that in a digital economy driven by perception, information integrity is as critical as fiscal policy. At the societal level, individuals have faced harassment, job losses, and reputational damage due to false allegations circulated online. Victims often struggle to recover even after misinformation is debunked, as digital content continues to circulate in archives, screenshots, and forwarded messages. Media ethicist Walter Lippmann once observed that we are told about the world before we see it, a reality amplified today by algorithm-driven feeds that prioritize virality over verification. Experts argue that addressing fake news requires a multi-layered response. Fact-checking organizations, regulatory frameworks, platform accountability, and media literacy education are all considered essential tools. UNESCO has repeatedly emphasized the importance of digital literacy, urging users to think critically before sharing content online. Journalists, meanwhile, are expected to adhere strictly to verification, balance, and accuracy, particularly in fast-moving breaking news environments. Ultimately, the fight against fake news is not solely technological, but behavioral. It requires a shift in user responsibility, platform design, and institutional trust. As digital communication continues to expand, the ability to distinguish facts from fabrication remains a critical skill for citizens navigating an increasingly complex information ecosystem. In an era where information travels at the speed of a click, the consequences of falsehood are no longer confined. They are immediate, global, and often irreversible.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Good afternoon and welcome to News at 3 on Aneke TV. I am Onyechi Ugu and I'm glad to have you join us. The headlines. National Industrial Court dismisses stay of execution application filed by Federal Neuropsychiatric Hospital Enugu Medical Director. Oka remands 42-year-old man over alleged abduction and sale of children in Anambra State. Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria to introduce a VPASS biometric verification system for domestic air travelers. Now the news in details. The National Industrial Court sitting in Abuja has dismissed an application for a stay of execution filed by the medical director of the Federal Neuropsychiatric Hospital, Dr. Ngozi Onalga, in relation to an earlier judgment that removed her from office and ordered the reinstatement of Professor Monday Igwe as medical director. The ruling is contained in a certified true copy issued following the court's decision delivered by Justice E.D. Sobalim. The earlier judgment of December 11, 2025, declared the determination of Professor Igwe's appointment unlawful and ordered that he be allowed to complete his statutory tenure. Counsel to Professor Igwe, Mr. Michael Okore, said the dismissal of the stay of execution means the judgment remains valid and enforceable, pending the determination of any appeal. He argued that official actions taken contrary to the judgment could be subject to legal challenge. Professor Igwe had subsequently initiated contempt proceedings against Dr. Onalgu and other defendants over the alleged failure to comply with the court's orders. The matter remains before the court. 8 pupils rescued after spending 56 days in captivity in Oyo State remain on admission at the Lautech Teaching Hospital, Obomosho, where they are receiving specialist medical care following their rescue by security operatives. The hospital's chief medical director, Professor Olawale Olakunhin, confirmed that 31 rescued pupils have been discharged after responding well to treatment, while one of those still hospitalized is receiving care for a congenital heart condition. Medical officials say the discharged pupils have been reunited with their families and will continue receiving psychological support to aid their recovery from the traumatic experience. The pupils and members of the staff who were abducted on May 15th and regained their freedom on July 10th following a joint security operation involving federal, state and local security agencies. An Oka Children's and Gender-Based Violence Court has remanded 42-year-old Sunday Nome at the Oka Correctional Center over the alleged abduction and sale of two young boys in Nkwo, Idemili North local government area of Anambra State. The defendants pleaded not guilty to a 6-count charge bordering on conspiracy, child stealing and related offenses. The court adjourned the matter until July 29th for future hearing. According to the prosecution, the suspect and an accomplice who remains at large allegedly abducted a 2-year-old boy from his mother and a 4-year-old boy from his father before selling one of the children for 1.6 million naira. The second child was reportedly rescued before any transaction was concluded. The offenses are alleged to contravene the Anambra State Child Rights Law and relevant provisions of the Criminal Code. Police say efforts are continuing to apprehend the second suspect, while the prosecution proceedings before the courts. The Ebonyi State Police Command has commenced a full investigation into the death of Miss Mary Habila, a nurse on secondment to the Federal Ministry of Works, who reportedly died at the Uburu residence of the Minister of Works, Senator David Umahi. Police Public Relations Officer Mr. Joshua Ukandu said the command has engaged the services of a pathologist to conduct a post-mortem examination to establish the exact cause of death. He explained that the decision forms part of efforts to ensure a thorough, transparent and impartial investigation. According to the police, a distress report was received on June 27th from the Divisional Police Officer of Ohozara Division following a medical emergency involving the deceased. Detectives subsequently visited the scene, obtained statements from the relevant persons, and transferred the case to the State Criminal Investigation Department for further investigation. The command said that although the deceased family has expressed reservations about an autopsy, it considers the examination necessary in view of the circumstances surrounding the death. Police say further updates will be provided as investigations progress. Civil society organizations in Ebonyi State have called on the state government to publish the official assessment report relating to the state's failure to qualify for a $27 million World Bank Hope Governance Program grant. The coalition of civil society groups alleged that Ebonyi did not meet key governance benchmarks under the program, including standards relating to public financial management, transparency, and institutional reforms. In response, the Ebonyi state government rejected the allegations, describing them as politically motivated. The administration maintained that it has continued to attract substantial development funding and remains committed to improving governance and public service delivery. The coalition, however, insists that releasing the official assessment report will promote transparency and enable the public to independently assess the state's performance under the World Bank program. Osun State Governor Senator Ademola Adeleke has directed security agencies to intensify efforts to apprehend those responsible for suspected cult-related killing and subsequent violence in Osogbo, the state capital. In a statement issued by his spokesperson, Malam Olawale Rashid, the governor condemned the violence and instructed security agencies to ensure that those involved are arrested and prosecuted in accordance with the law. Governor Adeleke also dismissed social media reports attempting to link his administration to the incident, describing the claims as false and urging residents to disregard misinformation capable of heightening tensions. The governor reaffirmed his administration's commitment to maintaining peace and security across the state and appealed to residents to cooperate with security agencies by providing credible information to aid ongoing investigations. Abia State Governor Dr. Alex Oti has directed the immediate resolution of administrative delays affecting the payment of approved allowances to members of the National Youth Service Corps (NYSC) serving in the state. The directive was issued during a courtesy visit by the newly deployed Abia State Coordinator of the NYSC, Mr. Yunusa Tanimu, at the governor's residence in Mvosi Isialangwa South Local Government Area. During the meeting, the state coordinator commended the Abia State government for improvements at the NYSC orientation camp and appealed for the implementation of the approved allowance for corps members posted to the state. Governor Oti expressed dissatisfaction over the delay despite his earlier approval and directed the Commissioner for Youth and Sports Development to ensure immediate implementation. He reiterated his administration's commitment to the welfare of corps members and assured them of a conducive environment throughout their service year. The news at 3 comes to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking news stories, follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here is a recap of the major stories making the headlines. National Industrial Court dismisses stay of execution application in Federal Neuropsychiatric Hospital Enugu leadership dispute. Oka Court remands suspect over alleged abduction and sale of 2 children in Anambra State. Coming up shortly, Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria unveils VPAS biometric verification system for domestic air travelers. Stay with us.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Welcome back. Vice President Kashim Shettima says Nigeria has the resources to become one of the world's most prosperous nations if it fully harnesses its agricultural potential. Speaking at the Agri Development and Investment Summit in Abuja, the Vice President said the country should not be struggling with poverty, despite its vast arable land and natural endowments. Shettima identified agriculture and aquaculture as key sectors capable of driving sustainable economic growth, job creation, and food security. He urged greater investment in value addition and modern farming techniques to unlock the country's economic potential. Drawing a comparison with Indonesia, the Vice President noted that the Southern Asian nation generates billions of dollars annually from crude palm oil exports, expressing that Nigeria possesses similar climatic conditions to achieve comparable success. He called on government, investors, and citizens to embrace agriculture as a strategic economic priority, saying diversification away from dependence on crude oil remains essential to achieving long-term national prosperity. A Federal Capital Territory High Court sitting in Apo, Abuja, has ordered the final forfeiture of assets valued at approximately 8,900 million naira linked to a businesswoman, Aisha Achimugu, to the federal government. Delivering judgments, Justice Jude Onwezi granted an application filed by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, holding the commission had met the legal requirements for the permanent forfeiture of the asset, which it said were reasonably suspected to be proceeds of unlawful activities. The fortified assets include jewelry valued at 4,645,170,294 naira and 90 kobo, 11 luxury vehicles worth about 4,293 million naira, 50,000 United States dollars, and 30 million naira in cash. The assets are to be transferred to the federal government in line with the court's order. The ruling marks the latest development in the EFCC's ongoing anti-corruption efforts involving the businesswoman. Earlier this year, a federal high court also ordered the final forfeiture of 13 million United States dollars linked to Ocean Gate Engineering Oil and Gas Limited, a company associated with Achimugu, after the court held that the funds were proceeds of unlawful activities. The Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, FAN, in partnership with Vertex Technologies Limited, is set to introduce VPAS, a biometric facial recognition system designed to simplify passenger processing at domestic airports. The digital platform will enable travelers to verify their identities using facial recognition technology, eliminating the need for repeated presentation of physical identification documents at designated security checkpoints. According to FAN, first-time registration is expected to take about 1 minute, while subsequent identity verification will take less than 30 seconds. Nigerian passengers will register with their national identification number, while foreign travelers will use their passports. The authority says the system complies with the Nigeria Data Protection Regulation, adding that nationwide public awareness campaigns and technical assessments will precede its official rollout. Nigeria and the Gambia have agreed to revive the Nigeria-Gambia Joint Commission as part of efforts to strengthen bilateral relations and expand cooperation in key sectors. The agreement was reached during a meeting between Nigeria's Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Sola Eyin-Kanoli, and Gambian Foreign Minister Sering Modo Niger on the sidelines of the ECOWAS Mid-Year Summit in Freetown, Sierra Leone. Both countries agreed to deepen collaboration in trade, security, capacity building, and technical cooperation. The Gambian Foreign Minister also acknowledged Nigeria's long-standing support for his country, particularly during the 2017 political transition. Ambassador ndlea reaffirmed Nigeria's commitment to African solidarity, saying the reactivated Joint Commission will provide a platform to review existing agreements and develop new areas of mutually beneficial cooperation. Bayelsa United Football Club has appointed experienced coach Abdul Maikaba as its new technical advisor ahead of the new Nigerian National League season. Maikaba takes over following the club's relegation from the Nigeria Premier Football League with the immediate task of leading the Yenagoa-based side back to the top division. The veteran technician has previously managed Oka United, Rangers International, Kano Pillars and Wike Tourist, and currently serves as head coach of Nigeria's Flying Eagles. The club's management expressed confidence that Maikaba's experience and record in domestic football will strengthen the team's campaign for immediate promotion. Popular content creator and skit maker Zixaloma has encouraged young Nigerians to prioritize skills acquisition as a pathway to financial independence. In a video shared on his social media platforms, the entertainer advised young people not to rely solely on physical appearance or financial assistance from others, stressing that practical skills provide more sustainable opportunities. He urged youths to embrace digital, vocational, and entrepreneurial skills capable of creating long-term resources of income in an increasingly competitive economy. Zixaloma concluded by reminding his audience that while physical appearance may change with time, knowledge, talent, and professional skills remain valuable assets for lifelong personal and economic growth. And now, to end the news, here are the main points again. The National Industrial Court sitting in Abuja has dismissed the application for a stay of execution filed by the medical director of the Federal Neuropsychiatric Hospital, Enugu, Dr. Ngozi Onago, thereby leaving in force its earlier judgment ordering the reinstatement of Professor Monday Igwe as medical director to complete his tenure, following the court's declaration that the determination of his appointment was unlawful. An Oka Children's and Gender-Based Violence Court has remanded 42-year-old Sunday Nome at the Oka Correctional Center over the alleged abduction and sale of 2 young boys in Ongbo, Idemili North local government area of Anambra State. The defendant pleaded not guilty to a 6th court charge, while the court adjourned the matter for further hearing as security agencies continue efforts to apprehend his alleged accomplice. The Federal Airports Authorities of Nigeria FAN has announced plans to introduce VPAS, a biometric facial recognition verification system for domestic air travelers. Developed in partnership with Verdsix Technologies Limited, the platform is expected to simplify passenger identity verification, strengthen airport security, reduce processing time at security checkpoints, and support Nigeria's ongoing aviation sector digital transformation. And that concludes the news. Thank you for watching. I am Onyinyechi Ugu. Good afternoon. Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
I want to gently recommend this to you. Please do not be nice. Be kind, because kindness is a measure of our humanity. But do not be nice. Nice means wanting always to be liked, and this is a particular affliction of female socialization. Nice means silencing inconvenient truths. Nice means choosing always to be comfortable. Nice means letting go of courage. Nice means talking about peace, but not about justice. Nice will not remake the world, and there is so much about our world that needs remaking. There is no such thing as a perfect human being. The longing for perfection will hold you back. It doesn't help any cause to start with perfection as yardstick. We do not need to be perfect before we are able to do what is right. I wish you everything you wish for yourself that causes no harm to others.
Nigeria finds itself at a pivotal moment, a nation of nearly 220 million people, rich in human potential, natural resources, and cultural diversity. Nigeria is simultaneously confronted with an array of security challenges that have deep historical roots and contemporary complexity. From the harsh insurgency that has persisted in the northeast for over a decade to the sprawling banditry networks across the northwest, from recurrent heather-farmer clashes in the Middle Belt to rampant kidnap for ransom syndicates and urban criminality, insecurity today manifests not as isolated events, but as an interlinked ecosystem of violence and instability. These phenomena do more than threaten lives. They fracture social trust, impede economic growth, depress investment, and erode the foundational legitimacy of the state. In environments marked by distrust and fragmentation, dialogue emerges not as an optional luxury but a strategic imperative, a mechanism for understanding grievances, bridging divides, and constructing mutually accepted pathways toward peace and progress. Indeed, scholars of conflict resolution affirm that sustainable security is seldom achieved by force alone. It demands conversation, negotiation, and inclusive engagement across societal fault lines. Nigeria's own post-conflict history offers instructive precedent. Following the devastating civil war of the late 1960s, the approach known as "no victor, no vanquished" was more than a slogan. It was a commitment to national reconciliation. Government leaders, community representatives, and civil society actors engaged in dialogue that helped diffuse lingering bitterness and chart a course toward reintegration and rebuilding. Similarly, global practice reinforces the centrality of dialogue. In conflict zones from Northern Ireland to South Africa, negotiated engagement between hardline actors and governments ultimately outlasted militarized approaches. These examples illustrate a foundational principle. Dialogue humanizes the other and transforms entrenched antagonisms into space for shared problem solving. In the Nigerian context, dialogue must operate at multiple levels: local, state, and national, each tailored to the specificity of its environment. At the grassroots, structures like traditional council forums, community peace committees, and youth roundtables serve as critical platforms where grievances can be heard and understood. For example, in parts of Plateau and Kaduna states, facilitated dialogues between herders and farmers have reduced violent confrontations over land and grazing access by identifying consensus on resource management and corporate forms of engagement. These forums help transform relationships of suspicion into dialogues of accountability and shared interest. At state and national levels, concerted efforts are needed to institutionalize dialogue mechanisms within governance architecture. This means establishing offices or councils dedicated to peace building, conflict management, and stakeholder engagement with clear mandates, independent oversight, and sustainable funding. By creating structured channels for communication between communities, security agencies, traditional leaders, and civil society, the state can move beyond ad hoc responses and toward proactive governance. Dialogue must not be restricted to reactive negotiations in moments of crisis. It should inform policy design and implementation. For example, if a policy on grazing reserves is developed without the voices of pastoral communities, farmers and state governments, it risks exclusionary outcomes that fuel resentment. Genuine dialogue ensures representation, especially of women, youth, and marginalized groups whose experiences with insecurity are often distinct yet underrepresented in formal decision-making spaces. Recognizing the value of dialogue is one step, operationalizing it is another. To ensure that dialogue is transformative rather than performative, several practical measures should be prioritized. Conversations must be paired with tangible socio-economic investments, such as rural job creation, skill development programs, microfinance assets, and community infrastructure, which address the underlying conditions that often give rise to insecurity. Digital platforms can democratize engagement, enabling citizens, especially in remote areas, to participate in consultations, report security concerns in real time, and access information. Technology also expands the reach of peace education campaigns that reinforce values of tolerance and civic responsibility. Efforts to mainstream peace building into school curricula, community organizations, and media narratives help cultivate a culture of nonviolence and mutual respect. These educational foundations strengthen the long-term resilience of societies against polarization and conflict. Professional training for dialogue facilitators, negotiators, and conflict analysts enhances the quality and credibility of engagement processes. Skilled mediators are equipped to manage tensions, navigate entrenched positions, and sustain momentum toward constructive outcomes. Nigeria's security challenges are either sudden or isolated. They are the product of historical marginalization, governance deficits, competition over resources, economic insecurity, and weakened societal contrasts. Addressing these complex realities demand a response that is equally nuanced and collaborative. Dialogue offers a means of confronting not just the symptoms of insecurity, but these root causes. As the nation contends with these present trials, the urgency of inclusive conversation cannot be overstated. In bridging divides, building trust, and co-creating solutions, dialogue becomes not only a pathway from violence to peace, but a foundation for progress. A secure, peaceful, and prosperous Nigeria is not a distant aspiration. It is a collective project achieved through the persistent work of engagement, understanding, and shared purpose.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Asi na ekwekwo amagba ekwu ụmụ nwanyị akụọla o ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ. Nzukọ ụmụ nwanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka rike anyị, ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, azụmahịa, omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Ndị nne, ndị nna, oge a bụkwa nke anyị. Sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka n'ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram. Ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV, anyị apụọnụ. Ekene gị dịka ị na-esonyela anyị na nke taa na nzukọ ụmụ nwanyị na Aneke TV. Ịmana Igbo si nọọ njegharị ka eji ele nwa mkpi. Na nke tata anyị jelu ka anyị pụta ka anyị kpaa ka anyị nene ka obodo si wee dị. Na mgbe gboo a sị na ụmụ nwanyị bụ nri akụ, mana tata anyị na-akwado ịgwa gị na ụmụ nwanyị bụzikwa ọkpata akụ, ụmụ nwanyị bụzikwa iteju ụlọ. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nke tata maka na ihe anyị na-eji nebanye anya bụ mkpa ọ dị na o nwere ihe nwaanyị na-eme. Ụfọdụ ụmụ nwaanyị pụta ọsị gị na di ya na-eme nka na di ya si anyị emezine nka, mana nke tata ndị nna mụ na ha nọ ga-agwa anyị uru ọba na o nwere ihe nwaanyị na-eme wee na-ewebata nke n'ezinụlọ. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị. Abụ Ngozi Ọtahumele. Ndị nke mụ na ha nọ tata bụ ụmụ nwaanyị na-agba mbọ, ndị ọ ga-abịa isi arịa elu arịa isi ka arịdata ka e wee fụ na o nwee ihe eji enyere nwoke aka, maka na ofe isi na-ebu ọ dapụ nsogbu adị. Nke ndị mụ na ha nọ n'ụbọchị nke taa n'aka ekpe m bụ Odoziakụ Ọkpata akụ na-ewepụta akụ n'ezinụlọ. O wee bụrụ Mrs. Caroline Okonkwo, anụmakụ ya Concord nwanyị. Concord nwanyị anụmasị gị nọ na nke taa. Onye ọzọ anyị na ya nọ tata wee bụrụ Ebere Ndugwueze, anyị na-akpụ ya Ebi London nọ na nke tata. M ga-ebido ebe ị nọ Concord nwanyị. Mgbe gboo apụtasị na nwaanyị bụ ọkpata akụ, odozi akụ, nwoke bụ ọkpata akụ, nwaanyị na-edozi. Ime n'anya n'obodo anyị kịta anụnwa, ọ dị gị ka anyị ka nọ na mgbe nwaanyị ga-achịkọta aka na-ekiri sọsọ mgbe di ji wee weta tupu ebie.
Ụmụ nwaanyị ibe m, ụtụtụ ọma na ekenekwa ya ọzọ. Ka ihe si wee kwuru na nke ikpeazụ a kịta abụọzi mgbe anyị na-ele anya ka enye anyị enye. Ụmụ nwaanyị kwesịrị ịdị na-agba mbọ. Ụmụ nwaanyị kwesịrị ịdị na-agba mbọ rinne, maka na ka ihe si wee kwuru ọ bụ ọzọ ihe ahụ a gwara anyị mgbe ahụ bụ ihe na-emezi kịta. Ọ bụrụ na nwaanyị nọ na-eche ka enye ọwa ọkọzi na nke ikpeazụ, ọtụtụ ihe ụmụ nwaanyị kwesịrị ịdị na-eme ha wee nyere onwe ha aka, nyekwuola ezinụlọ nye na di ebi, nyekwuola ezinụlọ aka. nke mbụ enwere ọtụtụ ihe ndị ụmụ anyị na-eme karịrị ụmụ nwoke. Enwere ndị na-eme ịkwa akwa, ịgba ahịa ime ọhịa. Ịgba ahịa ime ọhịa, ọtụtụ ihe a na-ebubata, a na-emepụta na ime obodo. Nwaanyị ga-eje ugocha ya ebe ahụ, ọ batakwa na taụn, were eleta nnukwu ego, were ya na-enyere aka n'ezinụlọ. Ụmụ nwaanyị na-akpa isi, ụmụ nwaanyị na-eme salon, ha na-akpa wig, a na-eme all these things. Ị ga-afụ na nwunye onye isi ala na-aghakwu ma ọka, ha na-eghe akara, a na-ere maịmaị, a na-emewekwa ọkpa. Nke kachasị nke bụ na ụmụ nwaanyị na-akụkwu azụ. Mgbe m jere Makọdị, afọ m ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ha na-so ndị nwoke na-akụ azụ. Wee sị gị na what a man can do, a woman can equally do it better.
Daalụ, ka anyị jide ya ebe ahụ. Emechaa anyị ga-anachite na nke ụmụ nwaanyị ịkụ azụ anụnwa. Maka oge ụfọdụ ọ dịka o nwere ihe ọ bụ sọsọ ụmụ nwoke ihe na-eme. M ga-abịa ebe ị nọ, Odoziakụ Ebere Ndụbụeze, na ntụnye nke gị n'echiche nke gị, o kwesịrị ka nwaanyị nọrọ nkịtị? Ọ dị ka o nwee uru ọba na nwaanyị nwee ihe ọ na-eme? Tụnyekena anyị azụ nwa obele ihe ọ ga-abụ nwaanyị na-eme, ọ na-enye aka na ezinụlọ.
Ụtụtụ ọma nọ ụmụ nwaanyị ibe m ndị na-ege anyị ntị. O kwesịrị na onwe ihe nwaanyị ga-eme n'ezinụlọ. Oge agaala mgbe nwaanyị na-aza oriakụ. Na ihe gbasara ka ụmụ nwaanyị na-etinye aka n'ezinụlọ, bifo a na-aza oriakụ, di na-anọ, onwe ndị di ha na-anọ 100 and betu ugbu a hapụzie nna ya ụmụ nwoke, ha na-ata afụfụ, ha mee nke a, ha eme nke a, echiche a na-achị igbo ha. Ihe na-agwa ụmụ nwaanyị ibe m ndị na-ege ntị, onwe ndị na-azụ akwụkwọ nri ego dị ya, onwe ndị na-ere onugbu ego dị ya, onwe ndị na-ere tomatos. Nke ọbụla nụ ị ga-eme wite obere ego ọ dị, ka ọ bụrụ na ị nọghọ n'ụlọ na-eche ka di gị bịa. Ịnọ na-eche ka di gị bịa ma di gị ewetanwu, ọ ya bụ na ọgụ ada ezinụlọ.
Daalụ rinne. Ya bụ na ntụnye nke gị na ọ dị mkpa ka nwaanyị nwee ihe ọ na-eme. Daalụ. M ga-agachite azụ ebe ị nọ, Mrs. Caroline Okonkwo. Mgbe ị na-ekwu okwu, o nwere ike isi wee metụchaa aka ihe ụfọdụ ụmụ nwaanyị na-eme ma ịsụ ịkụ azụ. Nke a bụkwa izizi nna anụ na ụmụ nwaanyị na-akụ azụ. Mgbe na-achọ ịjụ gị, onwe ọrụ dị iche ahapụọla ụmụ nwoke na nke ahapụọla ụmụ nwaanyị? Onwe ihe ọ ga-abụ nwaanyị lụba asị na mba na nwaanyị ekwesịghị ịlụ ụtọ ọrụ a?
Ka m si efu ya na nke ikpeazụ, nwazikwa ihe nwaanyị ga-abụ ome asị anyị emena. Maka na nke izizi ekwuburu m na mbụ na m gara holidays na Makọdị na nke my uncle, wee jee na River Benue ebe Wadata side, wee fụ na nwaanyị so ndị ụmụ nwoke na-akụ azụ. That was 1987. 1987, wee fụ na ụmụ nwaanyị so ndị ụmụ nwoke na-akụ azụ na that River Benue. I was surprised. You see, look at these women. So na ihe a echejigidego nke bụ na
nwaanyị ga-akụwuzi azụ, soro nọrọ na the canoe wee na-akụ azụ. Ọ surprised m o. Ka m natakwala ebe a, ụmụ nwoke na-awụ concrete, ụmụ nwaanyị na-awụkwa concrete karịzịa ha. Afọ m ebe ụmụ nwaanyị so na-edokwa blọk. Ọbụzụ mgbe aha na-asị na nwoke
sọsọ nwoke bụ ihe ga na-edo blọk. Ihe anyị chọrọ bụ ka ihe a ga-eji wee zụọ ụmụaka ka ọ nabata n'ezinụlọ, ka nsogbu ghara ịdị na-adịzi. Nwaanyị ire akwa mgbe gboo, ọsọsọ ụmụ nwoke bụ ihe na-azụ ahịa akwa, mana ụmụ nwaanyị ka kụziri ụmụ nwoke azụ ahịa akwa. Go to market, ị ga-afụ ebe ụmụ nwaanyị juru a na-agbakiri ana. M na-eje Ọnịcha jee bute akwa, mee ndị niile nọ ebe ahụ ụmụ nwaanyị na ụmụ nwoke ndị nọ na shọpụ na-azụ ahịa akwa. O nweghịzi onye ka nwanne ya na population. So ihe niile anyị na-eme bụ ka ọ gịnị, ka ọ dị mma.
Daalụ rinne. Odoziakụ Ebere, oge ụfọdụ ụmụ nwaanyị a na-akpụgharị faịlụ ihe a na-achọ bụ ọrụ oyibo a na-achọ ọrụ oyibo di esi na ọ ga-alụ ọrụ oyibo di esi anyị emekwana nke a di esi anyị emekwana otu nwaanyị ka m fụ si ya nne ka ekwana ha afọ a adị m afụzi ebe ị na-eme nwa obere ihe anyị na-eme ọ sị mba na di esi na ọ na-ewede ha anyị na okwu ya ji echọba ọrụ oyibo na ọ gụrụ akwụkwọ biko ihe anyị ji agụrụ akwụkwọ ọsọsọ ka anyị lụọ ọrụ oyibo ka o nwere ihe ọ ga-abụ nwaanyị mee iche eleta enye anyị n'echiche nke gị
onweghị ihe ọ ga-eme nwaanyị mee iche eleda ya anya ịga n'ụbọchị taa ụmụ nwaanyị a ndị a na-evugharị mmanụ n'isi na-akpagharị n'Enugu ndị a na-ere ọkazị ndị a na-ere ose ndị a na-ere tomatos ndị a na-ere azụ ihe ị ga-eji mma na onwe ihe a ga-eleda ha anya ụbọchị etiri ememme ma ịgba nkwụ ma wedin onye ahụ ịmagbu na-ere ọka na-ere tomato na-ere azụ ịpụta n'ọgbakọ ịma mmanụ ọnya ha edresi karịa ndị ọrụ oyibo n'ihi na gịnị mere ọrụ oyibo bụ ọnwa gwụ enye ha mana ndị a na-enweta ego ehihie abalị ụtụtụ were na-akwadote onwe ha eledala ha anya na ha bịa ha na-eyi efe ha ji agba mbọ mana mgbe o ruru ma na chọọchị ma ịga ihe ọgụga ịbịafụ ụmụ nwaanyị na ụmụ nwaanyị dị mma nwaanyị na ọ bụ sọsọ ndị ọrụ oyibo na-eleta onwe ha anya ụmụ nwaanyị na-agba mbọ na-eleta onwe ha anya karịa na ụbọchị nke taa maka ụfọdụ ụmụ nwaanyị si na ọrụ oyibo wasting of years na mbọ ha na-agba dị mma onwe ọrụ ndị ọrụ oyibo na ụmụ ndị na-akwụ 100 and ndị 70 ndị 80 nwaanyị mma ihe ọ na-eme ọfụma in a week or 2 weeks ọ ga-anụta salary onye ahụ
eziokwu dị na ya daalụ nne maka oge ụfọdụ anya na-aghọrị onwe anyị na ihe niile bi n'ọrụ oyibo wee na-ajụ kedu nke bụ na nwoke ga-asị nwunye ya na ya chọọzi ihe ahụ ọ na-eme na ọ na-eweda ezinụlọ ha na ya chọọ ka o jee chọọ ebe ọ ga-enweta ọrụ oyibo mana ị chọtahụkwara anya na ọnya ji eje chọọ na o nwere satifiketi ọ gara skuul ya ji eje chọọ ebe ọ ga-alụ ọrụ oyibo daalụrị nne Odoziakụ Ebere ebe London daalụ maka ntụnye nke ya Concord nwanyị ị na-anya kịta n'ụdị ụmụaka anyị na-amụta kịta ụfọdụ ụmụ nwoke pụta ha sị nwunye ha na-achọ m ka ime ihe ọbụla sọsọ ihe m chọọ gị nọ n'ụlọ edebere m ụmụaka anya ọ dịghị ka okwu kwesịrị ekwesị
mgbe o kwesịrị bụ mgbe ụwa awabeghị anya ụwa awago anya mmepe ọfụma isi nwaanyị nọdụgodu ọma nọ hapụ ije chọọ ihe ọ ga-eme itoka ihe si wee kwụọ ụmụaka ahụ a ga-eneta anya ọ bụrụ na ihe a ga-eji neta ha anya dọrọ a ga na-ebeghakwa n'ụlọ ada obi ama adị ha mma so a na-ene anya ka ihe si wee dị a na-asị na ebugharị egwu ebugharị ọnọdụ ihe echejigo mgbe a na-eme ụdị ahụ agago ọ bụrụzi kịta n'agbanyeghị na ụmụaka anyị na-efezikwa anyị aka n'isi wee na-eme ka o si sọ ha
daalụrị nne na ntụnyekwa ihe anụnwa onye isi ala nwunye ya bịa sị ụmụ nwaanyị ya chọọ ka ha ṅaba ọka ya chọọ ka ha ghere akara ụfọdụ were emebe ihe ejije were emebe ihe ịkparị amụ asịsị ṅaba ọka ghere akara mebe meatpie na ndị otu ya mebe kwulimkwulim biko ihe ahụ ọ jọrọ njọ n'uche nke gị
n'uche nke m ihe onye isi ala na-agwa anyị bụ na na-enweghị anything na ọ ga-abịa ime ihe na-abatalụ gị ọ dị njọ ọnya ka ọ na-egosi anyị n'agbanyeghị na ụfọdụ ndị na-aghọtahụ bụ ihe na-ewere ya na-eme ihe ọchị mana ọ bụrụ ihe ọchị ka ọ bụ and ọ na-eme ya ka ọ gwa anyị na ihe ahụ anyị na-ewepụ n'akụkụ anyị kwesịrị ka anyị na-ewepụ ya na anyị kwesịrị ine ya ya na ya na ụmụ ihe ahụ niile na-enye gịnị ego ọkwa na ego ka onye ọbụla na-achụ maka na nwoke bụ ọkpata akụ nwaanyị bụ ọkpata akụ onwezi ihe na-eri akụ kịta
onwezi ihe dịka oriakụ
enwezi ihe dịka oriakụ
daalụ na ntụnye nke gị ebe London ọ dịghị ka ihe ahụ ekwuru ọ dị mma onye afụghị ihe ọ ga-eme kama ị ga-anọ nkịtị ọbụla akara gị ji egebe
ihe o kwuru n'anya m adịrọ njọ maka ọnwa na ndị ji akara zụọ ụlọ elu zụọ ụmụ ha na yunivesiti ihe akara abụrụ kịta enweghị akara bifo amụọ onye ọbụla na-akara aka nke onwe ndị akara aka bụ ime ihe akara dịka otu a nọ arụọla m ọrụ oyibo gbaa ahịa Kotonu bịazie na-eme bọs mee bọs ma ọ na-aga ọfụma mee chinchin ma ọ na-aga ọfụma so ndị mmadụ onye tara chinchin mụta bọs m na-emekwa ya ọda si na m wetara ha na ha ahụbeghị ụdị bọs dị otu a ọ iji wee gosipụta na ị kwesịrị imegharị aka na-abụrụ n'ọrụ iko na-abụrụ ma biznes so ị nwere obere ihe ga na-emete ya before you know it ịgbagoro otu olileanya gị chọrọ.
Daalụ. Imegheri aka dị mkpa kama nwaanyị ga-anọrụ nkịtị maka anyị nwa ka ọ na-afụ ụfụ n'arụ. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ ka na-esonyekwala anyị. Ọ bụrụ na anyị ṅụọ mmiri gbatịa ụkwụ gachite azụ nkata anyị a na-aga n'ihu.
A sị na ekwe kụọ ama agba, ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o. Ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ. Nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka arụike anyị, ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị, azụmahịa, omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Ndị nne, ndị nna, oge a bụkwa nke anyị. Sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka n'ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram. Ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV, anyị apụọnụ.
Daalụ ka ị ka na-esonyela anyị, nkata anyị ka na-agakwa n'iru. Ihe anyị na-ene anya bụ ọ dị mkpa ka nwaanyị nwee ihe ọ na-eme ka ọ ka mma ka nwaanyị chịkọọ aka chịkọọ ụkwụ na-ekiri di weta ọsịa tenki ọ bụrụ na o wetara ọgụ adaa n'ụlọ. Dịka nsi wee jụọ tupu anyị aje gbatị ụkwụ na chita azụ, a sị m ọ bụrụ na nwoke si nwunye na ya achọghọzi ka o nwee ihe ọ na-eme ma agwa nwaanyị ihe dị otu a ke ihe nwaanyị ahụ kwesịrị ime. Anyị bụ ndị nne, nwaanyị bịa gwa anyị n'ụdị ihe a mere maka ọtụtụ ihe anụnwa na-eme ebe dị iche iche mana ọ nke ị nụrụ maka ya. Ọ bụrụ na ụdị ihe a mee n'ogbe gị ke ihe ọ dị gị ka nwa ahụ a ga-eme maka ọ bụrụ okenye dị ka m ịgwa m nsị gị mba na ọ dị eme mana ụmụaka kịta anụnwa ịgwa ha ọgụ ada n'ụlọ. So nwaanyị agwara udo okwu a ke ihe ọ dị udo kwesịrị ime.
Ekelekwa m n'ọzọ ịma na ihe dị na ihe ụwa bụ onye na-anọ ile enwekwa experience. O nwere level m di ya gwara ụdị ha ọsị mba na kama ya na a ga-ejekwa yawa keke and today ọ na-aya minibus. Nwaanyị ahụ ọ na-aya minibus commercial. Ọsị aka ma gị ga-aya keke na gị jee bebe hayari. Ọsị mba na hayari mgbe onye ji bịakwa mana ọ bụrụ na ya na-eje nke commercial nọrọ on the road steady na ihe ga na-abata ya n'ụbọchị. So maka ihe o jegori moto ogorie sị na moto gị ga-egori ya bụrụkwa private na ọkwa minibus so that mbọsị ya fụrụ ego fuel ya were pik ndị mmadụ to make sure na at the end of the day o nwere ihe na-aga. And today nwaanyị a na-aya minibus. Nwanne ya nwaanyị ihe bịa siwe ike n'ugwu Awụsa ebe ha nọ ogorie keke. Nwanne ya nwaanyị na-agba keke n'ugwu Awụsa ebe ọ nọ. So ụmụ ihe a niile nwere ụdị ihe kwesịrị ka anyị nọrọ ka ihe si wee kwuru this time before ịgbacha fuel wee mewe all these things. Ị mara nke iwefuru na nke ga-abata mara nke ka so na egwu chejiri anyị ama ntọkwa nna anyị n'ofu ebe wee na-eche. So ọ dị mkpa ka nwaanyị nwee ihe ọ na-eme wee na-enyere aka n'ezinụlọ.
Daalụ nne, ọ dị mkpa ka nwaanyị nwee ihe ọ na-eme wee na-enyere aka n'ezinụlọ. O nwere otu ajụjụ m chọrọ ịjụ gị ebe London. Ị na-eme pọf na-eme chinchin na-eme ihe ndị ọzọ. Onwe ego ọ ga-abụ nwaanyị jido n'aka tupu o bido maka ndị ụfọdụ pụta ha na-eche na milion na milion. Ọ bụ na enyeghị ya 1 million ya ama mbido ma ọ bụ na enyeghị ya 2 million ya ama mbido. Onwe ego ọ ga-abụ nwaanyị jido n'aka tinye isi n'ọkwa.
onwere ego ọ bụ nwaanyị jide ya etinye isi n'ọfịa ikpebiere onwe gị mgbe m kpebiri onwe m na nchọrọ ịga ahịa ihe nji bido ahịa kotonu is 3,500 na-atọ ya na-agakwa ahịa tutu ruo mgbe m ji weziri ezigbo ego na-aga kotonu nlọtakwa kotonu nlọta mgba night m na-agba Enugu good night, Lagos good morning mgbara night 10 years mgbe m ji nlọtakwa mise bọs maka ndị na-abịa igo bọs na-abịa eche m bịa ha nọ na line na-egefute bọs enwekwa m ụmụ ọrụ na-enyere m aka mmecha na-agwa ha na aka unu na-enyere m na unu ga-eje mụọ ọrụ ofe onye n'ime ha bụ nwa Abakaliki Chinyere ọ mụrụ ịkwa akwa nke ọzọ mụrụ soyi si anọ ya bụ uru unu ga-aba n'ihi na nwaanyị ma ịsọpọtụ di gị ga-anwụkwa ọsịsọ so ọ ka mma onye ọbụla na ị nwetara iwere ya na-asọpọtụ di gị so onwe amount of ego enyere gị ị gaghị eji bido nwa ahịa mana ọ na-aka mma ka ibido na small scale something na otu anyị nọ na-abịanye 2 million bido ahịa ịmaghị ebe ị ga-ebido mana ọ bụrụ na ijide obere ego like 500 1 million ikpebiela n'obi na-akpụ aka m chọrọ ịzụ go straight to akpụ ahụ igochara ala n'ọya ịma nnọọ ebe ahụ ka ịma ịmara ego ole ga-apụta n'ime ya ọ bụrụ just igote akpụ igote ose igote nnu gote nka ịmazi ka ị ga-esi n'ime ofu ihe business bụ strategy ka eji eme business
ya bụ na-alụ ka eji eme na ọ bụghị ihe a na-agwabanye n'ike ịmalụ nke ahụ ga-adabalụ gị tinye anya na ya daalụrị nne Concord nwanyị a sị aka weta uju ite tinyekena anyị azụ nwa obere ezinụlọ nwaanyị na-akpata di na-akpata ka o si adị na nke nwaanyị anaghị akpata ọ bụ ụzọ di na-akpata kedu ihe ọ na-apụta n'ezinụlọ
ndị nna ekenekwa m anyị ọzọ ajụjụ a nne m ukwu na-ajụ magburu onwe because nọ ihe anyị ncha maara nọ ihe ọma ka ọ bụ anọ ihe ga-abara anyị ncha ezinụlọ nne nwaanyị na-eweta nwoke a na-eweta ihe dị iche na-adị na ezinụlọ ọ bụ sọsọ ofu onye bụ ihe na-eweta ka si eweta mgbe di m nọ ndụ di m bụ onye ọrụ oyibo mụwa bụ onye ọrụ oyibo mana anyị alụkata nna ya bụ ọrụ oyibo si anyị ya amaghị ihe nwe ụmụazị anyị ọmazụwu ha na yunivasiti so nwesị na m ga-akwụsị ya bụ ọrụ ndị gọọmenti ya ekwuola ka kwụsịzi m ya bụ ọrụ na 2012 since ahụ bido gbawa mbọ nyanwa na-arụkwa ọrụ oyibo mechaa retire up till now na akwụbedị gratuity ihe ọ ga-abụ ọrụcha ka e were ya ihe ụmụazị n'ụlọ nọ ya ka a na-eche so ọ bụrụ na mụ na ya na-abụ nọ na ya bụ ọrụ oyibo till date ifugonu ka azụ si gbaa aka na enu a ọbọzụ na azụ nọ na mmiri so o wee bụrụ ya bụ na nwoke na-eweta nwaanyị na-eweta ha ncha anọ na ofu ọrụ achọka n'iwebata ihe n'ezinụlọ ọ dị mma nwoke na-eweta nwaanyị na-eweta n'ụzọ ọzọ wee na-enyere ndụ aka na-enyekwa famili aka ka ngozi Chukwu nyere anyị ka o wee ketọ atọ n'ezinụlọ maka nọọ mbụ anyị na-agba ka Chukwu ga-eji wee nyere anyị aka anyị ada awụsa aka wee nyere anyị aka
daalụ ebe London na ntụnye nke gị ebe nwaanyị na-eweta okwugo nke ya na ntụnye nke gị ebe nwaanyị na-eweta nwoke na-eweta ka isi afụ
ezinụlọ ahụ na-atọ ụtọ mana onye weta atụtụta atụtụju akpa so ọ na-eme ka ezinụlọ ahụ tọọ ụtọ so ọ bara uru na nwoke na-agba mbọ nwaanyị na-agba mbọ udo na ọṅụ dị n'ezinụlọ ahụ ka ha nwere ike zụọ ụmụ ha ma ha agba ụdịrị mba ama nwoke na-agba famili ahụ ada atọ ụtọ
daalụ na ndụmọdụ gị ke ndụmọdụ ị ga-adụ akachacha ndị ntorobịa kịta chee na ego na-eshi n'elu ata na-apụta onye a na ihe ọ na-ele bụ bọns ka m bịa lebe bọns tụfịa kwa ihe ọ chọọ bụ apụta afọ ugbo ụlọ n'ebe a ka shọp ya dị. Biko ke ndụmọdụ ị ga-adụ ndị dị otu a?
Ndụmọdụ m na-adụ ndị dị otu ahụ bụ na nna agwa onye ọbụla chọọ ihe ị ga-eme. Onweghị ihe ọbụla na ihe mere n'ụwa bụ west. Ọ Chineke na-agazi aka ọrụ mmadụ. Onwe ndị na-amụ weda, onwe ndị na-amụ aluminium, onwe ndị na-amụ imezi gas. Oke ọbụla na ịyọrọ Chineke gị imetụ ya aka, Chineke ga-agọzi gị. Dana ịnọ nkịtị ichewe onye ị ga-eri nke ya, ichewe nke nne na nna. Mba, udo adị na ya. Ọ na-emụrụ aka ọrụ dị iche iche. Ụmụ ndị na-amụ barbing salon, ụmụ ndị na-amụ tailoring, ha jiri ya na-eri nri n'ezinụlọ. So nwa okorobịa ịnọ nkịtị ọba uru. Ọ na-ebute mmadụ iche echiche. Ọ na-ebute obi ha na-agbagọ mana onwe ebe obi gị nọ n'ụtụtụ ịsa ahụ pụọ ebe ahụ ka mkpụrụ obi gị ga-anọ. Mmanụ onwe ihe ji n'aka ị ga-arụ. Ịrụ anya lọta ugwu gị adịrị gị, erilasị rie nri, obi ọma atọ gị. Onye bụ ndụmọdụ na-adị ụmụ okorobịa. Onye anọ na nkịtị, onye chele mmadụ ka enye ya. Baịbụl sị na Psalm 91, ọ sị na mmadụ na-atụkwasị mmadụ obi a na-agharịpụ ya, ma ya nwa bụ Chineke ada agharịpụ onye ahụ. Atụkwasịla mmadụ ibe gị obi, onye ga-atụkwasị obi bụ Chineke.
Daalụ rinne. Onye ị ga-atụkwasị obi bụ Chineke. Ịtụkwasị mmadụ obi, mmadụ ga-agharịpụ gị. Ihe nji wee bata na shọpụ gị tata Concord nwaanyị bụ ka mmalụ na kemgbe ịzụbalụ shọpụ a ị gaana n'ala.
Ekenekwa m anyị ọzọ maka onye ikenere ekene obi ga na-eru ya mgba. Shọpụ ma ọ dahụ akpọchibeghị m ya. Shọpụ a ndị mepere ya since 2012 and ọ ka dị open till to date. Ka m emechiri eziokwu na ejiri agba ego wee na-azụ ya mana emechiri m ya.
Ihe a na-eri
na-apụta na ya. Inekwu anya sọsọ akpụ dị ebe a ọ ga-echeta mmadụ 30. Akpụ dị ebe a kịta ga-echeta mmadụ 30 ma sị ka asa abụọ ha nne na so ebe a na-sustain.
Daalụ nne. Ị ma ihe nji wee metụ aka ebe a ikwu ndị ọrụ oyibo ma mmadụ tọsị na ọrụ oyibo bụ ihe a na-eje nje bụ mmadụ alụ ọrụ oyibo 35 35 years ọlụcha anya nata ọ na-echezi gratuity 1 year aga 2 years aga 3 years aga gratuity ama mba. Ụfọdụ nwụrụ ma ha fọ gratuity ha. Nya bụ na ọ dị mkpa ka mmadụ nwee ihe ọ na-eme akachacha anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị. Daalụ nne. Na ntụziaka nke gị ke ndụmọdụ ị ga-adụ ndị chịkọrọ ụkwụ n'aka na-eche mgbe a patara ha abada ego ka ha wee bido?
Ihe dịkwa na nke a bụ na o nwekwa ndị kpọrọ onwe ha na ha ga-adị ihe ndị Igbo na-akpọ mmadụ ịdị ahịa. Onye ha ka anyị na-akpọ na Bible. In an English language is lazy. Onye dị lazy dị lazy. Onweghị isigodi ya bụ ihe nnukwu ego ji ebido something doing. Nwere ihe ya ga-emepụta. Sọsọ ihe ọ dafụta bụ igote ihe ọ ga-eji kwazie onwe wee na-eje ebe ọ na-eje. Mgbe ego ahụ gwuru daadị ego agwụgwọ
okporofu anya
tasọ taa ka ọ ga-esi na-abụ a na-ewesti ya. Mana ndụmọdụ na-adụ ụmụaka anyị bụ anya ha aka ejene na nke ọjọọ, maka na mgbe ahụ ị nebere anya ka a na-ebute a na-eri sọsọ mana ịma njewu jeme eme ịbanye gwụkwa n'ịsọịla aka gị n'ọbara emewe yahoo ezigbo ori gakwụba n'express. Mgbe ahụ isoro bụrụ ndị kidnappers and bandits, maka na ọ bụrụkwa sọnsọ ndị ahụ anyị na-enejere anya anyị na-akpọ kidnappers and bandits. Anyị nwa bụ anyị sikwa na anyị na-agba mbọ eme ihe niile, mana the lazy ones bụkwa kidnappers and bandits ka ha na-arụ, maka ọ ha firi na ka ahụ kara easy iji wee weta ego aga na-eri ma relax mbọsị ọbụla anyị jere ọrụ kidnapping na a ga-eweta ego so ana m ayọ ha wee echiche ha pụọ ebe ahụ maka na ọsọ ụwa bụ anyị gbachakwa ọsọ o nwekwara ebe ọzọ anyị na-eje maka ụwa ba ahịa ka anyị bịara ịzụ onye goju akpa ya ọ na-eje mee akaụntụ ọgwụkwa ka ọ ha nọ n'aka
daalụ rinne igoju akpa gị ị na-eje mee akaụntụ nwa obere nke ahụ dị gị n'aka were chọọ ihe ị ga-eme ka ihe na-abata n'ụlọ akachacha anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị anyị ama n'ofu ebe na-eche ka ọ bụ sọsọ nna nọ n'ụlọ ihe na-eweta nwaanyị weta nwoke eweta ọ na-aga maka na tọm 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 ka mmiri ji eju n'ihe ọ bụrụ na ihe anyị mee tata masịrị gị izu ụka ọzọ ị ga-esonyekwala anyị mgbe anyị ga-emekwa ọzọ na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ana m asị gị Concord na-alụ maka isonyere anyị na nke tata ebe London ana m asị gị daalụ na isonyere anyị tata ịma na o nwere ka isi wee mee ndụmọdụ ga-dụọ anya nwa obere lochekọm kee ndụmọdụ ị ga-atụ ụmụ nwoke nọ n'ezinụlọ kwesịrị ịdị na-enyere ụmụ nwaanyị aka maka ụfọdụ ụmụ nwaanyị bụkwa sọsọ ha ihe bụ nwoke foto ọsị na nwunye ya na-eme nka kee ndụmọdụ ị ga-enye ụmụ nwoke dị otu a
ndụmọdụ nwere ike inye ụmụ nwoke ha na nwunye ha lọta ma ha gara biznes ma ha gara gịnị ha krọs ụkwụ na-agụ newspaper ọbụọkwa ụmụ nwoke niile o nwekwara ụmụ nwoke ha lọta ha saa ụmụ ha arụ nyere nwunye ha aka eme ihe a ga-eri maka ịhapụrụ nwaanyị ezinụlọ ọ ga-anwụ ịhapụkwara nwoke ezinụlọ sọsọ ọ ga-anwụ ihe na-akọwata bụ na ụmụ nwoke kwesịrị inyere nwunye ha aka ebe ọbụla na ha lọpụtere nwunye ha ka ụfọ nwunye ha fọrọ ha ụfọ ndụ afọrọ ụmụazị fọkwara ya nwa famili ahụ ga na-eguru oyi ha ga-aka nka ndị a niile na-anọ a na-akpọ họnị họnị ọ mmadụ duto n'otu di ha si akpasị ha agwa ha ma nwe obi ọjọọ ebe di ha nọ ha na-enwe obi aṅụrị
daalụ rinne na ịtụpenye na ohe okwu kịta maka ụfọdụ ife ụmụ nwaanyị mgbe ha kpatara ekumibe aka kee ndụmọdụ ị ga-adụ nwaanyị n'otu a ga-abụ kpatara uchenyi akalite
iji tinye ọnụ n'okwu a ndị na-eme ụdị a riri nne mana ka ihe si wee kwuru na nke ikpeazụ ọ bụ n'ahịa ịmana ka ga na-akpọ ka ga na-eko aka maka na ihe eji eko aka adịrọkwa iwetu aka maka si wee fee ọtụtụ ndị na-aza họnị bụzi mpachi amaka ka ha na-azazi these days maka ihe ya ihe ọbụla na-ejezi ichere akwa ya ebe ọ sara arụ
daalụ rinne ekene gị ebe London daalụ maka isonyere anyị na nketa ama m na mgbe ọzọ m ga-akpọkwu unu ga-aza m Concord nwaanyị daalụ maka ohere i nyere anyị wee bịa na ebe ị na-ele wee kpaa nkata ahụ daalụ rinne na ndụmọdụ gị na okwu ikwuru aka mmanụ na nwaanyị nwee ike ịkụ azụ na ọ bụghị sọsọ ụmụ nwoke bụ ihe na-akụ azụ nọ na mmiri adịghị n'ebe anyị ebe ụmụ nwaanyị ga-eje na-akụ azụ na ọ dịka sọsọ na saịdị ahụ ka mmiri dị ebe a na-eje akụ azụ mana ọ fịara ahụ afụtụbe m nwaanyị na-akụ azụ
I'm a living testimony.
daalụ rinne o wee bụla ebe a ka anyị na-ekpokobe nke tata ọ bụrụ na ihe anyị mere masịrị gị sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe mmetụ aka anyị na YouTube ya na Facebook anyị na TikTok na Aneke TV wee ruo mgbe ọzọ anyị ga-abịakwa abụ m Ngozi Ọzahụmele emesịa
a sị na ekwe kụọ ama agba ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka ahụike anyị ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị azụmahịa omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo ndị nne ndị nna oge a bụkwa nke anyị sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka n'ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram, ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV, anyị apụọnụ.
Aneke television. How agribo mu die ku nkwazo na ahia mgboju ogugwu kakwa ogugwu ema. How mbo wa bia na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu wa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emere ogbe ya mere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. Heu na-emere ogbe ya mere amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe ọ ga-alụ etiho mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye mgbagburu agụ nna. Ọ dị na social media. Ọ dị na mgbagbu. Ọ dị n'Enugu steeti.
Anambra State, located in southeastern Nigeria, is one of the nation's most dynamic and enterprising regions. Created in 1976, it takes its name from the Anambra River, a tributary of the Niger. Its land is steeped in history, from the ancient Nri Kingdom, the cradle of Igbo civilization and spiritual authority, to the bustling commercial rise of Onitsha, one of West Africa's busiest trading cities. Every inch of its soul seems to breathe heritage, resilience, and the quiet power of innovation that defines the Igbo spirit. Anambra's people are known for their industrious drive, intellectual prowess, and unyielding creativity. Across Nigeria and beyond, They stand tall as business leaders, scholars, inventors, and professionals whose influence reaches every corner of society. From the sprawling market of Phoenicia to the humming industrial machines in Nnewi, fondly called the Japan of Africa, the state exemplifies the fusion of tradition and modern enterprise. In Oka, the capital, new technology hubs and startups are springing up, harnessing the energy of a generation determined to build a future powered by knowledge and innovation. The state's endowments are immense. Anambra boasts fertile soils that yield abundant harvest of yam, rice, cassava, and vegetables, feeding not just its people but the wider region. Sources: crude oil, natural gas, kaolin, and limestone, waiting to be fully harnessed. With a well-educated populace and a vibrant entrepreneurial culture, the state's economy is driven by small and medium-scale industries that continue to expand Nigeria's manufacturing frontiers. Culturally, Anambra is the heartbeat of Igbo identity. Age-long traditions and legendary figures like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Chinua Achebe, and Dora Akunyili, whose contributions have left indelible marks on Nigeria and the world. Its towns and villages are known for strong community bonds and progressive values that inspire excellence in every field. Anambra's potential lies not only in its natural and human resources, but in the unbreakable spirit of its people, a people who see every challenge as a call to greatness. With expanding infrastructure, digital transformation, and a thriving creative scene, the state stands poised to lead Nigeria into a new era of prosperity. It is a land where heritage meets ambition, where history fuels innovation, and where the light of progress never dims.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Dear woman, this is a safe space for you to feel seen, heard, and acknowledged. My name is Chidima Asogwa, and I'm your companion on this journey of being a woman. Today we're talking about 5 good things every woman needs to review every 6 months. Now, when you've done 6 months, it is actually very important that you review what has happened in the first leg of that year, and in order to reassess your goals and your priorities for the next round of the year, the next few months of the year. This helps you in order to achieve your goal, know where you're lagging behind, where you need to step up, where you need to step down, and just generally how you should go about your year. Now, I'm not saying that you should plan your entire life or not enjoy your present because you're trying to achieve a goal. No, or that life has to be made up of goals, and no, that's not what I'm saying. However, in as much as you want to live a free life, you still have goals or things that you set out to achieve for yourself. They might not be like build a house, but they might be things like just rest more. It might be just simple things that make your life better. But any which way, in order for you to ensure that you achieve those things in the second half of the year, it is important that you take stock. Now, if you're a business, this is what we talk about, taking stock, whereby you calculate the goods that are in the store, the sales that were made, you minus, you divide, and then you know what if the business is making a profit or if you're losing. So this is basically what you're doing with your life. You're taking stock of your life to know if you're turning a profit or if you're making losses, and then you're trying to like turn over your business and just know what area in your business needs to be reassessed or reevaluated. Now, the five most important areas, the five more important things, the five most important things that every woman needs to reassess every 6 months: money, which is also your finance, your friendship, your habits, your health, and your goals. These five things are all important that you assess them every 6 months. This is going to help you achieve your goal, stay focused, and just know the direction that your life is heading. Now, without further ado, let's just get into it. Let's talk about your money. You need to review where your money is going to. Yes, you can't say that you are a baddie or you're a big girl or you are an intentional woman, like someone that I am speaking to week after week, and you don't know where your money is going. It doesn't make sense. It's not a financial you don't have that financial leverage to actually do that. But you know, even if you are Dangote's child, you are supposed to know where your money is going to. I'm sure Dangote knows where his money is going to. So why wouldn't you, even if you are his daughter, you need to know where your money is going to. It gives you higher ground and higher authority and even peace of mind to just know that, okay, fine, I know that this is where my money is going to. And even if you don't have that much, you know, okay, yes, this is where I'm spending my money on. And aside knowing, it helps you to assess your financial decisions, and you just know that, okay, fine, I need to cut this off, I need to reduce this, I need to do this. You just know exactly what your money is going for. If there are, let's say, subscriptions that you are paying for and you did not know that you were paying for them, if you go through your finances, go through where your money goes to, you will know that, okay, fine, I'm paying for Netflix, but I don't really watch Netflix. I shouldn't be paying for Netflix. You know, things like that. And one of the ways that you can go through your finances is going through your bank statement. You can check for your bank statement through your bank app, and if you're not using a bank app, they usually send you a mail each time you do a transaction. Most banks send a mail each time you do a transaction. Some send SMS, while some send mails. You could go through this transaction history gradually in order to assess where your money is going towards. If you ask me, even if you wake me up and ask me where is your money going to, I can tell you where my money is going to. There are things that, yes, even if you can't help it, if you cannot cut down the expenses, at least you know that this is where your money is going to. And when you want to have a panic attack about, oh, my money, oh, you just know exactly where your money is going to. And then it also helps you to know, okay, fine, maybe I can save more, you know, just dabble into different questions where you know exactly where your money is going into. It also helps you to know exactly if you're getting what you're supposed to be getting from your work, from your business. Let's say, for example, you know, if you don't know where your money goes, maybe money comes in, you're paid in the month, and before you know it is finished, you're like, okay, yeah, trying, but then when you know when your money is going to, you're like, okay, fine, this people are not actually paying me my worth. They should be paying me more money for what I'm doing, for the services I'm rendering, for what I'm bringing to this company or to this organization. It just helps you to know, because you are keeping track of your money and not just doing a mental calculation. Don't do a mental calculation when it comes to money. Don't do it. I've tried doing a mental calculation and I tell you it does not end well. The next thing that you need to focus on is your friendships. Yes, they say, I think Pastor Selma was one that said that if you are friends with five fools, just know that you're the sixth one. And then I think there's also the saying that if you're friends with five rich men, you're likely to be the sixth. That is also how it is with friendship. If you surround yourself with people that are constantly pessimistic, people that are pessimistic, people that would never ever cheer you on or tell you to keep pushing, keep going, oh, this is great idea, they're always there to bring you down and to bring you back to earth. Oh no, this cannot work. Oh, how will this work? Oh, this is impossible. No, this is too difficult. Or they make you feel relaxed in where you are. Like, no matter how hard you're trying to strive to be better, they make you feel like you're already doing the best and the maximum at this point, that you have gotten to the epic center of your success level. When you have those people in your life, you are not going to grow, because guess what? You're always going to feel like you have attained the epicenter when you have not. So if you have those kind of people as friends, you need to reassess and ensure that you give them a little bit of space. I'm not saying you should cut them off completely, no, but just give them space. Let them stay somewhere far away from you so that you can achieve what you want to achieve. Another thing are friends that tend to dump their trauma or their burden on you. All of us, we love a good gist. You love when your friends tell you, oh, this is this in my life, oh, that is that, is absolutely fine. But then when your friend turns you to a trauma bag instead of a punchline, it turns you to a trauma bag whereby they dump all their issues. Anytime there's an issue, they're dumping it on you. My dear, it takes a toll on you, especially if you are an emotional person, someone that embodies a whole lot of emotion. If that person is constantly dropping their emotional baggage on you, after you've had that conversation, you feel it more and it lives with you and it stays with you, and you are drowning in another person's problem. So if you have someone that constantly drops their trauma on you, you need to excuse yourself from that person. So there are other friends as well that you should avoid, and these are friends that tend to gossip you in your back. Friends that you would tell things, you confide in them, thinking you're telling them, oh, okay, this is this, and next thing you're hearing that thing outside. If you cannot comfortably confide in your friends and be certain that they have your back, they have no business being your friends. That aside, the other thing that you need to review in this period are your goals. Like, you need to remember, we made, I think we should link the video here, but remember we talked about setting goals. There was a few months ago, like one of the episodes, we had talked about setting goals. Now, if you set those goals and you had worked towards them at this point in time or at this junction, what you need to do is to reassess those goals, bring those goals out, ask yourself whether the ones I did, okay, fine, I said I was going to save 5,000 naira every week. Oh yes, I did that. Check. Oh, I said I was going to pray more. Okay, yes, check. Oh, I said I was going to get fit. Oh, I've not lost weight. You reassess your goals and know the things that you have achieved and the ones you have failed to achieve. When you know the ones you have achieved and the ones you failed to achieve, it is easier for you to set new goals for the next leg of the year. It's also easier for you to ask yourself, what are the things I did in order to achieve these goals, and what are the things I did that stopped me from achieving these goals, and you're able to improve on your habits or your character or even your personality, or just generally habits that were able to help you achieve those goals. You're able to recreate them. It's just like a strategy. Like if you're into marketing, there are strategies that work, and once you have those strategies that work, you, even if you try new things, you still come back to those strategies because you've tested them, you tried them, and they worked. That is the same thing that happens. You need to reassess your goals, review your goals, ask yourself, okay, yeah, I was able to lose this amount of weight because I was able to do this. Can I use this habit that I use in losing weight? Can I apply it to saving more? Okay, fine, I can. No, these are things that helps you out with. Another thing that you need to review is your habits. There are habits that you probably have formed, you practice from the first half of the year, that you need to drop in order for you to achieve your goals in the second half. Let's say you are going clubbing, that every weekend you are going clubbing. There was no weekend in the past few months that you did not go clubbing. While that for you might be fun, you're enjoying your life, you're having fun. But let's say, what of the bills that you're paying when you are going clubbing? What of the rest? What of time that you're there, you're not resting? You maybe ask yourself, fine, maybe I need to reassess. Maybe I need to drop this gym, maybe I need to drop this club thing and rather use that time, that effort, that energy, and devote it to going to the gym instead. I'm just saying, I'm just giving you an instance. There are habits that might derail you, they might drain you and then derail you from your purpose or from your goals or from your focus, and you need to change them. Habits that maybe all through the night you're watching like a movie and you're not sleeping, you're not praying, you're asking yourself, ask yourself questions. This movie that I watched from 11 p.m. till 6 a.m. or 5 a.m. or 3 a.m., what did it add to my life? Like, has it added anything? I could use that time and learn a skill. I could use that time and focus on a tech skill, maybe learn how to edit, maybe learn how to write, maybe learn one thing or the other thing. Or I could have used that time to actually pray for God's blessing upon my life. Or I could just have slept, just get a rest, and would feel refreshed in the morning. You just check your habits. What are the habits? Maybe you're someone that procrastinates a lot. Has this procrastination helped me? If you had started that thing you said you're going to start in January, you probably would have made a leap basically by this time of the year. or you've not started, you are still procrastinating. Is that procrastination serving you? Like there's something I heard recently and that thing has really stuck with me. Are you really a perfectionist or are you just a procrastinator? Like maybe you're telling yourself, oh, I want to wait until I have the perfect circumstances, until everything is perfect. Nice. When will everything be perfect? When exactly? Do you know? Are you certain? You don't know. While you are there waiting for perfection, people that started with where they are, they are hitting the ground running. There's this woman that I came across her page one time and I was like, oh, okay. Oh, this one is just starting. Nice, nice, nice. And a few years later, like 2 years, I saw her page in 2023. And yesterday, like just yesterday, I was looking at something and I saw her on an interview and I was like, this one don't reach to the interview. That was just what I said. This one don't reach the interview. But it was her consistency in staying true to what she started a few years ago and is still pushing through to now. That was what gave her the visibility. So while you are there waiting for perfect circumstances, people that are started where they are making headway, but you're still starting. You're not even starting, you're still determining if you should start or not start. There are so many habits. Maybe like you have been drinking lots of alcohol. You can talk to yourself and tell yourself, what if I replace this my alcohol drinking with water drinking? And then there's something about habits. One of the things I would advise you about habits is that if you're trying to change a habit, don't just go cold turkey all of a sudden. When I say go cold turkey, I mean don't just go from 1 to 100 or 1 to 0 or 100 to 0 at once. No, let me use drinking alcohol for instance. Don't just all of a sudden you're like, okay, I'm never going to drink alcohol again for the rest of the year. Oh no, 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 I'm done with alcohol. And you stop. The likelihood of you sticking to that is very, very slim, except you are someone that I don't even know the kind of person that you might be that would help you to attain that, and you don't take alcohol for the rest of the year. Now, a reasonable step for you to take is like, okay, fine, I drink 20 packs of alcohol in a month and I want to reduce my alcohol intake. You go from 20 packs to 10 or maybe 15, and then you start coming down from there, and gradually you take one and then you stop, or then you just like say, okay, fine, I'm just going to take 1 or 2 a month and that is it, and gradually you stop. Don't just go from 100 to 0. It makes it harder for you to keep to that goal, to that habit. Now the next thing that you need to look at is your health, your mental, your physical, and otherwise. Then your mental health, reassess what is going on with you, how you're feeling, feelings of sadness, feelings of joy. Just know where your mental health is at. And if you are in a mentally draining environment, if you're someone that you are constantly mentally drained, consider getting yourself out from there. Are you physically fit? Can you run? Okay, there was this Instagram post I came across one time, and they were like asking a child abuser, a child molester, why or how he would pick his victims. And he said he would always look at the father of the house. And if the father was not physically fit, he would actually attack the child, or he would abuse the child because he felt no sort of threat coming from the father. When you hear things like this, you just ask yourself, like, what am I what am I doing myself? Look at your physical health, know your levels, your blood pressure, diabetes. Are you diabetic? Especially if they know your family history, your family history health wise. What are things that your family tend to suffer from? Are they hypertensive? Are they diabetic? Is there cancer? All those things. These are things that you have to find out very early, and you start working towards it. If you know that you come from a family that the diabetes is persistent or has occurred and reoccurred, you start asking yourself, how do I avoid this? How do I make sure I don't get this? Ask yourself those questions. Take yourself to the hospital, do your regular checkups, do your regular maintenance, eat healthy, be fit, exercise regularly, stay active, drink lots of water, ensure you're not dehydrated. These are things that you need to sit down with yourself and have an honest conversation with yourself about, in order to make sure that you are on top of your game. Because I know that the people that I'm talking to, they are not the kind of people that would just let life pass through them or not make a significant contribution to this life. And if you're going to make a significant contribution to life, I just feel like you need to reassess your life and ensure that you're on the right path. Okay? Just see yourself like a company, see yourself like a brand, like a business, like an organization. Organizations are really strict with themselves. They reassess, they organize, they check, they recheck. What are we doing? What are we not doing? What can we do? You know, things like these are things that you need to do with yourself as a human being. I'm not saying think of yourself as a business in that sense, but emulate, if you've worked in a corporate establishment, emulate some of the things, how particular they are about details, how they care about themselves, how they care about their image. Re-evaluate, look at those things and then adopt them for your own personal life. It's going to help you. Yep. So that is it. These are things that you need to evaluate or review in the second half of the year. These are things everyone needs to review every 6 months in order to help you achieve your goals. We talked about reviewing your finances. We talked about reviewing your habits. We talked about reviewing your friendships. We talked about reviewing your goals. And then we talked about reviewing your health, both mental, physical, and otherwise. So these are absolutely important that you reassess, review, know the answers to this in order to set better goals, in order to achieve better outcomes in the remaining half of the year. So this is our bowl of words, and as usual, I'm going to close my eyes and just let's just speak something. Let's just go haywire. All right, eyes closed, eyes closed, eyes closed. Okay, I feel it. I want to go on there. Yep. Okay. Let's see. I'm my own biggest supporter and cheerleader. What better word can we have gotten? Nothing else better than this. You have to be your own biggest cheerleader and supporter. Nobody is coming to save you but you. Nobody is going to invest in you as you would invest in yourself. And if someone is investing in you and you're not willing to invest in yourself, your investment is going to go down the drain. But then if you're willing to invest in yourself and someone else is not willing to invest in you, you're still going to achieve that level of success that you started off aiming to achieve. I'm spitting like the Holy Spirit is upon me right now. Yep. Like, just ensure that you're your biggest cheerleader and your biggest supporter. Sometimes life goes up, life goes down, but no matter which direction life goes, always be there to pick yourself back up. Always be there to tell yourself that even if I did not achieve everything I set my mind to achieve in the first half of the year, it is fine. I still have the second half to go. And it's not too late. Like, things can just change in a bit. All you just need is one right move and everything changes. My name is Chidima Asowa. Thank you for watching this episode of Dear Woman. Remember that Dear Woman shows on Aneke TV every Wednesday and a replay on a Saturday. Thank you so much. Remember to drop your comments in the comment section because I am still eager, waiting to see what you have to say. Thank you so much and have a nice day.
The eagle stands as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Sexual and gender-based violence, SGBV, is one of the most pervasive and pressing human rights issues globally, affecting 1 in 3 women in their lifetime, often by intimate partners. Non-partner sexual violence affects at least 6% of women globally and among adolescent girls aged 15 to 19, with about 15 million having faced forced sex. In regions like sub-Saharan Africa and parts of Asia, including Nigeria, the problem is particularly acute, reflecting deep-seated cultural norms, weak legal systems, and the lack of political will to combat it. In Nigeria, sexual and gender-based violence remains a challenge despite efforts being made by different stakeholders to curb the scourge. This is buttressed by the National Demographic and Health Survey (NDHS) 2018, which revealed that 30% of women aged 15 to 14 have experienced physical violence since age of 15. 7% of women in that same age group reported experiencing sexual violence at some point in their lives, while 1 in 4 women, that's 25%, have experienced spousal violence, emotional, physical, or sexual, by their husbands or partner. What is more disturbing is the prey on children and adolescent victims. According to UNICEF, 25% of girls and 10% of boys in Nigeria have been sexually abused before turning 18. This implies that 1 in 5 Nigerian girls experience sexual violence before 18 years. From metropolitan cities like Abuja and Lagos to rural areas and states across Nigeria, women, girls, men, and boys continue to face physical, emotional, and sexual abuse, often from those closest to them. In some cases, this abuse is perpetuated by influential members of the society. Even more disturbing is that the majority of cases go unreported, buried under layers of fear, ignorance, family ties, shame, and societal silence. Sexual and gender-based violence is not a new phenomenon. Its roots are deeply embedded in history, culture, power dynamics, and deep-seated inequalities in power and social structures, particularly those that perpetuate the dominance of men over women. It's a complex issue with roots in cultural norms, society beliefs, and historical practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. One of the oldest and most significant roots of SGBV is patriarchy, a societal system where men hold primary power. Societies have historically placed men in dominant roles, with women expected to be submissive, obedient, and silent. This imbalance has often justified violence against women as a means of control or punishment. Harmful traditional practices such as child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), widowhood rights, and honor killings are deeply rooted in societal customs. In many cultures, these practices are normalized and rarely questioned, even when they involve violence. Historically, laws and institutions supported or ignored violence against women and marginalized groups. For example, marriage to rape was not considered a crime in many countries until recent decades. Slavery, colonization, and armed conflicts also contributed to institutionalizing sexual violence, especially against women and girls. SGBV is often used as a weapon of war or conflict, where sexual violence is inflicted to humiliate, dominate, or destroy communities during wars and internal conflicts. Women and girls are often disproportionately targeted by sexual violence. Women have also fallen victims to rape during armed robbery operations. Additionally, economic dependence on men has made many women vulnerable to abuse, as they fear losing support or livelihood if they speak up. In workplaces, schools, and communities, people in authority often exploit their power through coercion and harassment for the purpose of emphasis. Some of the factors contributing to prevalence of SGBV include unequal power relations, inordinate sexual fantasies and orientation, harmful traditional and cultural practices or beliefs, gender stereotypes, lack of enforcement of laws, poverty, armed conflict, denormalization of violence in communities, stigma and victim blaming, family ties, the Nigerian factor, suppression of cases, low awareness about rights, weak institutional frameworks, unwillingness of victims' family to pursue justice, among others. In many cultures, Patriarchal norms reinforce male dominance and female subservience, discouraging victims from speaking out or seeking justice. SGBV refers to harmful acts or abuse committed against a person because of his or her sex or gender. It is forcing another person to do something against his or her will through violence, coercion, threats, deception, cultural expectations, or economic means. It includes a wide range of abuses such as domestic or intimate partner violence, forced marriage and child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), sexual harassment and exploitation, emotional and psychological abuse. Sexual violence is any act attempted or threatened that is sexual in nature and carried out without the consent of the victim. Sexual violence includes rape and sexual assault, sexual abuse and harassment, exploitation and forced prostitution. It can happen within marriages, especially when there is a lack of consent for sexual activity by one of the spouses. Any sexual activity with a child, any person who has not yet completed 18 years of age, constitutes sexual violence. The impact of SGBV is far-reaching. These acts not only violate fundamental human rights, but also lead to long-term physical, mental, and emotional trauma. It has devastating effects on the development of a child involved, as well as on his or her physical and mental health. SGBV has health, economic, and social impacts on the victims. Victims may suffer from health disorders. Victims may be unable to work or attend school, affecting their economic independence. Survivors often face ostracization, stigma, and isolation from their communities. To combat SGBV effectively, there is need for a multi-sectoral approach that would involve as key actors public awareness. There is need for public awareness on the ills associated with SGBV. Victims, survivors, their families, and other members of the public need information on how to seek help and justice. They need a new orientation on how to handle SGBV cases. They need to be educated on the need of speaking up and seeking justice. Even when community leaders want to cover up, they need to know that there are support services available for them. Community education and media campaigns can help change harmful gender norms and encourage reporting. Strengthen legal. 1. Public awareness. 2. Strengthen legal frameworks. There is a need for strong legislation on SGBV, as well as strict implementation of laws. Existing laws like Child Rights Act 2003, Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, VAP Act 2025, and Trafficking in Persons Prohibition Enforcement and Administration Act 2015 should be enforced to the letter. States yet to domesticate the VAP Act should do so and possibly establish special GBV courts or gender response unit or team. The Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, passed in 2015, has been a significant milestone, but its implementation remains weak and uneven across Nigeria's 36 states. 3. Empower victims. Create safe spaces, hotlines, and shelter for survivors, and support them with legal and psychological assistance. Only 30% of victims seek help due to fear, stigma, and lack of trust in law enforcement. 4. Promote gender equality. Address the root causes of gender inequality through education and economic empowerment. 5. Funding. Prosecution of SGBV cases requires funds. The victims and their families are usually financially incapacitated to prosecute the case. In all cases, the prosecution is done by a government agency or ministry within the limited resources available to them. There is need for adequate funding to agencies or units and the Ministry of Justice to help them prosecute the cases. Logistic supports to volunteers and service providers on SGBV issues. 6. Increased number of state councils. Having reasonable number of state councils willing to specialize in SGBV cases will definitely add an impetus in the fight against the scourge. 7. Naming and shaming. Just like Lagos and Anambra states have queued into the policy of naming and shaming the offenders, other states need to align. The Sexual Offender Register, managed by the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, is only accessible online currently. The register serves as a tool to document and track cases of sexual violence and abuse, including those reported, arraigned, or convicted under the Violence Against Persons Prohibition (VAP) Act. The register includes information on convicted offenders, as well as those who have been arraigned or reported, with varying levels of access depending on the user and the nature of the information. 8. Train law enforcement. Equip police, judiciary, and healthcare workers to handle SGBV cases with sensitivity and urgency. Aside the already listed measures, establishment of specialized SGBV prosecution units, a national SGBV agency, launched grassroots engagement structures, making it easy for victims to report and seek protection and justice in the case of SGBV. Strengthening of data collection and reporting systems, the designation of special courts for SGBV cases, operationalization of the VAP Law 2017, and robust multi-agency coordination can go a long way in fighting the systemic social malady. The origin of SGBV lies in systemic inequality, reinforced over centuries by culture, power structures, conflict, and law. To eliminate SGBV, societies must address these root causes by promoting equality, education, legal reforms, and accountability. SGBV is so pervasive that the United Nations Children Fund, UNICEF, and the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, have committed to the global movement to end violence against women and children, which began at the inaugural Women's Global Leadership Institute in 1991. Despite growing awareness and advocacy, millions of women, girls, men and boys continue to face various forms of violence simply because of their gender or sexual orientation. This is why efforts must be doubled to tame the scourge, which is more than a societal issue, but also a public health emergency, a human rights violation, and a barrier to sustainable development. We must join hands together in fighting this menace. If you cannot prosecute or fund a prosecution, you can volunteer information on SGBV. If you cannot volunteer information, you can create awareness or create a safe space for a victim. If you cannot create awareness, you can contribute to diluting the patriarchy, societal structures, and cultural hegemonic practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. It is also important for state governments to support community initiatives, as well as non-governmental organizations' efforts aimed at preventing sexual and gender-based violence crimes in the country.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In Africa's most populous nation, women make up nearly half of the population. They vote, they campaign, they mobilize communities, they shape families and economies. But inside Nigeria's highest lawmaking chambers, their voices remain a minority. Today, a proposed constitutional amendment seeks to change that. It is called the Reserved Seats for Women Bill, a proposal that could reshape Nigeria's democracy for generations. Supporters call it long overdue correction. Critics describe it as political tokenism. But one question remains. Can democracy truly represent the people when half the population is largely missing from power? Nigeria has one of the lowest levels of female political representation in Africa. Since 1999, women have struggled to gain significant presence in the National Assembly. Currently, women occupy only a small fraction of seats in both chambers. The Reserved Seats for Women Bill proposes a major shift. 37 additional Senate seats, 1 per state, and the Federal Capital Territory. 37 additional seats in the House of Representatives. 3 additional seats for women in each state House of Assembly. The arrangement will last for 16 years, 4 election cycles. Supporters say it is designed to create small space for women until equality becomes normal. Advocates argue that Nigeria's political structure has long favored men. Campaign costs are high. Party structures are male-dominated. Election violence discourages participation. For decades, reforms have been slow. The Reserved Seats Bill is designed to break that cycle of exclusion. Nigeria will not be the first country to adopt special measures for women's representation. In Rwanda, constitutional quotas helped women become the majority in parliament. In South Africa, party quotas increased female representation after apartheid. In Senegal, gender parity laws transformed political participation within a decade. India and Pakistan also use reserved seats for women in parliament. Supporters argue that without deliberate intervention, equality may take generations. Not everyone agrees with the proposal. Critics argue that democracy should be based on open competition, not reserved positions. Others fear symbolic representation without real influence. There are also concerns about costs and expansion of government structures. A central question remains: must reserved seats be written into the Constitution? Legal experts argue that constitutional backing would ensure stability and protection. Without it, future governments could reverse the policy. But constitutional amendment requires approval by the National Assembly and at least 2/3 of state houses of assembly, making the process politically demanding. But beyond politics, the debate is about representation in society. Advocates say visibility in leadership shapes ambition and opportunity for young women. But experts warn that representation alone is not enough. Broader reforms are needed in education, security, political parties, and economic empowerment. As debates continues, Nigeria confronts fundamental questions about democracy and fairness. Can temporary measures create lasting equality? Will reserved seats empower women or remain symbolic? What does true representation mean in a diverse nation? For supporters, the bill is correction. For critics, it is controversial reform. But both sides agree Nigeria's democracy is still evolving. The future of the bill may depend not only on lawmakers, but on whether Nigerians believe democracy works best when every voice has a seat at the table.
In a world
that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history. One station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tola Adeyemi, Chief Executive Officer of KPMG One Africa. Let's please keep our hands going for him, and thank you so very much to KPMG for setting the tone for what promises to be a very exciting day ahead. I just have two more pieces of protocol. Representing Bola Adeshola, Chairman of EcoBank Nigeria, is Bolaji Lawal, who's the Managing Director and CEO of EcoBank Nigeria. Let's put our hands together for him, please. And also, I'd like to recognize the presence of Mr. Ndlea Alabi, who is the President, Chairman of Council for the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria. Let's put our hands together for him, please. So in July of 2023, our next speaker was appointed Chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms. He held that chair, sorry. Okay, sir.
I'm sorry, what did I say in broadcasting for the break-in transmission? You know, it was said earlier that we are 25 years old. And over the last 25 years, we have had significant support from a number of business organizations and institutions in Nigeria. We think it would be fitting at this CEO forum just to acknowledge that support and to make a very quick presentation of our token in appreciation of that support that we have had. There are people who, when no one took us serious, took a bet on us. And I will mention very quickly MTN. There are people who, every day you look at Business Day and you find a measure of support, Alpha Morgan Bank. There are people who, on a consistent basis, have been strong supporters of Business Day. Zenith Bank PLC, and of course, Stanbic IBTC. The Honorable Minister, before we invite him to make his presentation, will help us make a presentation to each of these companies who are here. So let me call on MTN, Stanbic IBTC, Zenith Bank, and Alpha Morgan. Please, let's do this quickly so that the minister can take his place. We will start in no order. So if we have the four companies here, we will do it. MTN, Stanbic IBTC, Zenith Bank. Okay.
Please do make your way onto the stage.
Red must be Zenith.
Let's put our hands together for them, please.
Orange is Alpha Morgan. Please come.
Let's
we
keep
can
the
do it here.
claps going.
Stanbic will be blue. I've seen blue around today. And then, of course, MTN, the yellow people. Yeah. Is MTN here? Anyone from MTN? Stanbic? Honorable Minister, please kindly come. Yeah? Yeah, one by one. So we have a gift and a certificate The minister will not be burdened with the gift the certificate will do. Yeah, please. Let's do it quickly. Just be quick. Thank you. Don't make the mistake. We are indeed very grateful to these 4 organizations. You know, the work we have done over the last 25 years has happened because we have been able to deploy resources. There is no media organization anywhere in Africa that covers Business Day the way Business Day does, which is the reason why Diageo Africa, on 2 occasions, awarded Business Day the award for the best business newspaper in Africa. And so we thank MTN, we thank Stanbic IBTC, we thank Alpha Morgan Bank, we thank Zenith Bank PLC. But we know that along with others, so join. The others who have supported us, Providence Bank, Dangote, UBA, Citibank, the Central Bank of Nigeria, Taj Bank, we thank all of you profoundly for the support that we have received. Thank you so very much. I will, you know, the minister has kindly, done this. He was not prepared in advance. You know, we are told that, don't go away, we are told that he who waters will himself be watered. So whatever he has presented to our supporters, I think it is fair that he receives as well. And I will be making that presentation. It was meant to be made by Professor David West, but I think she stepped out momentarily. Is she around? Professor? Who am I to wear the shoes of a professor, especially a distinguished one? Is she around? We don't want to keep the minister waiting. Minister, I'd like to take the pleasure in as well in making this presentation to you. I have absolutely no doubt the work that you do, you will find this gift useful. So I'm giving it to you to work on behalf of Nigeria. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Before I take my seat, let me let you know that we are live on Arise from this very minute. This occasion is being broadcast live on Arise from this very minute. I interrupted Lele, so Lele will complete the introduction of the Honorable Minister, and he will take his turn to speak to us. We have a deal, and I am doing my very best to keep to that agreement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And before I go, I of course left a few people. Deloitte has been great partner to us. And I understand that the CEO for Deloitte Africa is in the room here today. We welcome you warmly to Nigeria. I don't know where you have come out of today, but I checked the temperature in Lagos today was 27. I was in London last week and we were dealing with 34 degrees. So you are going to find it cool So just chill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, and thank you to everyone who has supported Business Day over the years. The company is incredibly grateful. All right, I would like to mention, thank you everyone. I would like to mention or recognize the presence of the NHIC DG. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us. And also Dr. Adedayo Benjamin-Zlani, who is the DG CEO of the Mariam Babangida National Center for Women Development. Thank you for being with us, ma'am. So without any further ado, allow me to tell you a little bit about our next speaker. So in July of 2023, he was appointed the chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms. He held that chair for 32 months. In that time, he made a very public case repeatedly to rooms just like this one that a system which taxes the compliant and forgives the connected is a tax on trust. Those are his words and not mine. In March of this year, he was sworn in as Minister of State for Finance. 36 days later, he was elevated to Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He holds an HND from Yaba College of Technology. He spent over a decade as Fiscal Policy and Africa Tax Leader at PwC. He is a professor of practice, and he is here to speak to this room. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Honorable Minister of Finance and the Coordinating Minister of the Economy of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Mr. Taiwo Oyedele. Let's welcome him warmly. And please also make welcome Mr. Frank Aigbogun. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Please be seated. Good morning. Let me start by congratulating Business Day for educating us, informing us, and providing insights, not only about business, but the economy for now a quarter of a century. Congratulations. After I accepted to be here, Mr. Aigbogun reached out to me well in advance, I think more than 2 months. I accepted, and I knew that closer to the day we needed to be praying. So I told him that you have to pray that nothing comes up that is outside my control. And so many things came up, including we needed to do FAC meeting. It was supposed to be today. And I said, well, I need to be in Lagos. So we're having FAC meeting till late yesterday. And as I speak to you, I need to be at the State House before 2 p.m. today. So I'll be leaving here latest by 11 a.m. So when you see me leave, it will not be because this forum is not important enough for me to stay all through. It will be because I need to balance and attend to other equally important assignments. So the publisher and the chief executive of Business Day, Mr. Frank Aigbogun, and other members of the leadership team, captains of industry and business leaders, here present, and those watching us on TV, online, and other media channels, members of the diplomatic community and development partners, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me start with a moment of inflection as I express my pleasure to being here today at the Business Day CEO Forum 2026. For 14 years, Business Day has hosted one of our nation's most influential conversations on business, policy, and economic transformation. It has served as a trusted platform where ideas are tested, evidence is interrogated, and enduring partnerships are forged. We meet today at a profound moment of inflection. Behind us lies a period of incredibly difficult but necessary choices. And before us lies a question of equal consequence. Do we have the collective courage to translate macroeconomic stability into durable, inclusive prosperity? Or will we allow this window of opportunity to close? The theme of this year's forum, From Stability to Shared Prosperity, perfectly captures Nigeria's current economic realities. A couple of years ago, our national conversation was dominated by one fundamental question, and that is, will our reforms restore stability? And the answer, as we know it now, is yes. But today, a different, more vital question confronts us. And that is, how do we translate that hard-won stability into prosperity that businesses can invest in, workers can earn from, and families can feel in a tangible way? That is the conversation we need to have today. Every successful economic transformation follows a clear three-phase journey. Number one, stabilization. That is correcting structural distortions, restoring confidence, and rebuilding fiscal credibility. Number two, growth. Mobilizing investment, increasing productivity, and creating sustainable jobs. And three, shared prosperity. Ensuring that growth improves living standards, expands opportunity, and reduces poverty. When this administration assumed office, Nigeria faced a profound structural crisis. We inherited a fragmented foreign exchange market, an unsustainable fuel subsidy that drained our treasury, a weak fiscal position, and a tax system that imposed heavy compliance costs on businesses. We're taxing poverty, taxing capital, and taxing trust, while generating very little revenue. We had a choice. We could postpone the difficult decisions and allow the economy to slowly drift toward collapse. or we could confront them. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, chose reform over postponement. He chose this path not because it was politically convenient, but because it was economically expedient. We unified the exchange rate, initiated crucial fiscal reforms, began rebuilding our external reserves, and removed many of the heavy distortions holding back our productive sectors. The results are emerging, but stability is only the foundation. Today, encouraging evidence of these bold decisions is emerging. Despite heightened geopolitical uncertainty and a fragile global economy, Nigeria recorded a double-digit GDP growth rate in USD terms in 2025. And we are, thank you, and we are on track to achieve a double-digit growth rate in USD terms also in 2026. Our inflation rate is back on a downward trajectory after the events that happened in Iran. The foreign exchange market is functioning more efficiently, and our external reserves are rebuilding. International rating agencies have acknowledged our progress, and investment interest has returned and steadily growing. But we are mindful that macroeconomic stability is not our final destination. It is the foundation. A stable economy can still be a stagnant one if we become complacent or return to business as usual. A stabilized currency can still mean low purchasing power if our national productivity is suboptimal. Lower inflation can still coexist with high unemployment. We recognize this. No nation has ever achieved greatness simply by keeping its macro indicators stable. Countries become prosperous when stability attracts investment. Investment drives productivity. Productivity creates jobs. Jobs raise incomes, and incomes translate into better living standards. That is the transition we must accelerate now. So I'll speak to you about the three pillars of our economic transition. To translate stability into shared prosperity, we are driving three interconnected structural shifts across our economy. The first one, productivity. For too long, Nigeria's economy has been oriented towards distributing resource rents rather than creating new value. We import what we should produce, and we consume what we should export. We must build an economy that manufactures, processes, and competes globally. This is why our industrial policy focus spanning agro-processing, technology, energy, and light manufacturing is foundational. We are shifting Nigeria from an economy of extraction to an economy of value addition. Number two is revenue optimization. Nigeria's fiscal model has been historically constrained. We cannot fund modern infrastructure, quality healthcare, or world-class education system on a historical revenue base. Our revenue mobilization agenda is not about raising tax rates to punish success. No. It's about widening the tax nets, simplifying compliance, and leveraging technology. Our landmark tax reforms are designed to eliminate multiple taxation and drastically reduce compliance costs. This is not merely tax reform. It is a fiscal reset necessary for shared prosperity. Number 3 is inclusion. Prosperity is meaningless if it is not shared. An economy where millions of young people, women, and persons with disabilities are excluded from productive participation in the economy is operating far below its potential. We are deliberately investing in human capital, vocational training, and skills development. We are supporting small and medium-sized enterprises, not as an act of charity, because it is not, but because they are the true engines of job creation and grassroots innovation. And thank you to my brother from KPMG, Mr. Tola Adeyemi, on the metrics and the scorecard for measuring shared prosperity. Incidentally, we were discussing this in my office a couple of days ago, and we came up with a framework. I'll share my framework with you as well. And the framework is, we want to keep it simple. We will measure shared prosperity based on reduction in the number of people living in multidimensional poverty, number 1, the increase in real income per capita, and reduction in inequality. We think the combined impact of those 3 measures will tell us whether our growth is inclusive, and whether our prosperity is shared. You would see very soon from the Ministry of Finance, we're going to be measuring the important indicators of the progress we are making as a nation and report that to the Nigerian people, because we owe a duty to be accountable to the Nigerian people. For growth to happen, you need investment, both domestic and foreign, from small, medium, and large businesses. So let me tell you about capital. Allow me to share a fundamental truth about the modern global economy. Every single morning, trillions of US dollars flow through international financial markets. Trillions. That capital has no passport. It has no tribe and no political affiliation. It does not respond to emotional appeals or patriotic rhetoric. It responds to stable policy, strong institutions, and diligent execution of policies. Therefore, our job in government is to make Nigeria one of the most attractive, predictable, and legally secure destinations for long-term private capital globally. To the local and international investors and development partners here today, Nigeria is truly open for business. We're committing to regulatory predictability, institutional integrity, and the rule of law. And there's a need for unified fronts. I think the speakers who have spoken before me today mentioned that in clear terms. For us, we see coordination as the lever that helps us to connect the dots so that our combined efforts make more impact. So, the most obvious is fiscal and monetary coordination. But for us, we also want to coordinate across the federal government, subnational, with the private sector, and with the international community. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the governor of the central bank, who I understand will be here later today, Mr. Olayemi Cardoso and his team. We've had very productive engagements in my new role, and we are both excited and optimistic about the possibilities ahead of us. A critical pillar of our strategy, monetary and fiscal policy, must work in harmony. The fiscal reforms we are driving, such as strengthening expenditure controls, broadening the non-oil revenue base, and managing debt sustainably, create the stable environment the monetary authorities need to maintain price stability and support the naira. Conversely, a stable, predictable monetary environment allows us to plan our fiscal policies with confidence. Our aim is to avoid policy surprises, no sudden reversals, and no administrative friction. We are aligned, coordinated, and committed to strategic clarity. I know many Nigerians, including some very accomplished economists, do not believe that we would achieve a $1 trillion economy by 2030. But we believe it's possible, it is feasible, and it is realistic. And we are not saying it just because it's nice to say it. We're putting pen to paper and we're taking actions. We have identified the growth sectors. We have identified the new economies. We have identified what actions we need to take, by who, by when, and what incremental value will be created. For example, just the credit economy, making that work, for us will create an incremental more than $100 billion US. Formalization. By the way, with the new tax reforms, one of the things we did intentionally was how do we encourage formalization? Guess what? The results are not only impressive, they're much better than anything we had anticipated. The Corporate Affairs Commission said to us a couple of months ago that whatever we did, they don't know. But what they know is that they had an average of 10,000 informal businesses applying to register with the CAC every single day. 10,000. Now, if we leverage on that and help those businesses, because now they've been legally exempted from taxes, why run away? If we help them build skills, access affordable capital, management skills, opportunities, and they grow, not only is it that they will stimulate growth and shared prosperity, we will better capture the value they add to the economy. So, we had a look at the economy and we identified some sectoral engines for growth. While we stabilize the macro environment, we are prioritizing key sectors where Nigeria possesses distinct, undeniable competitive advantage, including 1, technology and digital services, including broadband expansion, data protection, clear fintech regulations, and AI integration. Our goal is to scale Africa's largest tech ecosystem, that is Nigeria, to export digital services globally. By the way, Africa has 9 tech unicorns, and 5 of them are in Nigeria. So if you are in doubt as to whether this is the largest ecosystem for fintech in Africa, you have the data there. This is despite the depreciation of the naira over the past couple of years. Number 2 is agro-processing. By shifting from exporting raw materials to high-value local processing and storage, our goal is to ensure national food security and turn agriculture into a high-yield export sector. Number 3, energy transition. From off-grid solar solution to gas infrastructure expansion and investment to achieve grid transmission stability. Our goal is to power the economy into significance and provide our industrial zones with reliable and affordable energy. Number 4 is manufacturing. Supporting industrial clusters, upgrading our ports, facilities, and you would have seen a lot of activities around that, and domesticating supply chains. Our goal is to position Nigeria as a manufacturing hub, first for the West African region, and as a leading jurisdiction within the African continent. Number 5, financial services. Deepening our capital markets and improving credit access for small and medium businesses, as well as large organizations. Our goal is to transform Nigeria into the premier financial gateway for the African continent. I have a message for our CEOs. We see the CEOs and the business leaders as those who are co-authoring Nigeria's next chapter. Permit me to speak directly to the business leaders in this room and those watching us virtually. We know that the journey of reform can feel painful. We understand the frustration of navigating price adjustments and shifting market dynamics. This transition is difficult, but the alternative of returning to the old unsustainable model of subsidies, artificial currency controls, and mounting debts will lead to a devastating crisis. Now is not the time to wait for perfect conditions. There are no perfect conditions in economic history. The greatest investment opportunities of our generation are emerging right now. During this period of structural transformation, we need banks that finance productive, long-term local industry rather than short-term trading. We need manufacturers who build for domestic consumption and export capacity. We need technology companies that solve real-world problems. We need family businesses with the ambition to scale into global enterprises. We are actively working to simplify our regulatory environment, protect your intellectual property, and remove the bureaucratic bottleneck that eats up your time and consume your resources. In return, we ask you to match our reforms with your investments, your innovation, and your belief in Nigeria's future. The next chapter of Nigeria's economic history will not be written by the government alone. It will be co-authored by enterprise. As I conclude, I'd like to say that the future belongs to the prepared. That is the way we see it. Prosperity is never an accident. It is always the deliberate product of sound policy, disciplined execution, productive enterprise, and sustained partnership between the public and the private sector. Many of you will be aware that a couple of days ago, we set up a ministerial advisory committee. And what we are trying to do is what I describe as the 4 Ps. We're used to the 3 Ps that we call PPP, public-private partnership. And anytime you hear that, you think about roads, ports, and physical infrastructure. And that is important. But for us, we are elevating it. And we say, how about public policy, private partnership? Why don't we involve the private sector from the time we're just thinking about it? Maybe it's a waste of time and you don't need to think too far. How about the private sector being involved when we are implementing? How about they're there to monitor and provide feedback so that when we need to make corrections, we don't wait for 10 years after a lot of damage has been done? This is a new partnership we're looking for. Nigeria has completed the grueling foundational work of restoring macroeconomic stability. Our shared responsibility now is to convert that stability into investment, convert investment into productivity, convert productivity into jobs, and jobs into rising real incomes for every Nigerian. The opportunities before us are real. Our direction is clear, and our foundation is stronger than it has been in decades. Now is the time to build. Now is the time to produce. Now is the time to invest. Let us work together to build an economy that is not only stable, but prosperous, not only growing, but genuinely inclusive, not only resilient, but globally competitive. The future belongs to those who prepare for it today. The government is prepared, and we know that the private sector is ready. Let us build a greater Nigeria together. May God bless you abundantly as you invest in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for that wonderful keynote address. I definitely agree that a standing ovation is very, very, very appropriate at this time. Honorable Minister, thank you. You told this room that the reforms are not finished. And then I think you did something that many people in your position rarely do at a podium. You told us which part is the hardest. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for that. So Business Day has spent 25 years insisting that the conversation between government and the private sector be conducted in public. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together one more time for the Honorable Minister of Finance and the Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Taiwo Oyedele. I would also like to welcome, we are honored to have with us His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Kano State, Engineer Abba Kabir Yusuf, who is ably represented by his Deputy Governor, His Excellency Alhaji Murtala Sule Garo. Let's put our hands together for the Deputy Governor of Kano State. I'd also like to make a correction. Earlier, I mentioned an agency by the name of NHI. Allow me to correct myself and welcome the Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the National Health Insurance Authority, Dr. Kelechi Ohiri. Let's put our hands together for him, please. And before we go, a word for the people who are not on any protocol list. To the readers, to every person who picked up Business Day, who paid for it, who advertised in it, we thank you. And to our subscribers, we thank you as well. So we're actually in luck today because we have the opportunity to ask the Honorable Minister of Finance some questions. So we will take 3 questions from the audience. If you could please kindly put up your hand if you have a question, introduce yourself briefly, tell us who you're representing, and kindly direct your question as succinctly as you can to the Honorable Minister. As he mentioned to us, he does have to get going. So if I could see a couple of hands up, we have a question in the second row. If we could get that mic to her, please. The lady in the second row, second to the left-hand side. Okay. Honorable Minister, would you like to take the questions from the audience or from? Okay, perfect.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity. My name is Amina Oyagbola. I thank you very much. The speech from the minister was absolutely outstanding and fantastic, as was, the data that was provided by KPMG. I wanted to just bring a little bit of focus, because when we're talking about shared prosperity, a very, very easy pill is the inclusion dividend when you talk shared prosperity. So the whole idea of diversity, equity, and inclusion. I'd just like to know a little bit more about how we want to really accelerate that. And then the second aspect is around SMEs. SMEs, I think, present the largest opportunity for growth in our country. And as part of the Chartered Institute of Directors, we looked at some data yesterday, days ago, called the Governance Health Check. And it was very, very revealing and very stark that the data point was that 96% of businesses in Nigeria are in the SME sector. However, what is most concerning is that 77% do not scale for a variety of reasons, including governance and so on. So how can we ensure that we support that to drive and propel our economy, to reduce poverty, to create employment, and all the wonderful things that have been spoken about? Thank you very much.
So what we'll do is that we'll take all the questions at once, and then the Honorable Minister will be able to answer them. So I see a hand right behind us, and then I see a hand, the woman in the white over there, and unfortunately that's all we have time for today. Thank you. So if we could take the microphone, please, to the gentleman in the second row, to the far left. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, and good morning, everyone. My name is Franklin Ngwanwo with Lagos Business School. Most of the time when I come to this kind of forum, I feel very happy. But when I live here, it's a different reality. So my question to the Honorable Minister is, to what extent are you working with the governors, local government chairmen, to really transform Nigeria? Because most of the time, the federal government presents this issue as if to say they have all the powers and all the resources and all the capacity to achieve that. For us to have $1 trillion economy, we have 36 states and we have 774 local governments. So as you are implementing these reforms at the federal level, to what extent are you coordinating, working with the governors and local government chairmen to achieve proper reform? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that great question. And for the final question, please kindly go to the lady in the whites at the back.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Minister, good morning. My name is Fumi Odedino, and I'm the founder of Grub Sport NG, a food and manufacturing business in Nigeria. Thank you for your inspiring speech, but I have a question that is specific to we, the SMEs like mine. So what concrete support should we expect from the government over the next 12 years, especially because you spoke about improved access to credit, reducing bureaucracy, and encouraging family businesses to be a global enterprise? So what should we expect in the next 12 months to be able to be confident to invest and create jobs and also contribute to the economic growth of Nigeria? Thank you.
Thank you. We do have opportunity for one last question. If we could take the mic, please, to the third row on the right-hand side of the, right there, yes.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Honorable Minister, and all the distinguished CEO participants here today. Honorable Minister, I am Dio Benjamin Zlani, the DG CEO of the Mariam Babangida National Center for Women's Development. My question, you've made a compelling case that shared prosperity requires shared solutions, as you clearly inspire this Nigeria journey towards the $1 trillion economy. Would you be open, actually I'm pitching, that you co-create, co-author with us at the National Center for Women's Development and other strategic partners through our pipeline of women in the front run of reframing this national network with deliberate measures that accelerate what you are doing, not just as a women's contribution, but as a developmental intervention. So this is Mariam Babangida National Center for Women's Development on behalf of the National Spectrum of Women saying, we are ready to work with you. Will you work with us? And when can I come in with my team to have that discussion? Women, are you with me? Clock it.
We love
Thank
it.
you.
Clock it. I love that. Absolutely. Thank you. So that's 4 questions for the Honorable Minister of Finance and the Coordinating Economy of Nigeria. So would you like to make your way up to the podium? Or you can do it from wherever you're comfortable. Thank you to everybody that has taken the time to ask questions, and we thank the Honorable Minister for taking the time to answer these questions as well.
Thank you very much, Program Director. The first question from Madam Amina is about inclusion dividends. How do we want to accelerate that? You know, like I said in my keynote speech, it's something we have to do together. So from the government side, it's our duty to provide the enabling environment, the right policies, and ensure that we debottleneck those things that make it harder for us to make progress faster, bigger, and better. And in fact, we were working on trying to quantify the costs of overregulation and bureaucracy. We haven't finished, but the preliminary numbers are suggesting to us that it's costing us more than we generate from value-added tax, personal income tax, and corporate income tax combined. So just think about it for a moment. If we address overregulation and excessive bureaucracy, it's the equivalent of declaring Nigeria almost a totally tax-free zone. What else can be better than government solving Nigeria's problem without having to spend money doing so? It's what I call a win-win outcome. Or put differently, what is better than providing incentives is removing disincentives. So we have very clear action plans for all of these. Like I said, we'll communicate these and you see them in clear terms very soon. And that's linked to your other question about how do we support SMEs that account for over 90% of businesses. You see that intentionality already in all the reforms. We have exempted small businesses from paying corporate income tax. They don't need to charge VAT. And some will say, but they were not charging before, right? But that means they were evading. And they were exposed to extortion because if I'm a tax officer, I can come and harass you and make you pay some money. So now, legitimately, you don't have to pay and just do your business. Apart from taxes, we're providing access to affordable credit. Mr. President just a couple of days ago approved some hundreds of billions of naira for the Bank of Industry to provide credit to small businesses. Over some also couple of hundreds of billions of naira to the Bank of Agric, also focusing on small businesses. And the plan we have around the credit economy is also to support not only small businesses, but our local businesses. So it's a long list of different initiatives. Some of it you find under SMIDAN. Some of it include, for example, the approval to register over 250,000 small businesses for free with the Corporate Affairs Commission. And we are speaking to the various groups and platforms because usually small businesses do not have the resources. More often than not, they do not have the knowledge to defend themselves. So we are speaking to the various platforms and groups to serve as a platform for offering help. You would also be aware that the new reforms establish the Office of the Tax Ombud, which means now you have the states with all its powers and resources standing beside you at no cost at all for you to be protected whenever the need arises. My brother Franklin asked the question about to what extent are we working with states and local governments to accelerate growth, stimulate the economy, and deliver shared prosperity? And that's a fantastic question, which I spoke to earlier on. But I would also amplify it. For some reasons, Nigerians focus disproportionately at the center. If your roads are not good within your estate, you call the name of the president. Sanitation, president. And there's really nothing wrong with that, except that we must recognize that there's also the shared responsibility amongst levels of government. The Constitution is very clear as to the duties of the various levels of government. For example, do you know that local governments are required or expected to provide shelter for homeless people? But you know what we do sometimes? We say these people make our cities dirty. We don't like the sight of them on our streets, as if they are not human beings. The Constitution wanted us to protect them, provide for them. But many of us are not even aware it's our duty to do that.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or business. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
In functional democracies and competitive economies, meritocracy is not a slogan, it is a system. A system where competence determines opportunity, performance drives advancement, and leadership is earned, not inherited or imposed. In Nigeria, however, the persistent triumph of mediocrity over merit continues to shape recruitment processes, elective positions, and leadership outcomes across critical sectors of national life. From public service employment to political office, from academia to corporate governance, troubling pattern has emerged. Access often trumps ability, loyalty outweighs competence, and short-term political calculations override long-term national interests. In the public sector, recruitment exercises are officially designed to be competitive, involving written examinations, interviews, and eligibility screening. Yet, multiple surveys and independent audits have consistently shown that informal influence, patronage networks, and bribery remain significant determinants of who gets hired. This reality has produced ministries, departments, and agencies burdened with underqualified personnel, struggling to deliver on complex policy mandates in a rapidly evolving global environment. The consequences are not abstract. They manifest in delayed project execution, weak policy implementation, inefficient service delivery, and ballooning recurrent expenditure with minimal value creation. When institutions are staffed without regard for skill or capacity, governance becomes reactive rather than strategic. The problem is not limited to recruitment alone. Nigeria's elective political system reflects the same crisis of merit. In many cases, candidates emerge not through rigorous debate, policy clarity, or intellectual depth, but through financial muscle, political godfathers, or ethnic calculations. Electoral outcomes frequently reward popularity, patronage of vote buying over competence and vision. The result is a leadership deficit that cuts across local government councils, state assemblies, governorships, and even the national legislature, institutions constitutionally taxed with lawmaking, oversight, and representation, yet often lacking the technical depths required to interrogate budgets, scrutinize policies, or design forward-looking legislation. Other sectors tell a similar story. In education, the erosion of merit in academic appointment has weakened research quality and global competitiveness. In some tertiary institutions, promotions and leadership roles are influenced more by internal politics than scholarly output. In the corporate space, family ties and informal networks sometimes override professional management principles, limiting innovation and sustainability. Ironically, Nigeria continues to produce world-class professionals who excel in merit-driven systems abroad, from medicine and engineering to technology, finance, and academia. Their success outside the country reinforces a painful truth. The problem is not Nigerian capacity or Nigerian systems. Countries that have achieved rapid development offer contrasting examples. Singapore, Rwanda, and South Korea institutionalize meritocracy through transparent recruitment, performance-based promotion, and zero tolerance for patronage. Leadership selection in these systems prioritize competence, integrity, and accountability, even when politically inconvenient. Back home, the cost of failing to do the same is increasingly evident. Brain drain has accelerated as skilled Nigerians seek environments where effort is rewarded fairly. Public trust in institutions has declined, and citizens grow more cynical about processes they perceive as rigged or predetermined. Yet, experts argue that the tide can be turned. Strengthening meritocracy requires deliberate reform, not rhetoric. Transparent digital recruitment platforms, independently supervised examinations, enforceable sanctions for recruitment breaches, and clear performance metrics are critical starting points. In the political space, electoral reforms that reduce the influence of money, strengthen internal party democracy, and encourage issue-based campaigns are essential to improving leadership quality. Civil society, the media, and the electorate also carry responsibility to interrogate candidates, demand competence, and reject mediocrity at the ballot box. Ultimately, meritocracy is not elitism, it is fairness. It is the assurance that every Nigerian, regardless of background, has a genuine chance to rise based on ability and effort. Without it, institutions weaken, leadership falters, and national ambition remains unrealized. For Nigeria to compete globally, govern effectively, and harness its vast human capital, merit must no longer be optional. It must become the standard. In recruitment, in elections, and in every field where decisions shape the nation's future.
Nigeria's worsening security situation has continued to intensify calls for the creation of state police, as kidnapping, banditry, terrorism, and violent crimes stretch the capacity of federal security agencies across several regions. In recent years, Nigeria has witnessed repeated mass abductions of school children and civilians, including incidents in Kaduna, Niger, Zamfara, and Katsina states, where armed groups have targeted schools, highways, and rural communities. The Chibok schoolgirls' abduction in Borno State, the Kankara school attack in Katsina, and the recent wave of kidnappings along the Abuja-Kaduna Expressway remain defining examples of the scale of insecurity confronting the country. Beyond school attacks, rural banditry in the northwest has led to mass displacement of communities, destruction of livelihoods, and repeated negotiations for hostage releases. In the southeast, violent attacks on security formations and civilian targets have also been recorded in parts of Anambra, Imo, and Enugu states. In the northeast, insurgency linked to Boko Haram and ISWAP continues to destabilize rural and border communities despite years of military oppression. Security analysts argue that these overlapping crises expose a major structural gap: Nigeria's centralized policing system. With the Nigeria Police Force controlled federally, operational directives, logistics, and deployment approvals often require central clearance, even when emergencies are localized. A key challenge often raised is the limited operational authority of state governors over commissioners of police. While governors are officially described as chief security officers of their states, in practice, commissioners of police in each state report directly to the Inspector General of Police in Abuja. This means governors cannot independently order arrests, deployments, or tactical operations
without federal approval. There have been several public instances where governors requested urgent deployment or redeployment of police personnel during crisis, only for delays or bureaucratic procedures to slow response time. In fast-moving security emergencies such as kidnappings or communal clashes, these delays can prove critical. Supporters of state police argue that decentralization would allow states to respond faster, using officers recruited, trained, and deployed within local environments. They say local policing would improve intelligence gathering because officers understand local languages, terrain, and community networks, which are essential in tracking criminal groups operating in rural and forested areas. They also point to countries with decentralized policing systems. In the United States, state and local police forces operate independently but coordinate through federal agencies when necessary. In Germany, policing is primarily managed at state level, Länder, while maintaining federal oversight for national security. India also maintains state-controlled police forces under a federal constitutional framework. However, Nigeria's security experts caution that without strong oversight, state police could be vulnerable to political interference. There are concerns that governors could misuse security structures against political opponents, journalists, or dissenting voices, especially in states with weak institutional checks. Human rights advocates also warn that disparity in funding and training between states could create unequal policing standards across the country. Wealthier states may develop stronger forces, while poorer regions could struggle to maintain professional capacity, potentially widening security inequality. Despite these concerns, many analysts argue that the current centralized system is overstretched. With Nigeria's population exceeding 200 million and vast ungoverned rural spaces, federal police presence is often thin on the ground, creating operational vacuums exploited by armed groups. In several kidnapping cases along highways and remote communities, response times have been delayed due to distance, logistics, and command structure approvals. This has strengthened argument that localized policing would reduce response time and improve preventive intelligence rather than reactive operations. Proponents now suggest a hybrid model where state police operate under national standards with unified training, strict federal oversight, and shared intelligence systems. This, they argue, would balance local efficiency with national control and reduce the risk of abuse. Others propose phased implementation, beginning with strengthened community policing units upgraded into full state structures over time, allowing gradual reform without destabilizing existing security frameworks. Ultimately, the debate reflects a central national question: whether Nigeria's current security architecture can continue to carry the burden of rising insecurity, or whether decentralized policing is now a necessary step toward more effective protection of lives and property. What remains clear is that any reform must be guided by strong accountability, professional standards, constitutional safeguards, and political neutrality to ensure that security institutions serve citizens and not power structures.
Obodo ọbụla nwere akụkọ, aka mgbe ọbụla nwere ihe butere ya. Nsogbu ọbụla kwesịrị inwe ogbugbo site n'ọchịchị ruo mmepe obodo, site na nchekwa ruo na mmụta, site n'omenala ruo na akụnụba. A na-ewepụta okwu ndị ahụ na-emetụta anyị ma leba ha anya. Ọ bụ ohere n'okwu gị dịka a na-ajụ ajụjụ ma na-enweta ọsịsa ajụjụ ndị ahụ. Ọ bụ ihe mmemme a na-ele anya n'okwu ndị ahụ metụtara anyị ya na ọdịnihu a chọrọ iwulite. Sonyere Joshua Ozioko n'Otobo dịka ọ ga-akpọta ndị ọnụ na-eru n'okwu, ndị ma ha ekwe na-akụ nakwa ọha na eze ka ha tinye ọnụ n'okwu ndị ahụ gbasara anyị niile. Otobo maka inweta ozi ndị ahụ bara ezigbo uru. Ọ na-abịara gị kwa ụbọchị Tuesday na Friday ma ọkụ elekere 5 nke uhuruchi na Aneke TV. Otobo maka ọdịmma anyị niile.
Good morning. It's another Thursday here in the South. It's a warm, bright morning. And as you can see, I'm all covered up because today the cold's got nothing on me, right? Welcome to Sunrise, your breakfast show here on Aneke TV, where we bring to you conversations, highlights, and oftentimes humor. I am Princess Kiana Choma.
And I'm Uche Osai saying good morning to you and to our global audience. Thank you for joining us here on the Sunrise.
So this is a perfect, attire today. There is the blue and there is, oftentimes I say these things as if we have a conversation where we decide on what to wear, but then we come on air, Mr. Uche is twinning with me. So I don't know if we need to have like a timetable where it's okay, on this day, let us.
Don't worry, I see how happy you are that you share, not just sharing the stage, but having to wear the same,
you don't no.
Listen with you. So
I mean,
it's good to see the excitement.
No, with the
it's good to see your excitement.
That you're already owing me.
No, it's good to see your excitement, and it's good that we're exuding and giving confidence. So it's good to see you brimming with smiles.
But yes. Really, how are you?
Tell them to take some pictures so you have something to tell your children.
My children, I mean, they'll be proud when they come.
Yeah, that's so. Keep a memorabilia for them. That's at one time you say, that was
I knew Mr. Uche.
That was we shared the studio together.
But regardless, there'll be enough evidence.
Enough evidence.
There is a lot to prove that I met.
I see why you're excited. You're making history together, and it's good to be on, making history together side by side with you.
Truly.
Yes, and seeing these smiles good this morning. They are wonderful smiles.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But before we get into all of that, how do you feel this morning?
Well, it's another great morning, to be excited and to be hopeful and proud to be a Nigerian. Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm very, very excited, and then to enjoy this weather, that is purely Nigerian, where we'll have to experience where some people in Europe have never seen this kind of unique weather that we enjoy. People pray and they work to save up to one day be able to experience what we're having on a platter. So I'm excited.
I mean, Nigeria having the best weather is one of the most greatest highlights of the country that we cannot take away. One day it's cold, the next day is extremely hot.
Yes. When people say that Nigeria is the greatest country in the world, I quite agree with them, because there are a lot of things that make this nation so wonderfully great. You're talking about weather. We have one of the best in the world. Mm-hmm. Ours is not even the harshest when it comes to, and then you traverse the length and breadth of the country. Do we talk about the people? Mm-hmm. Do we talk about the vegetation? You get to the savannah, get through the Mambilas. This nation is richly endowed. We're not talking about those, the milk and honeys that, it flows with. No, we're even talking about the wonderful, sights that this nation offers. And that's why I admire some of them who are in the photography. You have a lot of things, the creative arts and all that. There are lots.
Truly. All right, we welcome you once again to the breakfast show here on Aneke TV. And starting off with our quote for the day. Our quote this morning is from MLK Jr., Martin Luther King Jr. And he says, he's reminding us this morning that if he cannot do great things, he will do small things in a great way. And I quote, if I cannot do great things, I will do small things in a great way. If I cannot have that chunk of it at once, I could gather them little by little. And as they say, little by little makes, that's how they often say, little by little makes the grass, the pond to grow. I mean, there's a way that phrase is coined. But then again, it's not in the amount of big things that you do. That too counts, but also in the amount of great things you do in the littlest forms. It's little by little, little petals, little petals, little stones that make up a whole rock. So it's not, if you're deciding or waiting for when the task is going to be so huge, that it will make so much noise. How about you start little? How about you do the little things that make up the bigger things, and eventually those little things that you do in great ways will count.
Yeah, very well said. This quote is quite self-explanatory, especially coming from the great Martin Luther King Jr. himself. When you see things like this, it spurs you to pause and then take a moment about what really matters. And you highlighted it quite well. It's not about doing big things. It's about doing small things, even in a great way. This little you could do, make it count. And when I look at this, I feel that Martin Luther King Jr. had Nigerians, both the leaders and the followership in mind. And if we should just imbibe this little philosophy, a lot of things that we cry out about, a lot of things we clamor for, will not be there. I'm telling you, the leaders, when they take a cue from this, you could see that there are things you can do. The little you can do it in extraordinary way. Little things, but make it count. You talk about making roads. Make roads that would last. I remember quite well when I heard about the likes of individuals who built Eastern Nigeria, who built Northern Nigeria, who built Southwest Nigeria, and the name M.I. Okpara comes to mind. You look at the legacies that this man has built that continue to endure till this day. I remember a certain name I've never had to see or witness, but I was told that he built certain roads decades before they married my mother, and I was privileged to walk on that third road, maintaining the same asphalted, so strong, no potholes. What a legacy. This is just a road. And then generation years unborn could speak to the ingenuity of this very man. You go through the notes, you talk about the exploits, of men that you didn't, there's no way you're going to meet them. Talk about the Aminu Kanus of this world. You think about this individual, the little they offered, they contributed to this great nation because they did little. When you go to Southwest, see how Paolo is revered. Simply because he created opportunity. Just little thing. Free education. Today, Southwesterners are grateful. When you travel, I don't know if you've been to Ekiti State, and you see the number of the learned professors, those in the academia from that very state alone. And then you go around, because one individual made it possible. And this is what Martin Luther King is talking about. Those little things, make it count. Make it, beautiful, and do it in a great way. He says, if I cannot do great things, I do small things in a great way. And these are the things that matter. We won't have the issue about, the healthcare system. If somebody cares to even do one that works, another person will do from his end, and you see things working. And I speak to us, even we the followers, there are little things that we could do in a great way. And one of them is going to get our PVC. Yes, if we could do as little as getting our PVC, and then keeping it handy, and step out on the day of election and make it count, cast our vote, stay there, make and watch our vote count. You must, in no small measures, have contributed greatly, in no small measures to making this nation great. And this is what Martin Luther King talks about.
All right, that's a quote for the morning. We'll take a short break, and when we get back, we'll be bringing our weather updates for the day. Don't go anywhere.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program. We're a critical national platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
You're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather across major cities in the southeast today.
I'm sure you heard that, you've read that, and you've understood. Now you know what the weather looks like across the southeastern states today. Now we're going straight into our newspaper headlines and analysis, and we're starting this morning from the major story on the Daily Sun. The major headline on the Daily Sun reads, 2027, fresh trouble for ADC amid Amaechi's choice as VP candidate. Fresh trouble for ADC amid Amaechi's choice as VP candidate. Court orders parties deregistration for not fulfilling constitutional provision and accord APP, ZP also. Senator, the ADC's decision to pair Atiku Abubakar with Rotimi Amaechi for the 2027 election has sparked immediate backlash from party figures like Kenneth Okonkwo, who argue that this move marginalizes the Southeast. This eternal friction is further aggravated by severe legal disputes and factional confusion over INEC nomination access, which threatens the party's standing on the ballot. The ADC faces a path ahead of its struggles, a hard, difficult path ahead of its struggles to reconcile those eternal revolts and external regulatory challenges to maintain its electoral validity. Now we are seeing ADC having to, still battle eternal revolts, battle the eternal decision of having to choose Amaechi as running mate. And also on one side, we have the INEC and the court rulings to deregister. And we have some party figures or some political figures coming out to say, when we talk about this gentleman agreement of zoning, Amaechi, as we know, is from River State, but it doesn't entirely tilt it to the southeast, as it were, being that by regulation or by rotation, the presidency of the country ought to be in the southeast. And Kenneth Okonkwo, being part of ADC, has come out to say that this nomination of Atiku does not really truly represent the plans and the projection that has been had or that is for the party. The party has said they have come to raise a stronger position for the APC, but from what we're seeing and the pending legal disputes going on over their deregistration and them unable to upload their candidates lists and candidates names to the INEC portal, we're seeing a disparity, uncertainty as it were, whether ADC will still be a formidable force come 2027.
All right. Speaking to ADC as a formidable force going into 2027 election, from where I sit, that's a word I may not want to, associate with the party, being that from onset, the party, has somehow betrayed the very views and expectations of most Nigerians to write a lot of things that seemingly wrong with the opposition in Nigeria, especially starting with internal cohesion and party, arrangements. But be that as it may, yes, as a political party, they may stand a chance to have some showings, in the 2027 election. But how is that possible? I bet the fact that they are facing myriads of challenges that you've rightfully highlighted. But even before we go into looking at their internal wranglings, of more prominence is the fact that they still do not know if they will be in the ballot come 2027 election. We've seen the ruling of the appellate court on this issue, maintaining the position of the High Court, and which means that INEC, as we speak, is bound to begin to listen to the position of the Nigerian judiciary concerning the issues around leadership of ADC. But be that as it may, for interpretation on these issues. However, one may not, distance the position of the minority rulings by Justice Mohammed Abbas in that very suit, where he said that these issues are of the internal affairs of the political party and are not justiciable in this very instance. So they are happy and hoping on the fact that Supreme Court will continue to, pander into what will be if at the end of the day, the Supreme Court, oppose the position of the appellate court and that of the High Court in this very issue, meaning that whatever effort that's been geared towards the ADC, becomes an effort in futility. But my ask against the ADC is its inability to galvanize the opposition, trim some political ambition to have an opposition semblance such that would offer Nigerians an avenue to see that there is proper competition of ideas going into 2027. But as it may, we'll have a fragmented opposition leading from multiple fronts against a behemoth that is the APC of today. The APC as of today has become mightier and stronger than the PDP of old. That every political, think tank and thinker in Nigeria would continue to, plot and see the possibility of an opposition being able to dislodge the APC. That does not mean to say that the ruling party, have it all covered. But from where we sit and looking at the issue of the ADC as a political party, they have their job cut out for them. Navigating through these myriads of court issues is a lot. Then come to marry it with internal issues. The fact remains that hearing Kenneth Okonkwo speak about these issues, the truth is, yes, what he has said cannot be further from the truth. But who is Kenneth Okonkwo speaking for? Is he speaking for the Igbos? These are the questions that any discerning, mind would ask. Even beyond the borders of Southeast Nigeria, any Nigerian who has been following the political trajectory of things since the conclusion of the previous election in 2023 would ask, whose interest does Kenneth Okonkwo represent? And I tell you that Kenneth Okonkwo, without any fear of equivocation, is speaking for himself. Because when he stands to be counted for the position of the Southeasterners who over time feeling marginalized, felt that it is their turn to have a formidable front in a candidate called peterobi, that all Southeasterners within the ADC fold should back him to win the ticket of the party. We saw Kenneth Okonkwo, who has been leading the attacks against this very individual in making sure that Atiku, who is far from the southeastern state, emerges. I am sorry that we'll have to continue to speak to the Nigerian political enterprise in geopolitical terms or regional terms, based on ethnicity. But one would wish that at this point in time that we will be talking about pertinent and important issues on advancing our economy and making, the polity, the Nigerian state stronger. But unfortunately, we will continue to, backtrack to this primordial statement. And in that, I can tell you categorically that Kenneth Okonkwo is speaking to him, for himself. And if I see him, I will ask him what has gone wrong. Has he been as schemed in the ADC that is beginning to make him raise this question? Was he not there? And a part of the people who were saying that peterobi should step aside and leave them to lead the charge through Atiku, who they think, is a better candidate for them to have a go at the presidency. He was there, and he was part of the people that led that charge. Now, what has changed for him to realize that Rotimi Amechi is not a Southeasterner? No, I disagree with him. Because from where Kenneth Okonkwo stands, he should have known better. So this politics of division, doesn't do any Nigerian any good. What we should be asking at this instant, because bringing that up now, is already fruitless, because they are done. And I suppose by now they should, if they had the privilege of uploading, their candidates to INEC portal, that should be concluded by now. INEC has moved on and has opened the portal now for governorship and other positions. So why is Kenneth taking us back? The question I continue to insist on is, what has changed? has he been ashamed that his eyes has now opened to begin to understand that, okay, Rotimi Amechi is not from the southeast Nigeria and does not represent the quota. Let me ask him, the arrangement, was it for a southeasterner to be a vice to Atiku Abubakar? And let him come publicly and tell us, did they make that position to peterobi? And what was his response? So the southeasterners that want an Igbo presidency, in quote, now Kenneth Okonkwo wants an Igbo vice president. So how does that serve the interest of the Igbos? These are pertinent questions. So for me, and I will sum it by saying that Kenneth Okonkwo speaks for himself and speaks for no Southeasterners and not for the interest of Southeasterners. Perhaps he has been schemed in this, in the sharing arrangement, or he has not gotten, the price of place that he intended, or was he intending that he be offered the position of the vice presidency in the ADC? These are matters of questions that will be raised. But on the, qualification of Rotimi Amechi, he has not raised any critical issue on that. The question remains, is Rotimi Amechi qualified to be a vice president? Yes, he is. So, at the end of the day, let Nigerians be aware that politicians should not continue to lead us according to ethnic divisions, which is why the Nigerian state continues to lag behind, amongst the Committee of Nations when you talk about development and the trajectory of things. So it's quite unfortunate, and that this sort of politics should be jettisoned. What the ADC should be worried about now is how to get itself to be on the ballot in 2027. And I suppose that people like Kenneth Okonkwo should lead such charge in continue to interact and provoke conversation around the the constitution being obeyed and the writing done, rather than raising up such sentiments. However, on this note, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, the Sunrise Review continues.
"7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Thanks for staying with us, and you're still watching Sunrise. And joining us for in-depth analysis on these news issues is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Emeka Odom. Mr. Emeka, it's a pleasure you joining us at this hour.
Thank you so much. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning to our viewers.
Yes. All right, Mr. Emeka, let's get right into the conversation. Just to sum it up, I know you're conversant with the headline already about Kenneth Okonkwo, raising issues around the vice presidential candidate of the ADC amidst their other fundamental challenges.
Yes, permit me to say that in recent times, Enos Okonkwo has been very vocal. We must give it to him. He's one voice that has been quite vocal and perhaps louder than his contemporaries. So we must give him some level of credit in that respect, considering the community where he's coming from. So the question to ask is, yes, he's a lawyer, we know clearly, but right now I don't think he achieved his popularity within the Nigerian space from the legal profession. So we probably view him from the perspective of the entertainment industry, the thespian. So the question to ask is, judging from his community, how many voices are as loud as his, and how many voices are, criticize or, present an overview of government's actions and the political space generally. We probably won't find another voice that is as loud as he. So you give it to him, it's part of holding the government accountable and holding political leadership accountable. But having said that, then that's on the one side. The second side is sometimes you go beyond that to say, what does he really say? You know, what is the content of his engagement? Some people also believe that you don't engage for engaging sake. You know, you need to be very meaningful in your engagement. So in which case we begin to look at the content of what he's saying. I guess he has left peterobi, you know, before now. Peterobi seemed to be his subject, you know, and sometimes I find it very difficult to actually pinpoint, you know, the essence or the thematic relevance of what he says. Now he's talking about the vice presidential slots in the APC, and in the ADC. And if you look at the way he talks, it looks as if it derives pleasure in picking on people who probably have little or no time for him. I think the choice of a vice president is purely the prerogative of the party's flag bearer. That is what it is. Of course, being a democratic, you know, setup, whoever is the flag bearer will naturally make his choice after a wide consultation. Now, I like that Atiku Abubakar, you know, from the announcement we've heard, he has chosen Chief Rotimi Amechi. And if you ask me, Chief Rotimi Amechi, by every standard, qualifies to be, you know, not just a president, a vice president, but also a president. Remember, recall that he contested for the APC presidential ticket in 2022 and came second behind the current president, actually Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Rotimi Amechi was a speaker in Nigeria for 8 years. As a matter of fact, he wasn't just a speaker, he was the chairman of Conference of Nigerian Speakers of State Houses of Assembly. These are leadership roles. And he also was the chairman of Governors Forum. He was a governor for 8 years, he was chairman of Governors Forum. He was a minister. And some people, you know, then, you know, I don't know where that appellation came from, but somehow we have come to find out that it exists in Nigeria. Super minister. All ministers are super anyway, but you know how Nigerians will give names.
All animals are equal, but some are more than others.
So by and he is a man who, if you had watched his campaigns, at the time he was gunning for, he was an APC presidential, you know, aspirant. You know that he's a man who has caught level of support, friendship, and you know, reach to practically all the nooks and crannies of this country, judging from the kind of people that were in his political drive, in his campaign drive, you know, within that period. So I do not know why perhaps anybody would raise if probably you are raising issues on competence, issues on moral standing, issues on, you know, perhaps questionable character, and these are probably issues you can raise, and we'll say, okay, let's hear you. But again, even if you raise these issues, why pick on him? Because if you have to put practically all the Nigerian leaders, both those who are aspiring and those who are probably occupying positions, and I put all of them on a scale of on a moral scale, you probably may, you know, end up recording 0 for everyone, you know. So why pick on him? So I do not know why he's doing that. If his reasons, you know, is Atiku Abubakar needs to pacify the Igbos and put the Igbos into contention, and you know, number one, yes, he doesn't need to be voted into office to be able to advance the cause of the elite nationality he belongs. But the issue is, he is speaking for himself and doesn't have the mandate of the people to say that. The last time I took a look at the Southeast, it's practically everyone for himself, because if you look at the leadership of the Southeast, you find them in all the parties. You find them belonging to all the parties. They are there in ABGA, they are there in ADC, they are in a PDP, even the current PDP, whichever one is the authentic PDP. They are there in APC, they are there in NDC. So all he needs to do is to belong to wherever he finds comfortable.
Okay. Now, moving on to the next story. This is the Vanguard newspaper, and it reads, State police, governors can't turn outfit into private army. Governors can't turn outfits into private army. This is from Speaker Abbas Tajudeen. And he has firmly defended the proposed state police bill, assuring the public that strict constitutional safeguards will prevent governors from misusing these security forces as private political tools. He clarified that the legislation includes specific provisions to prohibit governors from having unilateral control over the appointment or the removals of commissioners for police. He also advocated for a phased implementation strategy that requires states to meet rigorous national policing standards before they can officially launch their own police systems.
Mr. Meka, when we look at these issues now, speaking to state police, concerns have been raised. But what is the reality of Nigeria having a police force, a state-controlled police force that is different from the current police force that we have? Because this is where the fears are coming from.
Yeah, that's certainly that's our expectation, to have a policing system that is an improvement from what we have now. Now, but to begin with, the speaker has spoken. The speaker has spoken. The only thing I would say there is, the National Assembly should be very circumspect. In fact, if there's anybody, when I say body, and I'm not talking of individual, a collection of persons, an institution that should be very, very circumspect and be very particular at the forefront of making sure that we get this right, it should be the National Assembly. And the reason why I'm saying this is very instructive. When the time comes, it is actually members of the National Assembly, individually in their states, that will have issues with the governors if the governors begin to misuse the state police. Because they are the ones that will probably ask. See, these things always begin with, the governor doesn't know me now, right? The governor of my state doesn't know me. I go about my private life, do my things, and I don't, when it is time for election, I just go and vote and things like that. The best I do probably for now is talk about this, But the day I now decide to say, look, vote for me here and there, or I want to be this here and there, it might interest you to know that the governor will now probably have access to your profile, know who you are, and So it is these National Assembly members, whether they are House of Rep members or senators, they are the big politicians in their various states. They are the ones who want to become governor in the next dispensation. They are the ones who want to become this or that in the next dispensation. They are the ones who want to control their constituency. And these are places where, the headship of the state is also interested. And when double interests clash, of course, what will certainly follow. So that is why they must get it right, to ensure that when that time comes, the governors don't have any undue advantage over them, to the extent that they will now have to use, a state tool of political coercion to have dominance over them. So that's why they must get it right. And the only way to get it right is to ensure that the legal frameworks are tight enough to bring everybody on a level playing ground in case of crisis. That is the issue. So sometimes I even wonder, we are the ones that are even probably crying more than, they should cry louder. Yes, the police is for everybody, is for an egalitarian society, but in reality, they should cry louder, because where does the crisis actually arise from? It arises when powers begin to clash, interests begin to clash. When probably people are beginning to build a profile that seems to be rivaling what the governor, that is now when you begin to see all these things come up. So as long as you remain your private citizen, sometimes you don't experience this. So, and we know very well that the only time that this issue of, the most prominent time, this issue of abuse of state police is to probably go after political opponents. And who are the political opponents? Is it you and I? It's always them, you know, the big politicians. So that's why they should get it right. Now, but moving beyond that now to can Nigeria get it right? Yes, Nigeria can get it right. And in fact, I think in one of our programs, I had already said, look, that it will be very good for us now to, since we're already tinkering with that section of the Constitution that talks about policing system, it's an opportunity for us to also take a holistic look, even at the federal level, to ask ourselves, how do we appoint inspectors general of police? What is the oversight? It's a very good opportunity, because for me, there are some very key appointments in this country today. Yes, we run an executive democracy, the presidential system of government, where, fashion after that of the United States of America, where the president has executive powers to make a wide range of appointments because he takes the buck stops on his table. However, given our own peculiar situation here, we can tinker with these things in a manner that doesn't really place too much powers in one person, in the hands of one person, because we have found out over time that absolute power has really not paid us. So why can't we ask questions like, for instance, now you see the appointment of the INEC chairman, the appointment of the Chief Justice of the Federation, the appointment of the Inspector General of Police. These are very sensitive, sensitive posts. Given our history, given our trajectory, there's nothing wrong in us saying, look, well, yes, before now, maybe the president nominates, but going forward, this is going to be the way to nominate. Going forward, this is the body. That body that normally confirms the police council before he eventually gets to the National Assembly. Who are the members of that police council? Can we expand that police by bringing some other people into that place? Even if, for instance, all the members of all the 36 state governors are members of that police council, can we say, okay, fine, instead of having a 36, membership of the, instead of saying let all the 36 members of the all 36 state governors be members, let the Nigerian Governors Forum give us a representative, maybe one governor from each geopolitical state. Then creating space for a wide range of other people, bringing the media, bringing the civil society organization, bringing labor, bringing other, maybe the religious bodies, the community, and the traditional rulers council, and many other people. So that before somebody becomes an inspector general, and let there be a robust, because I quite frankly, since I began to follow Nigeria, I have not seen anywhere Inspector General of Police was nominated, and that same police council probably has a different view. It's always concurring. And these are not that any appointment has been wrong. No, that's what I'm saying. But the truth of the matter is that sometimes we need to look at these things from different perspectives.
But perhaps they've been duly consulted.
May also be because the kind of people that can question things maybe because the press, the civil, you have an independent organizations, right? We have an independent organizations that are not benefiting anything from the government. These are people who we have people that can look, political leaders straight in the face and tell them, look, this is so. So what I'm saying is that there's nothing wrong in expanding that council. There's absolutely nothing wrong in expanding it. Bringing even a National Association of Nigerian Students, bringing them into the council. Some trade unions, NLC or trade union Congress, bring them into the place.
All right, the conversation will continue in a moment, but we'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose heart is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole,
like Philip Emeagwali, proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
All right, this is still Sunrise on Aneke TV, designed to unlock the region's full development potential. The appeal emphasizes the need for unified efforts in areas like taxation, law, land administration, and infrastructure connectivity to transform the region into a cohesive, competitive economic bloc.
Mr. Dom.
Yes, this in fact this is a very good a very good call. And before now, we have been saying this over and over and again. I attended a forum. I participated in a forum where this issue came up, and part of our communique there was calling on the Southeast leaders to close ranks, and and move away from this fragmented approach to development that only showcases some of them, that tries to create the impression of local champion, that kind of stuff. Nobody needs that at this age in time. You see, if you look at the various other regions of the federation, you find out that the Southeast has an perhaps unrivaled advantage that can rocks and mountains and many other natural geographical disadvantages, you may say. The Southeast is almost a plain land. Almost a plain land. So for instance, it will be so, it's quite easier for you to construct a rail line, that runs from Enugu down to Ebonyi, from Ebonyi to Abia, from Abia to probably Imo, Anambra, without encountering. If you do it, there's no other region you may want to do that you will not probably run into very big, difficulties in terms of overcoming natural landscapes. So that advantage is there. And of course, like I said, the place is very compact, so it probably wouldn't cost much. It probably wouldn't cost much to create infrastructures that cut across the entire Southeast. So that for me, and our people, if you look at the way we do, it has been observed. I mean, it's very clear that if you look at the Southeast here, commerce is our biggest strength. I mean, we are good in many other aspects. We are very good in education and many other aspects. But everybody agrees that first and foremost, commerce is one area that perhaps no other part of this country can rival the Southeast in. So why are we not taking advantage of that? Yes, you have the big market in Onitsha there, but beyond that, what else again? That market can be diversified. You could have the Abia State could say, okay, fine, let's have a purely fabric market somewhere in one part of Abia State, and every other state will support that. Then you know that when you go to this particular state, there's a fabric hub. You can say, okay, let's have a shoe. Look at the Silicon Valley, similar. I mean, something looks like a Silicon Valley. The industrial hub that's been they've been talking about it in Abia State, in Aba, for years. Count other states in the Southeast support Abia, and let that come up. If somebody is coming from Lagos or maybe any other part of the country, coming to Abia State, except if you're flying, if you're coming to Abia State to do business, you pass through state ABC, and perhaps also on your way to Abia and go, other states will probably get out of the whatever revenue that is accruable. So that is why for me, I all this idea of you see, the Southeast today, nobody can be a local champion. It is not possible. It is not possible.
Right, Mr. Mika. While you're speaking, you've highlighted the possibility that it's achievable since the place, is somewhat blessed with good landscape. But, the argument has been that Southeast is landlocked, which somehow Abia State is trying to answer that question if they succeed in building and the Azumini port. However, the question here is, what is making it difficult? Do we look at the electorate or the inability of the Southeastern governors to come under a unified front and then marshal out a unified economic development plan?
Of course. I mean, who else again it has to do with leadership. It's leadership, because when we talk about development of infrastructures and systems, and of course it's leadership. I'm aware that the Southeast economic Economic
Development Commission?
No, I'm not. It's not the Southeast Development Commission. That's a creation of the federal government. Of course, they can be good partners in this, but principally, even before that came, the geopolitical zones as we have them in Nigeria today, there are 6 in number. Southeast is one of them. Now, many of these regions are made up of 6 states each, with only the the northwest having 7 states. Again, also, only the southeast has 5 states, the least in number. But look at where the difference. Look at where the paradox lies in. Out of the 5 states, the 5 states in the southeast, the same southeast has the highest number of political parties, except now that the Enugu state governor, has moved over to APC. Before the Enugu state governor moved over to APC, in ceremonially, they have it cuts across. If you move around, you find out that everybody seems to be comfortable in their own. Look, let me even ask you, irrespective of whatever argument anybody may bring about it, what is the distance between Enugu and Abakaliki? Abakaliki, Ebonyi State, is airport. Before an aircraft, any aircraft that is going to Abakaliki, any aircraft that going to Ebonyi and eventually lands in Enugu first, it certainly won't enter the sky before it gets to Abakaliki. It will fly very low. So what are we talking about? Look at Abia State here. We want to have an aircraft. Want to also have an airport. And look at where look at the distance between Asaba and the Anambra airport. So at the end of the day, you sometimes you ask yourself, all of these projects, are they evidence based? So I think what the Southeast should do is come together. You see, if they synergize, all the states have their strengths. Probably the area you're facing, I may not face that area again. I will face another, so that to enable the people to this Enugu, and I was taken to Owerri. The aircraft went and landed us in Owerri. I didn't bargain for Owerri. Yet it was still okay, even though we didn't like it at that time. So what I'm saying is that let the Southeast governors please come together, synergize, and some monies will be saved, and there will be more projects instead of everybody, just doing their own thing, and at the end of the day,
Also, I think this is one of the reasons why the Southeast Development Commission was set up, to create synergy between the 5 southeastern states. So if the SEDC would harmonize and truly understand, discover what their scope of operation is across all states, just like you said, each state, each zone, each community that understand what best thrives for them, they can extend it with support of other states to create, so it doesn't look like every state is trying to outdo each other in a particular sector. If it's transportation, if it's agriculture, if it's security, if you have the structure, if your environment supports a certain structure and you can extend to the other southeastern state, let's do it, so we'll have a unified front at the end of the day.
I don't think the Southeast Development Commission was created to do that.
I know. I'm just saying, if with that commission and the governors having an understanding,
you can't have that commission. You can't have that commission work in synergy with the government to achieve this sort of purpose in Southeast.
No, they can work in synergy. But my fear is that they can actually work in synergy. But my fear is that
to develop certain infrastructures,
the governors themselves,
housing.
That commission. You see, we need to know where this thing is anchored. The point is that the governors they are the elected chief executives, right? Now this is an interventionist agency from the federal government with an appointed headship. You see, the issue has to do with the governors. The governors certainly, even no matter, we have seen situations where even the governors themselves in some other regions become obstacle to the regional agencies. You understand the point? So it has to do with the governors. The governors, they are the one that has the mandate. And the SADC or not, let the governors come together, identify what they want to do. They can even, as a unified body, go and approach the federal government to say, this is what we want to do, and this project is going to run across all the states of the federal government. Please come and partner with us.
Right. That's granted, but in a federal system such as Nigeria's, where we would want a collective development across board, it may be difficult to see a regional development along ethnic lines, and you rightly pointed out that these states would continue to pursue individual interests, in as much as we have the chief executive officers, in the governors who control the affairs of every state. Each would want to tow a different developmental agenda, but that would maybe encourage across line to, if we look at where the Nigerian trajectory, moving from regionalism to the federation that we have today, it may be encouraged if we can go back, from history and then develop along those lines, and perhaps that would make Nigeria better developed in future.
Okay, we'll take a short break, and when we get back, we'll get over into our sports update and review for today. Stay with us.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for staying with us, and you're still watching the sunrise. And joining us at this hour is the sports oracle himself, the man who breathes, eats, thinks, walks, football and sports. The sports oracle, Mr. Good Hope himself.
Good morning.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to have you on Sunrise.
It's really a pleasure for Messi fans and Argentina fans. I mean, there's all smiles just throughout last night when they had to win that game against England, even though I would say it's just a moment of, you know, another victory. And congratulations to Argentina, congratulations to, you know, the World Cup, current holders, I would say. But a lot of controversies too, from what England played, how they played, and also from the side of Argentina having that never say never spirit. Of course, we find out in Enugu Rangers where, you know, you are winning them and they still want to play you. But we did not find that fighting spirit in England, even though they tried. But, you know, a lot of people have been blaming Tuchel for that calamity that England had to face, where you scored one goal and you had to go back. You had to tell everyone to go back. If it was Everton that Argentina played, I would tell you that Argentina would have not even scored a goal because they play low blocks. But now, at England, even though that's actually how Tuchel plays, but you see, at the end of the day, Argentina had to shoot outside the box through Enzo Fernandez, and now Lautaro Martinez had to slot in that header from Lionel Messi's cross. It's showing that, you know, the goal debate is taking shape right now, and I don't know what the world will become on Sunday if Argentina eventually takes that trophy. I mean, the world will have to separate into two, and there will be light and darkness, of course. Mr. Dom, I know you really would not want to see this happen, because now you're having your two best. You're having Lamine Yamal and Argentina and Messi coming together in the final.
I'm surprised you're still talking about the GOAT debate. I thought the debate has ended.
No, it's not been settled, because I'm not the one in charge of the settling.
On Sunday it will be buried. It's settled. It will be buried on Sunday.
The truth of the matter is this. I'm surprised that you know, when you said that controversy is still on, I was patiently waiting to hear what the controversy is, because you know, all over the social media, you know, some of the CR7 fans, you know, who probably, you know, had their superstar leave the World Cup, you know, a long time ago, you know.
Not long time ago.
Yeah, long time ago. Because
just in the quarterfinal.
The World Cup has moved away from where CR7 left it. Where it is today is a different.
I'm not a CR7 fan, so I kind of.
So you know what they do is that they don't want to see the you know, the merits of the game that Argentina played yesterday, as long as Lionel Messi is there. You see, the truth is that if you look at that game, it was almost a replica of what happened between Egypt and Argentina. And I keep saying this all the time. Even Nigeria sometimes finds itself in that kind of situation when the Super Eagles play. When you play a team that, whether we like it or not, I mean, let's give it to the Argentine team. The Argentine team is a technically superior team.
Yes.
I know anybody can English. I watch English football. I love a couple of guys out there. They play fine football. But the truth of the matter is that look, this Argentine team you're seeing today, right? And so when you have a team like that, and you have watched this team when they were at the verge of being defeated by Egypt, you saw the way they came back. Why would you? How can England at this level be playing a game? You scored 1 goal. You are already 1 goal advantage,
and you are
and you have more than 30 minutes to the end of the game. You are playing defense. What kind of defense is that? What kind of defense is that? If you have even looked at that yesterday, even at the time Argentina was 1 goal up and it was a few minutes to the end of the game, they were still looking for goals. They were still looking. In fact, they had wished they could even score more goals. And that is the hallmark of attacking football. So I am surprised that
was not class from Thomas Tuchel. I would say that, of course, he had used that same method to win the Champions League. He has done it. He has played when.
No, but we need to give that man his credit.
No, we need to, of course.
I'm not criticizing him.
No, it's just what he played last night. He has been the best. Of
Sometimes the players in the pitch on their own,
No, we'll consider there may be some errors in the match yesterday, but look at England's trajectory in the World Cup.
They really did well, I would say.
What is their trajectory in the World Cup?
Coming to the semi-final.
What is that? See, let me tell you. Today, the English Premier League is arguably one of the best in the world.
Yes.
How come that doesn't reflect in the football they play?
No, but has it been reflecting in the World Cup matches they play?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Where do they end up in the World Cup?
That's what I'm saying. How come all the feat they achieve in English football doesn't reflect in when they play European Nations League, when they play in the European Cup, and when they play in the World Cup? This semi-final they played yesterday, I think in the last two World Cups or so, this is the best they've gotten. Gareth Southgate also got them close to, was it quarterfinals or so we look forward to the 1966 feat, repeated, and that's, I'm sure every English fan is looking forward to that.
If I may come in, if you look at the situation and you want to get back to the 1968 or the 66 World Cup, and the trajectory of English football, you may begin to want an English football that is dominated by English players. You see the gift they've given to the world. That's the beauty of the World Cup we're enjoying today. And the English team, you may not see them be that cohesive and bring, get to that when you want to equate it with the level of the Premiership. It may be difficult given the fact that you have a lot of expatriates.
Their league is not the only one that is dominated by
at the end of the day,
nationals from all over the world.
Compared to Spanish league, compared to Italian league, you will see in England you have a lot of expatriates dominating the play in England.
But these people are still players with their private clubs.
That's why I say that's the beauty we enjoy today.
Whose problem is that?
They develop world football.
But they also But they also have a policy. Every country, see, we have regional confederation policies. Like when you go to Europe now, the UEFA policy must tell you, look, this is the percentage of foreign players you must have, and this is the percentage of local players, because so that at the end of the day, you don't develop your football. You don't have foreign players at the expense of local players. Is there in every part of Europe? So, and even if for any reason, let me identify what you said. There was a time when you come to Arsenal as a team, you find out that Arsenal was about, in a typical Arsenal team, you could have almost 9 to 10 players who are not English. Whose problem is that were there not English players for them to use?
Well, the thing is that we could just take a look at just the final, but because of the want of time, we have to leave it here. By tomorrow, we'll now have to.
England needs to do more. That's what I'm saying.
I agree with you. I agree with you. They need to do more. But anyway, let's leave it at that for now.
Yesterday was a game that they would have been very clinical in that game, and even at a point, you could see some level of frustration in among the English players, and Bellingham almost went to fight. That was unnecessary.
No.
Alright, that's all we're taking this morning on the show. Thank you for staying with us till this time. It's been a pleasure, and congratulations to Argentina, even as they advance into the finals, and also Spain. Before I leave, I give you this quote from Martin Luther King Jr. If I cannot do great things, I will do small things in a great way. That's a quote for today. I am Princess Ken Ochoma, wishing you a lovely day.
The Good Hope himself, the Sports Oracle, thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
And Mr. Emeka, thank you for those in-depth analysis.
Thank you so much for having me.
And Uche Osai, on behalf of all of us here on Sunrise, we say thank you for watching and keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
I want to gently recommend this to you. Please do not be nice. Be kind, because kindness is a measure of our humanity, but do not be nice. Nice means wanting always to be liked, and this is a particular affliction of female socialization. Nice means silencing inconvenient truths. Nice means choosing always to be comfortable. Nice means letting go of courage. Nice means talking about peace, but not about justice. Nice will not remake the world, and there is so much about our world that needs remaking. There is no such thing as a perfect human being. The longing for perfection will hold you back. It doesn't help any cause to start with perfection as yardstick. We do not need to be perfect before we are able, that causes no harm to others.
In the heart of southwestern Nigeria lies Osun State, a land where history, spirituality, and modern life converge. From ancient groves to growing cities, Osun tells a story deeply rooted in Yoruba civilization. Osun State, created in 1991, is home to Osogbo, its capital city, a fast-developing urban center surrounded by rolling hills, farmlands, and rivers that have sustained communities for generations. At the edge of Osogbo lies the Osun-Osogbo Sacred Grove,